Hey guys, and today I'm about to play some Sonic Mania. What happened?
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to another Grizzly True Crime live stream with me, Gisela K. This is day 13 of the Letecia Stauch trial, week number 4, starting out of 6 to 8 weeks. I'm still not sure exactly how long it will last. Last week, one of the defense attorneys said we're about halfway, so I'm not too sure if it's going to be 6 weeks or 8 weeks, but we're going to be in it together all the way. So, welcome. Please like the video and share it in case someone didn't get the notification or they don't know about us yet. It helps other people to find us. Sound check. Can you hear me? Are we good? Okay. I want to quickly show you something. For those who know nothing about the case, we're looking at the case of Gannon Stauch, an 11-year-old boy who was murdered on January 27, 2020, in the Lorson Ranch area of Colorado Springs by his stepmother, Letecia Stauch, who's on trial. She is pleading not guilty by reason of insanity. And so they're trying to prove whether, was she insane or not at the time of committing the crime. Sound good. Okay. I feel like I'm lagging a bit. I'm not sure why that is. So that's no fun. Okay. So what I want to show you is this. We've got 7 minutes or so left to court. What is the insanity plea? The insanity defense defined. The insanity defense is a criminal defense strategy where the defendant may plead innocent by reason of insanity. When the defendant makes an insanity plea, they still acknowledge that they were involved but were not of sound mind at the time of the crime. The insanity defense is sometimes confused with diminished capacity, a defense where the defendant is pleading to a lesser crime instead of removing themselves from the criminal act entirely. Unlike diminished capacity, the insanity plea is a full defense against the crime, meaning the accused is pleading not guilty. Welcome to all my patrons. Welcome to all members. Welcome to all new members as well. New subscribers, moderators, everyone. And to Lorray. It's always so nice to see an OG, which is Original Grizzly. When my channel started and I had like 18 people in the chat, Lorray was there. Aloha, Lorray. It's so nice to see you. So I was just thinking of you, Lorray, because normally when I do this type of explanation, you say that, you see, G always explains it to us. Yes. Okay. I'm just checking what you guys are saying. Okay, we've got a few more minutes. So, court started. Started early.
Okay. And do we have everybody? Okay. All right, then let's go ahead and bring the jury in.
Okay, the sound should be on now. Tell me if you can
I
hear
will
it.
advise lawyers, you know it as well as I do, we have an adverse weather event from tomorrow evening into Wednesday morning. I don't know whether that's going to impact on anything or not.
It looks like it's going to be mostly northern El Paso County, is at least the projections that I've seen.
Okay.
So at
And I
least
don't-
as long as people can get downtown, we should be okay.
Yeah, and I don't know which of our jurors it may potentially impact, but I'll have a discussion with them about it.
Yeah. Rockies.
Yep. Gotta love Colorado. All rise for the jury, please. You may all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury's is present in the courtroom. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Couple of things. We anticipate that there may be an adverse weather event sometime. I think it's supposed to be tomorrow evening into Wednesday morning. So make sure two things. You have that contact information for me, my card, so that you know how to call us if you need to. Number two, if there's an issue or you're concerned or you have a question, 719-520-SNOW, and that will tell you if there is a delay here at the courthouse. If it says that there is a 2-hour delay, be here at 10 o'clock instead of 9 o'clock. So not 11 o'clock, 10 o'clock. That should resolve that issue. I think it's primarily supposed to get more of the mountains and North Palmer Divide. I don't know how many of you may be up near that area, so just keep an eye on that. And then I have the question that you've all heard before. Has anything occurred since we were last together that causes any of you to believe you could not continue to serve as a fair and impartial juror in this case? If so, please raise your hand. No response. All right, when we took our break on Friday, we were in the midst of testimony from John Grusing. I think that's where we're resuming.
Yes, Judge.
All right. Mr. Grusing, if you would resume your seat in the witness stand, I remind you, sir, that you're still under oath.
And we don't need it just yet, Judge, but at some point here in just a minute or so, we're going to need these screens turned on as well. Good morning, Mr. Grusing. Did you have a good weekend?
I did, thank you.
Good. When we last had you on the stand, we had just played the portion of the video where you're talking with the defendant about the board that was found up in southern Douglas County. Do you remember that portion?
Yes.
And you used a word in your question, thrown, and then you got quite a challenge from the defendant. Was that consistent where she would challenge you on things that were maybe peripheral?
Yes.
Can you give examples of that and what that meant to you during this interview?
Well, she used words like she was giving us keys, and then if I wasn't correct on my guesses, which I had asked her not to have me guess since I didn't know all the answers, she would get upset if I didn't guess correctly on whether it's Gannon's location or what she was doing when her phone was off, those sorts of things.
What do you mean by guesses? And give examples of what you mean when you use the word guesses.
So, especially during this later part of the interview, when I was asking her about the blood, more than once, she would say that if I knew enough about this investigation, I should be able to say either where Gannon is or more details about what was going on that I couldn't guess too. So it was an effective way really for her to not answer my question, and tell me that she knew things I didn't know.
Did that indicate to you fairly high intellect?
It did, and forward thinking, and that she knew that the questions that I was asking her would require a difficult answer. And so she was requiring the same out of me, something that was actually impossible for me to answer because I didn't know what she knew.
And as it relates to that, are you talking about Gannon's location at this particular time?
Yes.
Okay. Just after that portion of video where we were watching you asking her about the board with blood being found up in southern Douglas County, did you ask her, or I guess confront her with other pieces of evidence as well?
Yes.
All right. So the next section we're going to play is a shorter section. It's at 4 hours, 7 minutes and 13 seconds through 4 hours, 10 minutes and 13 seconds.
Do you know why I told you about that? I normally don't do this. Tell everybody all the evidence against them. Why do you think?
I don't know.
Because I think if you're to weigh this on, there's enough probable cause. A judge in Colorado Springs in El Paso has signed a probable cause warrant for first-degree murder.
Okay.
And all this evidence, and I'm telling you about the ones that I know about, and that's before you do, you know, all the phone stuff, et cetera, et cetera. And then versus you taking a chance that you're going to get out. It's
I'm not
nothing.
taking a chance for nothing because I didn't
It's not.
do anything, sir. Okay, sir.
If you say you didn't do anything, do you know what an innocent
Okay.
person would do? I have had plenty of innocent people sitting in your chair. You know what an innocent person would do? They would be freaking out.
Well,
You are not freaking
yeah,
out.
right. You think I haven't freaked out?
I heard
for,
you
like,
freak out on the
days?
phone one time.
Think I haven't freaked out for days? You can't judge the way I freak
No.
something out one way and another way.
I have had the wrong person in a room like this before.
Okay.
And trust me, if they had any idea who did it, they would tell me.
Okay. Well,
That makes no sense.
I guess
And no
that's
jury
what
will
you're-
buy, no
okay.
jury's gonna buy
Okay.
that you sit here with an answer that somebody else took Gannon, that all this head wound and all this
Okay, sir.
stuff happened in there. Do you think I don't know what I'm talking about?
Sir, I never question anything.
Well,
that
you
you do.
must,
No, I
because you're
haven't.
taking a huge chance, Letecia.
Sir, I'm not taking any chance
How will you not take
because
a chance?
I know the man
Just-
upstairs knows I did not do anything.
Well, he's not gonna be on the jury.
Okay. All right, we're not gonna go there with that. We're not gonna go
We're
there.
going to sensible people who we're going to present evidence in front of.
Let me tell you what, there's a higher power.
There
That
is.
higher power will make sure.
I believe in the higher power as well.
I'm glad you did. That really makes me feel good. It really does. I'm serious. Because when you know,
But Letecia, if this comes down to common sense,
I do have.
and these prosecutors, I'm not talking about you, I'm talking about who you're gonna be sitting in front of.
Okay.
And if you're gonna take a chance that they're not gonna listen to all this evidence, all this blood, all these stories that you told about Gannon, and that you have the key to finding him and you don't do it, there's nobody else to prosecute.
Okay.
Why won't you go there?
Why am I, what else am I gonna say?
The easiest thing to tell me is the last time you saw Gannon.
I've already told you I'm not hurting.
But then what do I need to go through again the other things that might have happened to Gannon? Where did you gently place Gannon?
What?
I don't know how to phrase it.
What are you talking about?
I don't know, because I don't know where he is. If you want me to use a different verb or whatever, I'm struggling.
I've got it paused at 4 hours, 10 minutes and 13 seconds. Why have you shifted tactics here to trying to now find Gannon's location as to getting descriptions of what happened to him?
Well, she seems to be more reluctant to answer questions now. And she showed me with the particle board. She got upset when I said she threw it. And as I said earlier, she gets upset if I guess. So I tried different verbs like placing it, setting it, those sorts of things. And then she will settle back down. So that's why I'm trying different ways to get her to communicate to me any other clue that might have happened with Gannon. So I'm just trying yet a different tactic again.
Including clues potentially towards his location?
Yes.
Okay. When you go down this particular path of talking about last place that she may have seen Gannon, did she give you any keys that helped find Gannon?
No. And I had already asked her in the previous section who the last person was with Gannon, since she was saying it wasn't her. We had been through the angel routine, and then I was trying to see if she would push it to anybody else, and she's not. So since she's not pushing it to anybody else, she's basically saying it's her. So I just want her to say where she last saw him, whether it was in the house, whether it was at the Petco, whether it was at Palmer Lake, to give us some sort of clue of her last sighting of him.
You made a statement in that section that you don't normally tell people that you're interviewing about all of the evidence. One, why do you not typically do that?
We don't typically do that because we don't want the defendant or whoever we're in front of to testify falsely to something in case we give them too much evidence and then they say something they didn't do. Also, we don't want them to know what we know because I want their statement to be pure in that they're not just repeating what I say. With this interview, we had gone far enough to where we would do something called the collaborative interview, to where we bring the person in with us and we share as much as we can to try to get them to collaborate and cooperate with us, since I'm working towards a solution and I'm trying to bring her in almost as an investigator to help me find out what happened to Gannon. So the more facts that I introduce to her slowly, I'm hoping that she'll start cooperating with me.
So you anticipated my follow-up question is why were you doing that in this case, but you just answered that. As this discussion sort of develops, does she then talk about faith in God and that kind of thing?
She does.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and play that. It's basically from this point forward to 4 hours, 14 minutes, and 6 seconds.
Letecia, this is not about you. You're the one caught up in it, though. You're the one with all the evidence stacked against you.
Okay, well,
Help yourself right now.
okay, though.
Why would you not?
How did I do
Just tell me what happened.
that? So what happened? Well, I don't know.
The way you
Well, I'm
described,
gonna stand up for a moment. I'll put-
absolutely. The wounds that you described to him don't even come
Okay,
close to the blood in the
then
house.
if that's what you think, then
No, it's
sir.
not.
Okay,
This is what people that do this for a living tell me.
okay,
Again, I wasn't there, but a little gash on his head
okay, sir.
doesn't explain at all that stuff that's in there.
Okay.
But do you want to go with that? Because when you walk out of here, the last thing on record you're going to have is what you told me. And I would love to be your storyteller.
Okay.
I would love to tell the true story. It will help you. You believe in that higher power you
Oh,
said?
I do. That's why. You
What
wanna know
about the
why?
truth? Do you
wanna know-
study the truth?
You want to know why I'm not sitting here like going crazy, freaking out, putting on an emotional show like I've seen people involved in this situation put on fake cries and all that? Because I know God knows.
Okay.
I mean,
But what about the truth? You study the same Bible, the same God. It tells a lot about truth in there, and you have not told many truths in this whole thing.
well, I don't know that. Guess what? But let me tell you what happened this morning when I woke up. When I woke up this morning, I watched a story about Ron Gibbons. So we started this show. We ended up like getting talked down to, bullied online, treated like crap, accused of things he didn't do. And that's where he went to the accusation part. And so we went down this whole trail talking about how accusation, how this did to him, what he had to go through, and all that. But in the end, he kept his faith. Jesus Christ, you know about the story of Paul, you know about Saul in the Bible. Okay, I can walk you through a lot in the Bible. If you know what I'm talking about. So we turn those accusations into just keeping steadfast and staying strong, and into believing God's going to do this and keeping whatever. Because, you know, in the Bible, they persecuted a lot of Christians, right? A lot of them for things they didn't do right. But, you know, there's a lot of stories where God made sure they were okay. So when I woke up this morning, I literally decided, God, you can take this and you can either A, bring Gannon home, bring him to the front step, drop him off, so that I can please never have to worry about this again.
Right.
Or you can let me stay focused on believing in you, as in him, and just the truth will come out. And it's okay, because I don't want to sit here and accuse all these people of whatever. I'm not going to turn those same accusations against them for saying this and saying that, not believing this, not believing that. I'm just going to just sit there and say, I know I did not hurt Gannon.
With that, I get.
So I've got it paused at 4 hours, 14 minutes and 6 seconds. Did you go on from this basically to then try to get her to tell you more details about when she last saw Gannon?
Yes.
All right, so we're going to jump to that section at 4 hours, 17 minutes and 18 seconds. And we will play through 4 hours, 20 minutes and 3 seconds.
Go a different way. If you did something bad to Gannon.
I did
Now,
not.
I'm saying we go if. If you did something bad to Gannon, could you ever admit it? No, I'm saying,
I'm not going to go.
this is not a trick.
But I'm not going to go answer that question, because I did not do anything bad.
The reason why I ask you that is the people that I've worked with are actually put in prison for life. I've told them, and I've told people, the families of these victims, I said, if you put Harold in a room and you take everybody else out, we have absolute evidence that he pushed his wife off a cliff and that he dropped a car on his other wife, and he was convicted. I said, even if you clear everybody out and you just have Harold in a mirror, Harold was a God follower, Christ Christian like you are. I said he could never admit that he did that to either wife.
Well, I'm sorry that, what's his name, Harold? Harold is that type of person, because a God follower, I'm not judging him, I'm saying, in order for you, you have to repent your sins to God, okay? And you have to put yourself there. And in order to repent your sins to God, it means also you have to lay them all down on the cross. And like, my sins are laid down. It is not involving hurting, harming, killing you. So I'm sorry that Harold or whatever his name is has like a different approach.
Well, I think you have probably a more serious problem than Harold does. You know where an 11-year-old is, and I am here telling you we could go find him, and you are not giving us his location, alive or dead. So what Harold did was push a 50-year-old woman off the cliff. It was an awful thing, and the parents hated losing Tony. But Tony had lived a full life, as full as you can till 50. It was still tragic. Gannon's 11. Gannon,
That doesn't matter age, you're right. It's tragic, right?
yeah.
You just said
And
that.
if you had the
Tragic.
answer, you would give it to us.
I don't know where he is.
But you won't answer my question about the last time you saw him.
Listen, sir, anything I say to you, you're not going to listen to me. You're going to take.
I'm not going to twist things, Letecia.
To be honest with you, I can give you speculation.
Okay, give me
with everyone else.
speculation. Please.
I can give you
I'll take
speculation.
speculation.
Speculation is Gannon is alive. Speculation is Gannon is with someone who is not willing to hurt him until they get something they want.
Why wouldn't they make a demand then? Why would they hold an 11-year-old kid? That's more sadistic.
So as we talked about, we stopped it at 4 hours, 20 minutes and 3 seconds. Why did you start this section out with asking, could she admit it? What was in your mind when you asked that question?
When it's a familial matter and someone that you really care about is the person that you've harmed. I haven't yet had someone who's admitted to me that they were responsible for that harm or homicide.
And so that's why you're asking that particular question?
Yes.
Okay. And then does it devolve back into now he's been kidnapped by some group?
Yes.
All right. Did you then confront her again about the blood on the wall?
Yes,
Does she bring up a miscarriage that she apparently had had sometime prior?
she does.
All right, let's watch that section. It starts at 4 hours, 21 minutes and 47 seconds and goes through 4 hours, 23 minutes and 47 seconds.
And Your Honor, could Mr. Allen and I
All right.
I'm just doing a quick mic check. Do I sound like a robot? I'm just checking because WebEx is on. Thank you all for being here. I'm just fiddling with all these settings so that I can make sure it's sharp and the colors are nice and it's placed right for you. Okay, I want you to have the best viewing experience of this trial. And yes, it's blurry because we zoomed into court. Let me show you what it looks like from the court stream, okay? This is what it looks like when it's just ordinary court stream. And so what I do for you is the following. Like this. No robot. Let's not jinx it though. I can't believe Letecia's already asleep. Like, Letecia, why is she allowed to sleep like this? I know we all ask that, but like, come on. Wait, I think she's a little too bright. We can't see. Saturation going up. There we go. My word. Thank you, Katie Bug. Katie Bug says that's why we are here on Grizzly. She's the best. Thank you. Janet says very Steven Spielberg G. I know, right? Inspired by Jurassic Park itself. And the only, during all of this, everything is fine. But the judge, he moves around a lot. He moves around on that camera a lot. Like right now, I've got to adjust it again. So if you see me adjust this all the time, it's because the judge moves around a lot. There he is. Ooh, I made him so sharp, so nice and sharp. Jazzy Whippet, thank you so much for your super sticker. NC said, G, did you help the FBI with organizing all Letecia stories? You have the expertise. Do they still need help, though, is the question. Because I have the stories down. If you guys didn't see my summary video, I made a summary video of all of Letecia's characters that she made up. Eguardo, Quincy Brown, Uncle Matt, Angel, who was wanting a threesome with Letecia, and there's Cash Belly Lady. And then we also did some map time. And I made some YouTube shorts as well. And one of my favorite shorts that I shared recently is where Letecia, in this video interrogation, says, Tiguan, Tiguan. When they're like, we have tracked your Tiguan. We know you were there. She's like, Tiguan. Oh, my word. Jane says, sharp. This judge is so sharp right now. I just sharpened everything. Sharpened and brightened. Yes. So I don't know. I don't know what's happening right now. The judge asked counsel to approach. So prosecution, defense, they approach and they're discussing something. Shall we lip read? Well, he's looking snarky as hell. He's like, oh my word, so many things, so many colors all at once. TV, welcome to membership. Natalie O says, G, you're the best. Thank you so much, Natalie. Mary T says, she's so disrespectful and actions distracting. I agree. I really wish they would shave her hair off so she can't hide behind that hair curtain. Thank you so much. Right on. Nicole Anderson, thank you for your super sticker. Donna says, new to you, loving the, and I like zoomed in. Zoomed in, I know you meant zoomed in, but I like zoomed in more. Thank you so much. We are zooming it over here. Yeah, so I don't know what they're approaching about or what the problem really is, but they're talking about something. They said there's some weather warnings in Colorado coming up in the next 2 days, so that should be interesting because there's supposed to be experts flying in from the East Coast on Wednesday and even one from Hawaii, maybe by Thursday or so. So, interesting. Thank you so much, Sherrie Young. And while we're having a little break here, Thank you to everyone. Oh my word, you guys have been buying me coffees. Oh my word, thank you so much. I went there to reply to all of you guys, and I'm like, what? I am all coffeed up. I've had 3 coffees already today. Thank you so much. If you are becoming a member today, please check out the members only playlist because sometimes we have snarky debriefs. We've had a few of those. Go check them out on this case. You might like it. Thank you, Martha. Cherry says, Will cooks not much better with his nervous rocking. Yep, I know. Now, I wonder how long they're going to be doing this for, huh? The reason I ask is because I still want to go over this. Can we make it smaller? Ooh, that looks huge. Never mind, never mind. I'm ruining it. Sorry about that. Sorry. My bad. Okay, let me just rather watch and tell you. Okay, the insanity defense is a criminal defense strategy where the defendant may plead innocent by reason of insanity. When the defendant makes an insanity plea, they acknowledge that they were involved but were not of sound mind at the time of the crime. Did Letecia herself say, yep, I did it? No, but through her lawyer she said that, okay? So, how to prove insanity under the law? In order to make an insanity defense work, the defense has to prove that their client, the defendant, was insane at the time of the crime. In the legal realm, insane does not necessarily mean the same thing as what we might think of when hearing the term insanity. Under the law, if someone is not guilty by reason of insanity, they may not have been in their right mind when the crime was committed. In some cases, this defense may refer to a severe episode of mental illness, but not always. A defendant may be considered insane if they were pushed into criminal activity by political ideology or acting out after a traumatic event. Do you guys remember? I know I didn't stream day 2 and 3. I did it from day 3 in the afternoon. I was already streaming the trial. That's when I made the decision. We're going to be... Yeah, she's blocked out right now. Sorry about it. The guy's coat is in the way. I'll show you like this. There you go. So you see, he's the attorney is blocking the way. So I'll just take that off so it doesn't confuse anyone. All right. So do you remember that Al Stauch's mother had stayed at their house for about a week and left on that Saturday? And so did Al. Whoa, I just re-listened to some of that from day 2 and
All right.
3.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, here we
Judge.
go,
Picking
here
up
we
from
go.
where we left off, we were going to jump to the confrontation about blood on the wall and being compared to a miscarriage, and it's going to jump to 4 hours, 21 minutes, and 47 seconds.
Okay, let's go.
And we will play through 4 hours, 23 minutes, and 47 seconds. So exactly 2 minutes worth of video.
If you had nothing to do with harming Gannon, why would you clean up the blood that's on the wall?
So you're saying you've never had anything happen in your house and you cleaned it up? Never. Like, you've never had, like...
Why would you cut out the carpet?
Nosebleeds. The carpet?
Mm-hmm.
Because I was going to get more carpet. It doesn't... The carpet has nothing to do with cutting it out. It's getting smell. It stunk. I couldn't breathe. None of us could breathe.
Did you say that Laina helped you clean up some of the blood on the wall?
Laina always helps us clean up everything. Laina helped us clean up the light switch. Laina helped us clean up when Gannon had a nosebleed. Okay?
But for this occasion, she helped with that.
Now you're going to walk me back through what we've already talked about. So you're now going to go be like, oh, an 8-year-old this and an 8-year-old that. Come on. There was all the time. Gannon was bleeding all the time. He'd have a nosebleed randomly at the drop of a dime. He'd bite his fingers, bleed all the time.
Would it help if I gave you a picture of the wall of what all showed up on it?
Sir, that's not going to get me to say anything to you because I didn't do anything.
Well, what I'm trying to appeal to, though, is, again, you weighing your options right now before we're gone.
Sir.
Because you're taking a big risk, Letecia.
Sure. I believe in higher power. And that higher power is going to show the entire world. And when it does, I would never have to work a day in my life again. And that's going to happen. Guaranteed.
Yes,
Because
it will.
I
In prison.
I did not dispose, kill, whatever you want to call these things that you're going to name out as verbs.
So why did you confront her with the blood cleanup and, for instance, the carpet cutout?
We had talked about it before, but this is what I'm left with to speak with her about, is the evidence in the case to see if she'll move from where she was.
Were you trying to give her an opening to give you more details?
Yes, and I don't remember if I had brought up before Lana's participation in this, but I wanted to see.
Laina,
what-
you mean?
Yeah, Lana's participation, and to see how she would react to that.
Again, is it consistent throughout the interview that she would resist those opportunities when it related to the specifics of the crime itself?
Yes, and again, she said she sees the pathway where these questions would be going, and she says she's not going to go there.
Appreciating where you want to get to.
Correct.
From your perception, was that logical thought process?
Very.
Shortly after this portion of the video, do you confront her with trying to get information about, hey, there's a boy out there. Help me find him. Help me get him home.
Yes.
Let's jump to that section. 4 hours, 24 minutes, and 29 seconds. And we will play through 4 hours, 32 minutes, and 50 seconds. So about 8 minutes. Judge, I'm not sure if you want to allow Mr. Grusing to step down during this 8-minute portion.
Thanks.
So starting it at 4 hours, 24 minutes, and 29 seconds.
And about why would you act like this when there's a boy out there?
I want Gannon home.
Then tell me how to do it.
I want to help you. I don't know. I don't.
But see, that's where easy questions should be easy to answer.
I just said I don't know. That's an easy answer.
The easy answer is tell me the very last time you laid eyes on him. Where was he? Was he laying down? Was he standing up? Was he sitting? Was he walking to a car? Where was, give me your very last image of Gannon. That's an easy question. You have to remember your last image of Gannon. Letecia, what was he doing? Why would you not answer that?
Because I've given you.
No, you haven't told me exactly what you saw when you saw him for the very last time. Did you see the back of his head? Did you see his face? What was his expression? Did he say goodbye to you? Tell me of your last, you know, I wish I could see in your head right now. Your very last image is there, but you won't tell me. Why won't you tell me?
Because it's nothing bad to
Well,
tell
then
you.
tell me. If it's nothing bad, you would tell me. Image of Gannon.
I don't
Please.
have any bad images again.
I didn't say it was bad.
I don't
just
have
asking.
any.
What's the very last picture of seeing Gannon alive or not alive that you have in your brain?
He is alive. I'm not going
Then
to say
tell me the last time you saw him. What did you see? Letecia, that's you said earlier.
Okay.
Being
so-
a good person, you didn't hurt him, you didn't do all this. I'm repeating it back to you. Why could you not tell me then? If that all that is true,
Why can't
you
you
know
answer
the
that?
last time you saw him. What
We
would
know
that
why.
hurt to tell me?
What?
Do you kind of think?
No, I don't.
Well, then tell me.
I
what's
don't
your
need any kinds of.
what is wrong with that question?
There's nothing wrong with the question. I've already made it clear that I wasn't going to answer more questions
You've never answered this one.
because you have already predetermined what you want in your brain along with everyone else.
Why do you care about what's in my brain?
So you just asked me about mine.
Yeah, because your brain's the only one that counts here. It doesn't matter what's in my brain. The very last time you saw Gannon? Where was he? What was he doing?
Did y'all put a reward out?
There's no need to put it. Can you please answer that?
Do you automatically have a predetermined thing in your brain?
If you give me something else, I'll go
Yeah,
there.
no, that, wow.
Why do you care about my brain, Letecia? Yours is the one that matters. What's the last thing you
I'm gonna tell you
saw?
one more time. You're not hurt.
I didn't ask
harm,
that. I did not
anything
ask that. I don't
else.
care. What is the last
I mean,
image you
you
have?
That's all these places I've been.
Why don't you answer that question?
Why don't you
I'm just
answer me?
curious.
Have you checked all these places I've been and where was Gannon? Was he there? Doesn't that like sink it in the brain for a little bit to say?
You're going to live with
Gannon
it for the
or-
rest of your life, Letecia. Why don't you tell me today?
I'm not living with anything horrible in my brain. I'm not.
Okay, well then it should be an easy question.
I've given you the answer.
Of the last time you saw him? No, you haven't. But I'm afraid it's not the image that you want to be left with.
What? Sure, that's not going to convince me to say something that I didn't
Okay,
do.
then maybe it is the image. Then tell me. Why else would you not tell me?
Because you keep going with the same question, and if you've already
And you won't answer it.
but you predetermined yourself.
No.
When I thought you were going to help, that was different. But you predetermined yourself.
You didn't
what
tell
to
me
say.
what the last thing you saw was, even with your answer there. And that's fine. If you want to tell me the thing with Angel, I
I'm
don't
not going to
care.
say anything other than saying, it will stop everyone. But I will promise you, I won't have to worry about nothing the rest of my life because I didn't do it. And this
But
one-
you did. What's going to come out? That you didn't tell the FBI who took Gannon, if that's your deal? How is that going to shock everybody?
Okay. Okay, sir. Okay.
I didn't think you were guilty until you don't answer the last time you saw him.
Sir,
I
you
have-
came in this
listen.
morning
No, I did not.
and you automatically thought that. We automatically thought that already.
I was willing to listen if you were going to give me evidence to the contrary. But I have talked to many people who have seen someone disappear. It never goes away. That last image. Is
Oh,
gone.
well.
It
you
never
know-
goes away, and you've got it in your mind, and you won't tell me.
Right.
There's only one
Listen.
reason you won't tell me.
You're right. People do when people do bad things, their images stay in their brain. You're right.
Bad or good. A lot of these dads didn't know when the last time they were going to see their daughter.
I mean,
And they still remember it like it was yesterday, 14 years
oh
later.
yeah,
You remember the last time you saw Gannon.
yeah.
So tell me what you saw.
Nothing negative.
So tell me what you saw.
I saw nothing negative. I saw nothing again.
You're telling me nothing. You're saying nothing.
Okay.
Just tell me what you did see, the positive.
Went in. I'm fine.
Where was he? Was he
No,
standing?
you said, tell me what I see. I'm just going to tell you
Okay, I'm sorry to interrupt.
how Gannon was.
Okay.
Okay. Gannon was fine. Gannon, nothing was wrong with him. Gannon was happy. Gannon is my favorite stepchild. My favorite. I know everybody says they have favorites and things like that, or say not really necessarily favorite or whatever, but he was.
Do you remember how
He
we talked earlier?
definitely.
Remember how we
always-
talked earlier about when I ask you a question and you go around?
I'm not answering that question
You're
for you.
saying, you're
because
giving me qualities of Gannon. You're not saying what
I'm
you
not-
saw.
I'm
You're
not,
saying he's a
sir.
favorite stepson.
sir.
What did you see?
Yeah.
Was he standing or sitting?
I didn't do anything to Gannon.
I didn't say you did. I said your last memory.
Okay, well, I didn't do anything to Gannon, so.
Do you have it in your mind right now?
Yep.
Seeing him for the last time.
Well, it's not going to be the last time that I see him.
The last time you saw him. Do you
It's not
have
gonna
that?
be the last
Do you
time.
have that picture in your mind?
Yeah.
Yes or no?
I know you're really good at what you do. I appreciate that. I know that, but I didn't do this. This is
But why don't you tell me the answer to that question?
Because
It's not-
why would
I'm
I
not con-
answer questions for you?
But that is not a hard question to answer. I'm not saying, did you kill him? I'm not saying, did you put him in a forest? I'm not saying, did you put him in a dumpster? This is just your last image. You've got to have it.
My image is Our happy lives. That's what it will
That's not
always
what you see
be.
in your brain.
Okay. Well, now you know my brain.
Yes, I know.
Okay.
You have an image of the last time you saw Gannon.
Okay.
If you didn't hurt him, why won't you tell me?
I already told you I didn't hurt it.
I know, but if you didn't, why would that image be a problem for you?
No, I don't have a problem with anything.
Then tell me. I'm not accusing you of anything, Letecia. Just tell me the last time you saw him.
At the very beginning, I'm sorry.
Not up yet.
Oh.
You go ahead.
I'm gonna ask the empty chair, Judge.
Okay.
The voice from behind me would have been interesting. Mr. Grusing, at the very beginning of this portion of the video, you start out with easy questions and easy answers. What was your purpose of that statement?
What do you mean? Easy questions, easy answers?
Well, easy questions should be easy to answer, basically.
Yeah, again, if she's saying that she's innocent of this, then the questions that I'm asking should be very easy for her to answer.
Did she give you any of these easy answers?
No.
Again, here, it appears that you're sort of pushing back when she's saying, well, what's in your mind? Did she appear to be throughout this entire interview preoccupied with what other people were thinking about her?
Yes, and that was consistent with the phone calls. And what I'm trying to keep her from doing is manipulating her answer to see what I want to hear. I just want to hear what she knows to be true.
This whole issue about did you all put out a reward, that kind of stuff. This entire section, was this another example of her deflecting away from the thrust of information you're trying to gather?
Yes.
Right after this, does she then actually challenge you about, are you going to find Gannon?
Yes.
All right, let's watch that portion. Basically, from this section on through 4 hours, 35 minutes and 56 seconds. So just a couple minutes. So if you're okay sitting there so I don't ask an empty chair questions.
This is an easy question compared to all the other ones we've done.
Oh,
Please.
are you going to find him?
Yes.
Well, I would rather spend our time doing that because I don't have him. I didn't do anything with him, to him, or hurt him.
Okay.
And I appreciate all your work.
You
I'm
can help
listening
us
to you.
more than anybody on this planet. You can help me right now find Gannon. Let's start with the one question I asked you.
And I don't
Fine.
trust anymore for you because
Well, just tell me why you don't want to answer that.
I've already, it doesn't matter. I can tell you I last saw Gannon when I went to the store this morning, and it could be legit true, and you would still be like, he was not at the store. I mean,
I will be able to tell if you say what he's wearing, or not even what he's wearing, how he was walking, you will remember this. And just you not answering it means you remember it.
no, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
Okay, well, I'm glad that you now are a psychologist.
No, behavior analysis.
Okay, good. I'm glad you have behavior analysis. Okay. I appreciate you having me here. What else do you want me to say or do? I mean, what else?
So you don't want to answer that one.
I don't want to tell you anything else because
Why?
I-
If it helps find Gannon, why would you not tell?
you already predetermined.
I didn't say you
What
heard him
you
or
think-
anything. I think you know where he is, though.
You already predetermined this. You have.
The scene does tell the story,
Okay,
yes.
so if that's your story, then I'm not going to keep saying anything because I know that is not the case. So if I keep saying anything to you, you're just going to keep blah, 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 blah about it. And I've been nothing but respectful to you. So I'm trying to remain respectful to you overall because I don't have any disrespect for you. I don't treat people like that. But putting me in a situation where I'm like saying to you, I cannot say anything else because you've expressed you predetermined what you think You've already done that. So no matter what I say, I legit could take you right to Gannon and he would be standing there and you would still say to me, well, that's not him. Or you would say something else. Just
Do you know how
because
good that would be for you?
Oh, trust me. Yes.
Then why do you care what
You
I
know
think?
how good that would be for me? Absolutely.
Why do you care what I think? You should not care at all what I think. You said I wouldn't think. If you could take us to Gannon right now, that
So this idea where she's saying she doesn't have him, did you later learn that that was actually a true statement?
Yes,
Because of where Gannon was ultimately found?
correct.
Later on in this interview, did you confront her with her ability to dodge questions and spin stories?
Yes.
All right, let's jump to that section at 4 hours and 39 minutes and 33 seconds. Bless you. And we will play through 4 hours and 46 minutes and 21 seconds. So about 7 minutes if he's allowed to come down, Judge.
Up to him.
I think I can handle it this time.
Okay.
you got away with spinning stories and dodging questions your whole life.
So now you know me my whole life.
I can look back a little bit. I don't know you when you were 5 or 13 or 16. But I think something bad happened and you've been able to avoid trouble. But that doesn't happen in this case.
Okay, sir.
These stories that you told are much worse for you than if you had just said, the best thing you could have said is, Gannon just went, and that's it. I'm not saying anything else.
Mm-hmm.
But you describing all these injuries to him, even to us today, is awful.
There's not injuries like that.
Yes, you talked about it. His head.
There's all the time. You raise children and they never got hurt. Like they never.
Not all on the last day they're seen alive.
Was. You're making it out to be like some whatever. That's not even how it was.
Tell me how it was then.
Gannon and I are very close. Okay.
But see, that's what you don't do. You say generalizations when I ask you, how was it? And
why? I don't even know what you're asking me.
The injury that caused that pool in the corner. It's not a little scratch on his
Okay, why
head.
don't you test it and see what day it came from? If that's what you're telling me, why don't you test it and see what day?
Oh, it didn't happen on Monday.
No,
It happened on Saturday.
I'm asking you. You are the one who are telling me, no matter what I say, you're telling me it's your way or no way. So why don't you tell me?
Well, I'm saying it's a significant enough injury that he was not going to be normal after that.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
That's what they told me.
Okay, well, that is awful that people aren't normal after anything like that.
It's a significant
Because I had
injury.
puddles of blood. Remember that I had
We're
puddles
not
of
talking
blood
about you. We're talking
I
about
know.
11.
that I did, and there was no significant injury that I died.
Do you not find that coincidental?
Right.
The
What?
blood on the wall and by his bed.
The
and on
blood.
mattress.
The blood that you or your team allowed people to be in the house.
That has no
Okay.
bearing on it.
Okay, well, if it doesn't, then okay.
It doesn't.
Okay, so, okay. Maybe check one of them.
Are you ready to tell me that?
Maybe check one of them. Because
I bet you they can tell me the last time they saw Gannon, even though it was months before. I bet Al can tell you the last time he saw Gannon, even though he didn't know that was going to be the last time. I guarantee you he's got an image of Gannon. Did you ever watch that Letecia?
Okay.
What do I need to say to help you? I'm serious.
You do not want to help me.
Yes, I do.
No, you don't. You want me to tell you what you want to hear. That's what you want.
No,
Yes.
I have never wanted people to tell me what I want to hear. If it doesn't lead me to finding Gannon or the truth of this matter, I could care less what it is. Like I said, most of the time, I'm wrong. I have to have people like you tell me the truth. You didn't have anything to hide. You tell me your last
Don't
image of me.
have anything to hide.
Then tell me. That's not a guilt or innocence question. Just your last image of Gannon. Okay, now you don't have to tell me the last time you saw him, just your last image in your head. What's the last image in your head you have of him? No? Or was he?
Yeah, you said that's image. That's the image.
I mean, was he sitting? Is he standing? Is he laying down? What's he doing?
Walking
Towards you or away from you?
away.
Do you have any questions for me?
Hmm?
Any questions for me? No, that's for me. Have I not asked you a question that I should be asking you? Anything? I don't have the answers. No, feelings that I can't talk about right now. No, it means family.
Yeah.
Anything?
Mhm.
Is there anything I need to ask you that I haven't? Just be it that. I don't think they'll need anything.
Can I go to the bathroom?
Sure.
Well,
Let's pause now at 4 hours, 46 minutes and 21 seconds. As to when you both leave the room and are off camera, what happened outside in the hallway?
I believe she went to the bathroom.
Do you then come back into the room with her?
We might have opened the door, but I don't think we do any more interviews in this room.
Okay. Why'd you go down this path of confronting her with dodging questions and spinning stories?
We had talked about it before, and she had told me that she has done that in the past, as far as talking in circles, dodging questions, and I just wanted to bring that back around. Something that she had told me to see if we could go straight forward just once with this last image question I had.
Did she ever give you a straightforward answer to the last image in her head?
No,
Throughout this long interview, did she exhibit that same sort of trait of dodging questions or spinning stories?
yes,
That's appeared to you in your perception to be a calculated move on her part.
yes,
Your final contact with her is back in this room, and it starts at 4:47:43 and then goes through 4:49:17. We'll jump to that now.
T-shirt. And here, like I said, you're gonna have to go to whatever jail that holds you in. Colorado's got the warrant, so they're going to transport you.
Okay.
Do you have anything else for me? I think we've talked a lot today, but if you have something you want to say, I'll sit here for another 4 hours.
Well, where's the one?
The warrant's in the system. It's in the IC is what they call it. That's what they picked you up on today, was the arrest warrant.
Okay.
So you're going to be going back there. Anything else? First degree murder for Gannon Stauch. That's what I was trying to come in here with you to help you. If we find Gannon, that makes a big difference. We'll let you go. If he's alive, you might as well try it. I can't speak for the district attorney. I'm not an attorney. I'm an investigator. If he's alive and you can get us Gannon, yes. Good things will happen to you today versus getting shipped back to Colorado.
I'm gonna talk to you about that.
So we're now at the end of that recorded interview, essentially. Is she trying to have another off-camera discussion with you?
Yes,
Did you in fact have a short discussion with her off-camera?
yes.
What happened in that discussion?
Right outside the door, we now had police officers waiting to transport. So there were probably 4 or 5 law enforcement around us. And she said something in a small voice about North Carolina that I couldn't hear. And I asked her to repeat it. And she said that she and I should go to North Carolina. And I asked her, is Gannon in North Carolina? And she didn't answer.
Was that basically the extent of that interaction?
Yes, what I recall.
Okay. In looking back at your, even your recorded phone calls that we've heard throughout this trial and in this long interview, are there any, I guess, regrets that you have as to your approaches, ways that you may have been able to get more information about what happened again?
She brought up Quincy Brown to me, I think within an hour or so of our interview. And then she said if something to the effect of if I wasn't going to talk about that, then it wasn't any use going forward. And in looking at the phone calls with Al, that's where she described most of Gannon's injuries, or a lot of them. And looking back and playing it through, maybe I should have gone more down the Quincy Brown angle to see if she would have been willing to disclose more things. That's the only thing I can think of.
The short portions that we didn't play through your direct examination here, were there any surprises in those portions that are different from the stuff that we saw in the video that we did watch?
No.
Did she act consistently in those portions to what we saw here?
Yes.
You, in 2 different sections that we watched, you delved into mental health questions. Do you remember those?
Yes.
Throughout all of your interaction with her, both through those recorded phone calls and in this interview, did she ever express any history with severe mental health issues, diseases, defects, anything like that?
She did not.
Did she ever talk about sexual abuse that she allegedly suffered as a child?
No.
Did she ever point to specific people in her life, family, that she alleged carried out sexual abuse against her?
No.
Did she ever give you any descriptions of any commitments to hospitals?
No.
Did she appear to understand the gravity of the situation when you were talking with her? That this is a first-degree murder charge?
Very well.
In what ways were you able to develop that idea?
Well, as I said earlier, she's able to see where different lines of questioning go and what would be damaging for her to answer truthfully. So, whether we're talking about evidence in the case or what happened to Gannon or her role or involvement, she stops that line of questioning before it goes down something that would be damning towards her in testimony.
So are you saying resisting giving more incriminating statements about the crime itself?
Correct.
Did that appear to be a calculated move on her part?
Yes.
Throughout your entire interaction with her, both through the consensual recorded phone calls and this long interview, did you ever observe her to change personalities?
No.
Did she ever talk in a Spanish accent?
No.
Did she ever demand to be called any other names besides the name that you knew her as?
No.
Did she ever use the name Taylor,
No.
Jasmine,
No.
Harmony,
No.
Christina,
No.
Little Lucia,
No.
Maria Sanchez?
No.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
You may.
And that's all I have. I just need to disconnect this computer from here so that Mr. Cook
Right.
has a clean podium.
Okay.
And you can, yeah, I was going to say turn off the screen if you'd like.
Mr. Cook, cross-examination.
Thank you. Mr. Grusing, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Good. Thank you.
So how long did you work for the FBI?
A few months short of 25 years.
25 years? Were you always in the Colorado office, or were you like a lot of other agents early in your career, you were in different states?
Always Colorado.
Always, okay. And at one point near the end of the interview, Miss Stauch referred to you as something and you corrected herself. You corrected her and said you're a behavior analysis.
She said something like, I'm a psychologist.
Yeah.
And I said, no, I'm in behavior analysis.
Okay. And is that generally what you did throughout the majority of your career?
No.
Okay. What else were your other assignments? And I know you already told Mr. Allen this, but I have to hear things a few times before they sink
No
in.
worries. So I was a special agent, and I was assigned to the criminal side for the FBI. There's a terrorism side or counterintelligence and a criminal side. And for my last 23 years, I was a criminal agent for them. So I was never a supervisor, it would be similar to being a detective for a local police department.
Okay. Now, you told Ms. Stout during the interview that you had been contacted by the main office for the FBI and told to go do this interview with her in South Carolina. Is that correct?
Yes, I think I told her, I was asked by the Colorado Springs office to come investigate initially and then also to go out to South Carolina.
Okay. Whose decision was it to you be the one that goes in and does this almost 5-hour interview?
I think it was up in the air early, whether it would be El Paso investigator and myself or just myself. And I don't remember how it came just to be me, but it ended up just being me.
Okay. And have you done a lot of these interviews over your career?
Yes.
He's going to be like nothing further.
Now, before we got into the audio videotape interview, we were listening to some additional phone calls with Gannon's father and Miss Stout.
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall in one of these interviews, it looks like it was February 19th, 2020. It began about 12:10 p.m. Do you recall that interview that was recorded?
Yes, briefly.
Okay. And were you there for that one?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember at the end of that conversation, it said Letecia said that her guess would be that Gannon was not in Colorado. When asked how she knew, she said, quote, because Tisha didn't hurt him, didn't dispose of him or anything like that, okay? It goes on, so Tisha was in Colorado with nothing, and you guys have run up all these places where y'all think I did or whatever. You haven't found Gannon. Do you recall her at one point referring to herself as Tisha?
I do.
Okay. Now, generally, somebody in that conversation would say I, but in this situation, she's referring to herself in the third person.
Correct.
Okay. Did you find that a little bit off?
Not really.
Okay. Well, what if I started questioning you right here instead of saying, I've got a couple questions for you, Mr. Grusing? What if I said, Mr. Cook has a couple questions for you, Mr. Grusing? Mr. Cook would like to proceed. Would that be a little bit off?
It depends on who you are and how well I knew you.
So it'd be kind of strange if I was up here cross-examining you and I was using the third person to refer to myself.
It would be unusual, yes.
Mr. Cook has some more questions for you.
Sounds good.
Couldn't help it. Now, with respect to the Google searches we talked about, or you talked about with Letecia, I don't like my stepson, you recall those and
I do.
discussing that with Mr. Allen. Were you able to pull up the content that was retrieved during these searches, or what is the scope of what information you were able to pull up in this metadata or whatever it is?
So yeah, I was quite a bit removed from that. We had a computer specialist that was looking into her phone and would send us sanitized results.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you didn't see what the kickback was or
That's correct.
or anything. You just could see the search. Okay. And you don't know when these searches were made.
I
correct?
don't.
Okay. And that's not because you didn't look. It's just because that information was not saved.
Yeah, I was told they didn't know when you're talking about when her actual search happened on her phone.
Yeah. When she, Googled in, I don't like my stepson. What do I do about it? Like if that was in 2018 or was it?
Correct. Yeah, it was no time stamp date was given to me for those searches.
Okay. So some of these searches could have been January 27th of 2020, and some of them could have been in 2018, or some of them could have been actually after January 27th.
Correct.
But before the phone was seized.
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware of any searches coming back saying, what do I do if I don't like my stepson? And the answer being stab him 17 times, plunge and force, strike him 4 times in the head and shoot him in the head?
No.
It'd be some pretty bad advice, wouldn't it?
That would not be good advice. You're right.
Now, sometimes, how many different stories did Miss Stauch tell? I hear at one point you said you were asking her on the video and told her that she's told you about 7 different stories. Do you recall that?
Yeah, I think I was throwing out an approximate number.
Okay. And then Mr. Allen asked you one time, and he said you can't even count how many stories she gave.
Yes, because he brought up variations of stories, which would legitimately count as another story. So,
Okay.
yeah.
But we're not talking about an infinite number of stories. I mean, you could go back and
Correct.
Basically,
We
there
could count
was-
them up.
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, there were, between 5 and 10 main theme stories we're dealing
That
with.
sounds correct.
And one interview, something may change a little bit, but there was 5 to 10 main theme stories.
Sounds right.
Okay. Now, during some of the interviews, Ms. Stauch or Letecia, she seemed like she made a lot of eye contact, was pretty engaged near the beginning. Do you recall that?
Yes,
Okay. And then there was a part for about 30 minutes or so in the middle where she didn't even look up. She hung her head the whole time. Do you recall that part?
yes,
And her voice was a lot lower. You could hardly even hear her. Do you recall that?
yes.
Is almost 5 hours a long time to be in an interview room like that?
It just depends on the situation.
What was your goal when you went into this interview room with Letecia? Was it to find out where Gannon was? Was it to get a confession to be used to prosecute her later? Both? I mean, what was the actual game plan when you went in?
Yeah, probably both. I would say primarily is to find what happened to Gannon. And as she had spoken with Al on the phone, that she had given hints or clues. And even if we were to get some of those, that would be worth the 5 hours.
And would you say that you came away from this interview as far as getting the confession and being able to find Gannon more or less empty-handed?
It went about as I expected it would.
And you weren't able to get enough information or any information out to be able to locate Gannon?
That's correct.
Can I have just a second, Your Honor?
Me?
Now we know what he's going to do, right? Usually. Can I have a second? No further questions. Letecia Stauch. Oh, yes. And yes.
I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Told you.
Thank you,
Every
Mr.
time.
Grusing.
Thank you.
Every time. That's what he does. Yeah. Pack up your things.
Mr. Grusing, you were asked about the references that the defendant used third person to say her name.
Yes.
Have you been around other people who are self-absorbed who also talk about themselves in the third person?
I have.
Does that indicate in your mind any concerns about mental health capacity?
No,
Did that cause you any concern about this defendant as to her mental health capacity?
it did not.
Did it indicate in your mind that she was exhibiting a separate personality
No,
or acting as a separate person?
no.
You were asked about the demeanor change of the defendant in the interview, where in the beginning she's making lots of eye contact, perhaps even almost flirting with you. How would you attribute her demeanor at the beginning?
Conversational, I would even say hopeful on her part that she might be able to provide me with a story that I might take away.
Potentially hoping to manipulate your involvement in the investigation.
Yes, sustained, you can rephrase.
Sure.
Change
Any
of the
other
defendant.
indicators for you as to what she may have been trying to get done there?
Yes, as I told her throughout, she was more concerned about what I was thinking than telling me what was happening. And she continued to do that throughout the interview, and I continued to admonish her to just tell me what she knew, not what she thought I was thinking.
Okay. You were asked at the very end of the cross-examination, did you come out empty-handed in this interview? Did you actually get useful information out of this interview?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what useful information you got out of it?
Well, Letecia continued to exhibit no concern for Gannon as she did in the phone calls with Al. Anytime I would try to speak with her about Gannon, an 11-year-old being missing, however I could phrase that, she would turn it back around to herself. Even at the end, she was saying about, instead of him being found, it's her being exonerated and people would be sorry. Everything focused around her. And that's why her referencing her in the third person was not a surprising thing to me. As far as coming out empty-handed, her not being able to articulate a last image of Gannon was very indicative that image was awful, and I told her that multiple times. So to me, I didn't come away with a confession, but I came away with more of a certainty that something really bad had happened to Gannon and that she had witnessed it. As you saw, I probably asked her 30 times, maybe more, about her last image and gave her multiple outs. And the other thing that she kept not wanting to accept is that this was an accident. And normally in a case like this, a person who has last been with a loved one, whether it's accident or something homicidal, they will accept accident, and she would not accept that.
And then what about demonstrating her ability to recall? Were you able to develop that as well?
Her ability to recall,
Information.
yes, anything that was not inculpatory towards the disappearance and homicide, she could recall easily. Dates, times, movements, homework, those sorts of things. It was pretty easy for her to articulate those.
Was it your perception that she was refusing to recall data as to what actually happened to Gannon?
Yes.
Was that helpful towards the investigation?
Yes.
Were you able to develop information about her intellect, her ability to communicate and that sort of thing?
Yes.
And why is that helpful towards the investigation?
That she is a articulate, intelligent, perceptive, and intuitive person. And that also helped her evade law enforcement while we as a team were trying to find out what happened to Gannon while she was even still in Colorado. So just seeing her organized thought patterns there and how adept she was at shifting and deceiving and using some sort of alternative mechanism, it showed us that she was able to carry out what we thought she was able to carry out, and that is hide Gannon when there were multiple people looking for him.
What about the her lack of any prior mental health concerns? Was that helpful towards the investigation?
Yes.
Why?
Because we saw that she knew what she was doing. And we saw that even in her own words, she made this a 3-day ordeal, saying it started on Saturday, it went through Sunday, and there was all sorts of planning and premeditation involved, whether it's the call in to the school or not using her phone, using Gannon's phone. She explained to us that this was a prolonged event.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Mr. Grusing? Looks like we have one. Just write it down, pass it forward. Just one. Okay. Council approach, please.
Ooh, let's see what the jury asks, because normally their questions are even better than the defense. That's right, Paige. Leticia's actually a lot like Jodi Arias. In a few ways, right? We can't hear him. Judge. Maybe we're not supposed to hear him. Okay, witnesses. He's muted. Can't hear a thing, Judge. You're muted. Look.
Back to this case. With that, if I can have everyone ready to go at 10:35, we should be able to start at that time. All rise for the jury, please.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. May all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time?
No, Judge, what time did you say to come back?
10:35.
Okay.
Defense, anything from defense? Mr.
Guys.
Salini or Mr. Cook?
Nothing.
Okay, court will be in recess. Thank you.
Okay. Court in recess. So now I can do what I wanted to do earlier, which is finish this freaking article. Hope you can hear me. There you go. Welcome to all the new members, and thank you everyone for all your stickers and all your support, PayPal's, coffees, everything. I really appreciate it. Welcome to everyone. Right. So what we were looking at here was, so I'm just going to start from the top so that we don't miss it. So they're coming back at 10:35. So we've got a little bit of what I call a tea break. Okay. I know I drink coffee, but you know, it's a tea break in the courtroom there. Okay. So the insanity defense. Letecia is pleading not guilty by reason of insanity. So that's what's happening in this case. It's not really a question of if she did it or didn't do it. It's was she sane or not at the time of doing it. So the insanity defense defined. Okay, let me just zoom in a little bit for you. The insanity defense is a criminal defense strategy where the defendant may plead innocent by reason of insanity. When the defendant makes an insanity plea, they still acknowledge that they are involved but were not of sound mind at the time of the crime. The insanity defense is sometimes confused with diminished capacity. A defense where the defendant is pleading to a lesser crime instead of removing themselves from the criminal act entirely. Unlike diminished capacity, the insanity plea is a full defense against the crime, meaning the accused is pleading not guilty. Welcome. And yes, you say, grab my coffee drink. I'm going to get one soon too. Probably in the lunch break. But anyway, moving on. The defense also falls under the excuse defense category instead of a justification defense. Generally, an excuse defense utilizes an excuse to remove the defendant from liability from the crime, but still acknowledges that the result of the actions was negative. In other words, the defendant was not responsible for their actions which resulted in harm to others. I'm just going to say again, Jeffrey Dahmer did not win the insanity plea. If you don't know who Jeffrey Dahmer is, he's a serial killer, or he was a serial killer, he was a cannibal. I've written a book about him. I've also narrated the audiobook if you want to have a listen or read. And then John Wayne Gacy, I also wrote a book on him. I'm not trying to plug the books. I just know I've studied those ones a lot because I'm like, how in the hell did these people not win the insanity plea? But they didn't, you know, not John Wayne Gacy, not Ted Bundy, not Jeffrey Dahmer. So how is Letecia? I mean, they don't really have anything else to go on. The defense, I mean, what there's so much evidence against her. They already charged her with first-degree murder on March 2nd, 2020. And that was when this video that we're watching was made, right? The interrogation. But Gannon's remains were only found by chance on March 17th, 2020 by a bridge inspector. And those bridges at the Escambia River Bridge, Florida, the bridges only get inspected every 2 years. So imagine if they didn't, or even if they saw the suitcase and thought, well, whatever, moving on with our day. Thank goodness they were curious. They were like, let's open it, let's see what this is. So wow, did they shock and horror. Thank you so much, Teresa. And thank you so much, 877 Swiss Miss. All right. So the defense, did I already read this? Wait. Yeah, okay. How to prove insanity, insanity under the law. In order to make an insanity defense work, the defense has to prove that their client, the defendant, was insane at the time of the crime. In the legal realm, insane does not necessarily mean the same thing as we might think of when hearing the term insanity. Under the law, if someone is not guilty by reason of insanity, they may not have been in their right mind when the crime was committed. There's one mental health professional on Letecia Stauch's third mental evaluation. Oh, she played all the games already with this whole not competent to stand trial, all of that. 3 mental health investigations, evaluations. The third one said that she was in a psychotic state at the time of committing this crime. Right? Yeah, the statistics are not good, right? Jean says, check our statistics of insanity plea. Very slim to none, right? So they say, in the legal realm, insane does not necessarily mean the same thing as we might think of when hearing the term insanity. Under the law, if someone is not guilty by reason of insanity, they may have not been in their right mind when the crime was committed. In some cases, this defense may refer to a severe episode of mental illness, but not always. A defendant may be considered insane if they were pushed into criminal activity by political ideology or acting out after a traumatic event. Proof. The most crucial factor in the insanity defense is competency. In a criminal case, the defense must prove that their client is legally incompetent. This means that the accused is incapable of rational communication with their attorney about the crime and unable to comprehend the nature of the crime that they are accused of committing. Flightless, we've already heard from the bridge inspector. That was on the afternoon of day 3. So that was very, very hard for him. So go check it out because I did stream that. That's when I started streaming this trial, was the afternoon session, day 3, and around the time when the bridge inspector was talking. We did opening statements, and then I did a recap of day 2 and 3, and then by day 3, I was like, oh, we're going in. We're going to do this together. If the judge allows an insanity defense to stand, there may be a competency hearing to determine whether the defendant is legally incompetent. During the hearing, the defense has to provide evidence that their client is legally incompetent in addition to a psychological evaluation. Letecia had 3. Historically, the threshold for proving competency is low, meaning as long as the defendant is considered incompetent, they cannot stand trial. Now you know why there was such a delay, because they're like, nope, not yet, you know. Lori Vallow Daybell did the exact same thing. Not with insanity. It wasn't insanity, though. No. It was the whole not competent to stand trial thing. She did that. She's not pleading insanity because you can't do that in Idaho, Lori Vallow Daybell. But Letecia can. So she's going with it. Okay. So in most cases, the insanity defense is not the best course of action because it's difficult to prove, and the defense strategy may not convince the jury. And their strategy is dissociative identity disorder, which is not insanity. It's a highly sophisticated coping mechanism from severe trauma. So while it can be, it's a very rare and very terrible diagnosis, it's not insanity. I would argue it's the opposite of insanity. Malibu Surfer, thank you so much. Welcome to all the new faces in the chat as well. I hope that you like it here. I hope that you will subscribe, hit the bell, and that you don't miss out on future live streams. I cover lots of cases, and here at Grizzly True Crime, we like map time, documents, snarky time, bullet points, and sometimes you see my cat Fury. All right, so types of insanity. In the legal system, case results can become precedent or the standard for specific situations. There are several precedents for the insanity defense that affect how the court handles these cases and the outcome if the defendant is found legally incompetent. Now, there's all these rules. Okay, should I read through all of them? There's so many of them. I'm just trying to give you a good idea of what we're dealing with. Takeaway. The insanity defense, that's what we want. Takeaway, okay? The insanity defense is very difficult to prove. So many courts do not accept it during a criminal trial. It can still apply to some cases, but the burden of proof is more than a regular trial. There have been many precedents and legal changes to the law regarding insanity that have made it more inclusive and more restrictive. All right, so we've got that. Now, what I want to show you is this that one of the Grizzlies called Wayne sent to me on email. And he was saying, this is where Letecia probably got her story about Cash Belly Lady. Now, if you don't know about all of Letecia's stories, I have summarized it for you because I found that I actually have a talent of keeping track of people's BS. So that's that's interesting that I've discovered because I can hear all of her BS and organize it in a way that makes sense. So I've made a video for you where we can go over all the, we went over all the characters that she made up, meaning the Craigslist guy, Quincy Brown, Uncle Matt, Eguardo. How did we forget Eguardo? The threesome lady who's called Angel, and there's also Cash Belly Lady. So if you missed that, go check that out. Then you can be all caught up. It's a very short video. Welcome, welcome. So in this story, let me just check the time. Okay, we've still got 9 minutes. In this story, she says that when she was at the Petco, one of her Petco stories is that she was in she was at the Petco in Elle's truck, Gannon was in the back, and some lady who looked 8 months pregnant, really, really pregnant, climbed into the passenger seat. Then she looked at her and she's like, wow, this lady looks so pregnant, but wait a minute, that's not a pregnant lady. This lady's got a belly full of cash. And she said that this lady demanded that she forced her by use of a firearm, just pointing it at her, right? Forced her to go into the Petco to look around and act normal, come back out, okay? And then what she wanted her to do was go around to Mexican restaurants, deliver papers in order to get packages. She called them a Mexican money laundering gang. And so here we know already that Letecia Googles, okay? Yeah. I know we all Google, but Leticia's Google is a whole nother thing. She Googled like she thinks it's her diary or something. She is not a good Googler. Uncle Google does not approve of Leticia's Googling. But Quincy Brown is something that she Googled, right? It's someone who really exists. Quincy Brown was a wanted man. And she's like, yes. That's the story I'm going with. Now, Cash Belly Lady, Wayne sent me this, one of the Grizzlies, and said, look at this, because this is probably where she got her story. Okay, this was published March 1st, 2019. They say Colorado Springs, Mexican restaurants accused in money laundering scheme with ties to El Chapo. And she loves to blame Mexicans or Puerto Ricans for everything, right? So a Colorado Springs food distribution company and at least 6 local Mexican restaurants are linked to, let me zoom in for you, linked to the Sinaloa cartel and drug lords Joaquin El Chapo Guzman Loria and Ismael El Mayo. Wow, El Chapo and El Mayo. Okay, I'm surprised she didn't go with any of these names. Zambara Garcia says a recently released federal complaint providing the first evidence of cartels operating in Colorado Springs. A cell phone of Jose Aguilar Martinez, who purported to own the unregistered wholesale distributor El Potosino Foods, had significant contact with suspected, I'm not going to say that word, YouTube will not like that word. Ahmad says they always blame the Mexicans. Yeah, Sherrie Papini as well. Oh my word. Thank you so much, Ahmad. Okay. So had significant contact with suspected Coca-Cola. I'm just saying that. Okay, just saying that. Read with me. Distributors in the city and in Pueblo, and was linked to Guzman's and Zambara's trafficking, the complaint says. The 6 restaurants in El Potosino, which means the one from San Luis Potosi, Mexico, an area associated with drug cartels, are accused in the drug money laundering scheme in the sealed federal complaint filed in November. A 50-page version of sanitized and confidential information was filed publicly February 22nd. It alleges that El Potosino was a front company used to funnel drug money through Mexican restaurants in Colorado and Wyoming. The restaurants would buy food from El Potosino and accept invoices for items that they did not order or receive so that checks could be cut to the company and Aguilar Martinez, 48, who's in the U.S. illegally, the complaint said. El Potosino is not a registered business. Its website is inactive, and no other wholesale food distributors in Colorado Springs were even aware of El Potosino's existence or that it purported to compete with them, the complaint and other records said. Authorities have seized more than $1.5 million from 15 bank accounts and 2 safety deposit boxes of the restaurants. In Colorado Springs, those are 3 Taco Star eateries. There's the addresses, right? Taco shops and Albert Tacos. Now, do we all want tacos or what? I'm thinking yes. All that happened with this article, now we're all hungry. A 7th restaurant with ties to Colorado Springs was also named in the complaint. Rodolfo's Mexican Grill is in Cheyenne, Wyoming. I hope I said that right. Where the investigation began with a suspicious vehicle purchase. Its owner, Hilario Montellano Aleman, who also operates the local Viva El Taco. The 2 seized deposit boxes tied to Monica's taco shop contain more than $800,000, the complaint said. Authorities believe a woman accessing the safe deposit boxes faked pregnancy. See? You see that? Oh, she got her cash belly lady from this story. She's like, ooh, okay. So contained more than $800,000, the complaint said. Authorities believe a woman accessing the safe deposit boxes faked pregnancies to make deposits, carrying the cash inside of a false belly. Thank you so much, SDL Boston. You see that? Defendants have denied involvement in the scheme. Guzman, widely known as El Chapo, was considered the world's most powerful drug lord until his federal conviction this month on 10 counts of those words, those other words. YouTube hates all these words. But anyway, drug, I'm just going to say it. It's so hard to code word this. Okay, so drug trafficking, money laundering, and use of a firearm in decades of grisly killings to further his drug enterprise. His Sinaloa cartel is one of the world's most prolific, violent, and powerful drug cartels, moving billions upon billions of dollars in MJ and all those other things. He's a well-known escape artist as well. I'm surprised she didn't go with this word. You know, okay, they're coming back in 4 minutes. You know, I'm surprised she didn't, instead of Eguardo, say Guzman. He's a known escape artist as well. In 2001, he spent $2.5 million in bribes to escape the maximum security Puente Grande prison in Jalisco, Mexico, in a laundry cart. And in 2015, he crawled through an opening in a shower area that led to a mile-long tunnel, escaping the maximum security Altiplano Federal Prison near Toluca, Mexico. So, yeah, that's all of that, right? They say the Colorado Springs restaurants, meanwhile, all remain open. Albertaco did close briefly after the funds were seized, but it has reopened. Okay, so we have that. I'm going to show you another article when we have another break again. Let me just find the court quickly. Hold on. I've got it here. There we go. Okay. So when I re-listened to L. Stauch's testimony from day 2 and the morning of day 3, he was saying they asked him, okay, they being the prosecution, if when they went on a holiday to Mexico, because they traveled a lot as a family, Al, Letecia, and the kids, right? Did Letecia say that she woke up in a tent surrounded by cartels? And he's like, doesn't recall that. But that's obviously one of the stories she told somebody. Yes? Yes, I think El Chapo is in prison now. So that's what we have. Okay, so how long do we have? 2 minutes and then court comes back. So I am making notes here as well. I like how Woody Deason in the chat said, cooking it up, because Will Cook, I don't know, he thinks he's like a comedian or something. Wow. Referred to himself in third person and everything. It was so annoying. That's the defense attorney. Brittany said, Dr. Letecia is the best liar. Said nobody ever. I know, right? So yes, I'm making notes of what's happening here. It's amazing how she said that Gannon is my favorite. Well, I think she said Gannon was my favorite stepchild, favorite. But if you re-listen to Elle's testimony, he said she was way closer to Laina. He said undoubtedly closer to Laina. So yes, okay. Sorry, let's just do like this. Just waiting for the court to come back. I'm glad I don't have like robot mic today. Yes. Veronica says Letecia had the best life with Al. This stupid witch. She really had. They traveled a lot. She had a nice house. They traveled a lot. Whew. Are we ready? Here we go.
Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury's not present in the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Prosecution?
No, you are.
Defense? No. Right. They just left it in their seats. Okay. Let's go ahead and bring the jury in.
She's eating her jail nails. Ew, and she better not be zapping anybody. We're watching her. Don't you zap us now. Yeah. Yes, Janet. Dita worked so hard this weekend.
All right, for the jury, please.
You guys figure it out. You do them first. Come on, you guys.
Oh, she's gonna make her space buns again. Look, look, look. Time to braid that hair. What a grand time to braid one's hair when the jury's entering the room. Can you guys see L stuff?
Everybody okay? Thank you. May all be seated.
They're in the
Court will
blue.
recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury is not present in the courtroom. Prosecution claim, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. We would call Special Agent David Donati. And while Mr. Donati's walking up to be sworn in, we've already put People's Exhibits 281 through 289 in the witness stand, the photographs.
Another special
Sorry,
agent.
Special Agent Donati, if you would raise your right hand, please, sir. Do you swear affirm the testimony that this man will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
Good morning. Doing fine.
Thank you. Good. Will you please introduce yourself to the jury and then spell your name for the record?
My name is David Donati, spelled D as in David, Onati. I'm a special agent with the FBI.
How long have you been with the FBI?
For 12 years now.
What are your responsibilities with the FBI?
Well, I've worked in a lot of different places. Currently, I work in the Minneapolis division doing criminal investigations. I started off my career in Lander, Wyoming, which is an RA or resident agency on the Wind River Indian Reservation. I spent 3.5 years there. And then I came to Colorado Springs and spent about 5 years here.
What were the years that you were in Colorado Springs?
2015, probably from April of 2015 to September of 2020.
All right. What kind of cases have you investigated?
I've done a multitude of things, everything mostly in the violent crime aspect, everything from bank robberies to missing persons, homicide investigations, kidnappings, bank robberies.
Okay. What kind of training do you have that allows you to be a FBI agent?
To be an FBI agent, you attend the New Agent Academy, which is about 20 weeks at Quantico, Virginia. There we learn a series of different things, everything from interviewing to collecting of evidence to all the other duties that a special agent does. I've also attended other training during my service with the FBI, which is helps you to be better at your job and continuing training as collecting evidence and interviewing people.
As it relates to the case that we're here for, how did you become involved in the investigation into Gannon Stauch's disappearance?
Early on in the investigation, we were contacted by the El Paso County Sheriff's Office about a missing juvenile, and they asked our office to assist. And at the time, I was assigned as the case agent to help with that assist.
Did you at some point assist removing some items from a VW Tiguan?
Yes, I believe that was on February 7th of 2020.
So let's talk about the Tiguan, at least as far as you knew it. Did you understand that to be associated with the defendant in the case?
Yes, I understood it to be the vehicle that that she owned and that she drove.
What were you tasked to do as it relates to that particular vehicle?
On that particular vehicle, I was tasked to assist. I had other people that helped me collect the what is called the telematics system from the vehicle. And that's several different components that has the ability to store data of the vehicle while it's being operated.
specifically, what kind of data were you looking for or hoping to get out of the telematics?
Well, every vehicle is different, every manufacturer is different, but we do know that these systems do store everything from dates and times to actual GPS coordinates. And some vehicles do also store things like when the vehicle was in motion, when the vehicle was stopped, different systems on the car running, things like that. So, like I said, depending on what that vehicle manufacturer and that data consisted of, it can tell you a lot. And some vehicles, it doesn't tell you much.
What does that process look like, removing the telematics from a vehicle?
So the telematic systems can be stored in several different places. There is items that are called the infotainment system, the electronic control modules that store this information. In this particular vehicle, there were 3 different items that we were looking for, and most of those are contained in the dash or under the dash somewhere.
Were you able to find those particular items for this particular vehicle on that February 7th date?
We did. We collected 3 different items from the vehicle, and that involved removing some sections of the dash to get to those.
Do you yourself then analyze those components to get this data that you're looking for or hoping to get?
No, that is then what I do is I collect those components as evidence. I enter them into our computer, and then I put them in FedEx shipping and ship them to Virginia, our headquarters, where the experts can then analyze the data.
Okay, is that what you did in this case?
I did.
So I want to direct your attention to the photographs that I put on the desk there in front of you. It should be People's Exhibits 281 through 289. Do you see those?
Yes, I do.
Will you please flip through those and then let me know when you're done looking at them?
I'm done.
Do you recognize those photographs?
I do.
What are they of generally?
So the photographs of the Volkswagen Tiguan that I believe to be owned and driven by the defendant, it was located in the El Paso County's vehicle bay where they store their evidence.
And are those photographs fair and accurate representations as to what you saw and in the removal process of this infotainment center?
Absolutely, yes.
Sorry.
I actually took these photographs as we removed them from the vehicle.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, I'd move for admission and permission to publish 281 through 289.
Defense,
No objection.
281 through 289 will be admitted. Are you good?
Thank you. We're connected back over here now, Judge. In just a moment, we're going to be projecting 281 up behind you. And just as a housekeeping matter, there should be a pointer there in the witness box and a telescoping pointer of some kind. You can either use that to point at the photograph itself, or you can just describe it by looking at the photo in front of you.
Okay.
Either one that you want to use. So we've got 281 up behind you. So let's look at the left side first. That's what looks like a shipping label. What is that?
That is exactly what you said. It's a FedEx shipping label where I package the items, use the FedEx computer system and entered the information on where I wanted to send it to. And I believe the date on that was February 10th. It's hard to see on the screen, but it's the shipping date.
And it's kind of awkward the way that we've got to do this. So if you stand up and, oops, go back, please. If you stand up and are talking about what's in the photograph, just make sure that our furthest jurors can hear you. The microphone doesn't pick it up very well.
Sorry about that. So this is the shipping label that I used, and I believe the date was February 10th when I shipped it out.
Is it typical to collect items and then ship them out a couple of days later?
It is. one, I have to enter everything into the computer. Those, that document has to be signed by my supervisor before I get the numbers, which are our tracking, our evidence tracking ability. So sometimes that takes a day or 2 days. Then I can package it up and send it out for FedEx.
How is it stored in the meantime?
Our facility is a controlled storage for evidence collection.
Is there any opportunity for the data that's on these devices to be altered or changed while you're waiting that shipment process?
No, there's not.
Okay. And then on the right side of People's Exhibit 281, is that the vehicle?
Yes, this is the 2019 Volkswagen Tiguan that I believe the defendant to be driving.
Was that belief based off of information that you had gathered during the course of this investigation?
It was.
All right, 282? What's in 282?
In this picture, we're more centered on this, the glove compartment area. And this would be the information electronic control module that will be removed. It sits right here. It has kind of a plastic cover, but once we remove it, I think there's another photograph of that.
When you're going through this process, are you basically just gaining access to the thing and then unplugging it and pulling it out?
Yeah, there's basically that's it. In some situations, like around the display module, there's molding that comes on everybody's dash that is popped out or removed. It's usually in by clips. Every once in a while, there's a screw or something like that needs to be removed.
And then just so that we're understanding what's happening in this photograph, why does it appear that there's white powder on everything in there?
This vehicle had gone through a previous evidence collection, and I forget what the name of that is, but that's like a luminol.
Blue Star?
Is Blue Star.
Okay.
That's used to under lights to detect evidence of other types of evidence like blood or other things like that.
So is that basically just the residue of the Blue Star, what it looks like once it dries?
It is.
Okay.
Yes.
283?
And this box here, the front is what you saw in the other picture would be on this side of this silver box. And then all the cables come like very similar to a computer component. They can be unplugged and pulled out.
Did you in fact unplug this unit and pull it out? And that's one of the things that was shipped off to Quantico, Virginia?
Yes.
All right. 284?
And this is the item sitting on the bench top just to get a better focused picture of.
Same item that was in.
Same item that we've just talked about.
Okay, perfect. 285?
This is the infotainment display. This is usually on vehicles where your radio is seen, or if you have a backup camera, things like that. So this piece that is removed here was the venting above it, and the piece that we are collecting as evidence is this display system. You see a knob right here.
Okay. 286?
This is the back of that unit. The face would be facing the gear shift right there.
So is that on the face that's sort of facing down towards the gear shifter? Is that basically that touch screen that's in a lot of modern cars?
Exactly. It's a touch screen that, like I said, usually allows you to change the radio or do the air conditioning, a lot of other features. Some of them have mapping systems, things like that.
287?
This is a little bit harder to see, but this would be the emergency call module. It is located inside the dash behind the steering wheel.
Okay.
You'll see a better picture when we actually get it out.
288?
And this is that same item, the emergency call module.
So that comes out of the left side of the dashboard, left of the steering wheel?
It comes out of I couldn't tell you exactly which side of the steering wheel from memory, but yes, it's the left side. It's the driver's side of the vehicle, kind of back behind the steering wheel. So you had to remove some components of the dash to get to it.
And then that should be 288. That's up there now. So let's look at 289.
And this is that same item on the table where you can see it a little bit better.
Okay. You can go ahead and sit back down. So tell the jury, you mentioned that this will go into a temporary storage at your facility and then you will package it up to ship it. How do you ensure that what you're shipping and what is received is the same thing?
Good question. We have several ways of doing that. We have an evidence tracking form that goes with it that talks about who handled that product. But the items itself actually get packaged inside a box. It gets the red evidence tape over the top so that during shipping, there's anybody that would tamper with it, that tape would be ripped, the box would be open. So we can say that if it gets there and that tape is secure, that the item was not tampered with during shipment.
Once an item gets analyzed, do you know what happens with the data that may or may not come off of these units when you ship them off to Quantico?
Whenever that evidence is finalized and they get some information off, they would then send it back to us in a similar manner. It would be packaged with red evidence tape and put in FedEx and sent back to us.
If there is location data that's included in the data that's pulled off of that, is that made available to other members of the FBI to potentially map that information?
Yes. So when they pull that information off, they can send it to us. That helps us because we're in the middle of an investigation. And as soon as we can get that information, it definitely helps us quicker. A lot of times we get information sent via email or something like that. It would show us data points or GPS coordinates that we could plot on a map on a computer system and overlay it with like something that you'd be familiar with is like Google Maps with different points plotted on it.
Did that happen in this case where information came back from Quantico with location data for this particular vehicle?
It did. It came back relatively quickly, but that information is kind of raw data, and they tell us that it's not has not been certified or verified yet. So they tell us to look at it and use other means to try to corroborate that information. But I did get the data points early on in the investigation.
Did you give that information then to Special Agent Kevin Hoyland to go through that mapping process that you just described?
Yes, I did.
And do you know whether that was successfully done or not?
Yes, it was successfully done.
Okay. Your Honor, may I have just a moment?
So I have. No
Cross-examination?
question- No questions, Your Honor.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Special Agent Donati? No? All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you.
Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
We'll call Special Agent Dwight Falkofske. I'm going to place this on the witness stand. Go ahead and pull those photos out.
Okay.
And before Mr. Falkofske takes the stand, would it be possible for defense and I to approach just briefly?
Oh, sure.
Thank you so much, Sarah Sunshine. Welcome to 6,300 viewers. Appreciate you being here. And I
Right.
tried very hard to give you the
Agent
best
Falkofske,
views.
if you would raise your right hand, please, sir. Step on up a
Yeah,
little
you
bit.
can come right up in here.
I'm
Sorry.
going to have to get the spelling of his name.
You swear affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
Good. How are you doing?
Good, thank you. Will you please introduce yourself to our jury and then spell your name for the court reporter?
My name is Dwight Falkofske. Last name is spelled Falkofske.
Mr. Falkofske, who do you work for?
I work for the FBI.
What do you do for the FBI?
I work as an automotive forensic specialist, and I want to expound on that.
Yes, please.
So that involves taking parts from vehicles, cars that have been that are brought to us, and we go in and find the data inside the vehicles, and we extract the data and then recraft it into a format that's human readable, so we can find out stuff that the car has contained, such as location data or phones or devices that have been connected to the car and the data associated with those things.
All right. So what kind of training allows you to do that job?
I'm an electrical engineer by a bachelor's of science from Virginia Tech. I have other items on my CV that I could put out for you for FBI training if you'd like.
Sure. Yeah. So let's start with that, the FBI training.
Okay, let me pull up my CV.
Okay.
Thank you so much,
Okay,
Ginger
with
Snap.
the FBI, I've taken DEMS training, that's Digital Evidence Management Systems, digital evidence handling, legal ethics training, CDART mentorship and proficiency testing. That is a specialized internal thing. A little explanation there is previously I worked for the FBI as a contractor that allowed contractors to handle evidence in their facility. And also I have testified as an expert witness now twice.
Okay. How long have you, you said, I think, an electrical engineer. How long have you been an electrical engineer?
My degree was from Virginia Tech in 1992.
Okay. What's your investigative experience? How many different investigations have you been involved with?
More than I can contend with at the moment. I have an estimate on my CV. Like, one moment.
Sure.
Let's see. I've listed over 70 devices that I've examined since 2018.
Okay. What kind of devices have you examined? And I'm not asking you to give us an exhaustive list, but just a generalized idea of what kind of devices that you've worked on in your role as an FBI agent.
Okay, I'll give you the primary two pieces that I typically see from vehicles. And one is the infotainment system, which is the center portion of your car that provides you with information about, like, if you're navigating or what music you're playing, that hardware. Also, another piece of hardware that we pull from the cars is a telematics device. This is a piece that typically talks back to the corporation that's providing connected services.
Okay. And you mentioned that you've testified as an expert witness. What jurisdictions were those expert witness testimonies provided in?
Both were in South Carolina.
Okay. Was that with the Alex Murdaugh case?
Yes, one with the Murdaugh case.
Okay. What was your assignment back in 2020? Same assignment as what you're testifying to today?
Clarify, please.
What was your assignment with the FBI in 2020?
In 2020.
Yes.
So 2020, I was doing the same work as a contractor with the FBI.
Okay. Did you have an occasion to work on some devices as it relates to the Gannon Stauch investigation?
Yes.
Before I do that, Your Honor, at this time I've moved to qualify this witness as an expert witness in automotive forensic specialists.
Defense?
I don't have an objection. That's fine.
All right, the witness will be so qualified. Go ahead.
So as it relates to the devices that you examined in this case, what devices did you look at?
There were 4 pieces that I examined, and I have, I don't have the list of them in front of me, but there were 4 pieces from the vehicle. I knew that some pieces that we had worked on were not valuable in extracting data from, but there were one in particular, the infotainment system from that car was probably the primary one we looked at.
Okay. When you say 4 pieces, does that mean that one of the modules had an SD card in it or something like that, that expanded it out to 4?
No,
Okay,
The 4 physical pieces, and it should be listed in the hardware list or on the in the evidence that I provided, the digital evidence, derivative evidence. There are 4 listings there, and it shows explicitly on each piece what was provided, and it includes pictures.
okay. And then as it relates to your work, did you have 2 different efforts towards gathering this information? One that was an initial uncertified basically result, and then a second that was more in-depth?
Yes, so I'll go ahead and explain the situation around that, if that's okay.
Yes.
So it came to us initially as an active search for a missing child, and in which case we prioritized something like that and put it, we're working on that now. And so when we initially got the pieces in, it was from a vehicle that we had not previously looked at, so we had no idea of what it might contain or the data in it. So we provided a very fast analysis on the system at that point and was able to extract location data out of that vehicle. But then part of our standard processes, when we develop tools to get data off of vehicles, we have to validate them later, which requires a much more exhaustive effort to show that the data that we're putting on a system is exactly what we're getting off. So when I say this data point represents the vehicle in this location, that is accurate. So it took us an additional approximate year or so to finish that validation process.
Okay. So when you have that initial effort that you get that unvalidated data, what did you do with it? That unvalidated data?
We provided it as preliminary data back to the field.
Okay. And then that secondary effort that you mentioned was roughly a year down the road from that first effort. Was that data, did that basically validate all the data, including the data that you had sent the first time?
That's correct. And there were also, I believe there was a little bit of additional data provided as we found more data on the system over time.
Okay. Was there any discrepancy in the data? And what I mean by that is that the initial data that you provided early on, was any of that data that you provided to the investigation proven wrong based on the secondary release of data?
No, that data proved accurate.
Okay. So when we're talking about the item that was given fruitful information towards this investigation, what was that particular device?
The head unit, there was 4 devices. I believe it's the item that ends with 04. Is that?
Well,
what you're looking-
you're the expert. I can't.
Okay, I
I don't know where it came from. All I know is it magically appears.
All right, give me a moment. Let me pull out some
Okay.
records and so I can find what we're looking for. Okay, I do have the list here.
Okay.
So you want me to go through all 4 pieces or just this one?
Well, so let me ask you just a clarifying question before we go
Okay.
down that path. Did you look at all of the items that you received from Colorado Springs to see if there was going to be any useful information on all of them?
Yes, we evaluated each piece.
And then through that evaluation, did you determine, based on what you've already said, that only one was going to provide any useful location data?
That's correct.
Okay, so let's talk about that one then.
Okay.
What particular item are we talking about that provided useful location data for this investigation?
Okay, it was the information ECM, that's electronic control module, basically the head unit that I explained before, from a 2019 Volkswagen Tiguan.
Who did you receive these items from?
Tiguan.
From our internal evidence control facility.
Okay, but when you get it from your internal evidence control facility, can you tell like what case it's being sent from?
The case number is with it, yes.
Okay, and can you verify that it belongs to a Volkswagen Tiguan that was seized in Colorado Springs as opposed to, let's say, Seattle, Washington?
Yes, we have a chain of evidence maintained in the digital evidence management system.
And the information that we're talking about here, was that in relation to this specific case that we're having you testify on?
All right, I'm sorry, say it one more time.
The evidence that we're talking about here, the
Yes.
location data that you were able to pull, can you verify that that information relates to our case that you're testifying in today?
Yes.
Okay. So tell the jury, how do you get the information off of this electronic control module head unit?
You want to go into specifics?
Tell the
Okay.
jury how that works.
I'm going to pull out my notes from that.
Yes, Angela. Tiguan. Watch the short if you guys haven't seen it. Tiguan.
Okay, when I'm processing the evidence, this is what we did to this particular piece of evidence. We first labeled the evidence with the evidence item number and took photographs of it in its state as received. Then we disassembled the specimen, removed the circuit boards, and removed some of the memory flash chips from the circuit board that was inside. And from the flash chips, then we were able to read those flash chips using a tool so that we would have what was a binary image provided that represents the data that was inside those flash chips. Now that data is in a digital format, readable by computers and not necessarily understandable by humans. And so this is where our processes continue.
So let me break in there just so that we're understanding.
Okay.
When you say that you pull a chip off and then you read it, you mean that you're physically looking at it and reading information off of it?
We have specialized tools that access the chip and can read the chip in its proper protocols to be able to pull the data off correctly.
And were you able to successfully do that in this particular case?
Yes, for 2 chips.
For 2 chips off of this electronic control module circuit board?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you then look at the data before you send it back to the investigative arm or area?
Yes. So this case, at this point in the stage, you've only got a binary image with no understanding of what the data means.
Okay.
And so there was processing performed at this point.
So tell us about the processing.
Okay. So part of this is we were able to extract logical file systems from the image. And from the logical file systems, we combed the files that we found for information that might be related to location of the vehicle, because that was stated as an item of interest. And from that, we found, a moment. We quickly found that there was some location data available in some computer logs that were on there in a textual format that were very easy to access, which allowed us to quickly, within 1 day, write a parsing tool that would go out and pull that data from those logs. And that data was represented with coordinates and timestamps.
And when you say coordinates, do you mean like GPS coordinates?
Yeah, geocoordinates.
Geo coordinates?
Yeah.
When you get those geo coordinates out of that log that you're describing, what do you do with it?
So we prepare it into a format that is usable for us humans. I can give you a coordinate, but then you'll even have to go out and type those coordinates into a thing like Google Earth to be able to see them. So we take that and provide, the parser takes the information and puts it into a file that you can just throw into Google Earth. It's called a KML file. And that file will automatically populate the locations and times of the vehicle on a map.
Okay. So how do you get that information back to the originating investigative region?
So in this case, we also provided because of the nature of the search, we went ahead and looked at some of the data and provided a PDF as well, along with the KML file to say, here's some points of interest you may want to go look at. And that was, I'm just seeing which method was provided back. It was provided back to the field. I believe that was over electronic communication.
Okay. Do you know who you provided it to?
So I wrote down here the case agent, which I guess at the time that might have been Donati.
Okay. So Special Agent David Donati?
Yes.
Okay. What day did you provide that to him? Do you have that information?
I have the date that I had the review. February 12th, 2020.
Okay. And then is it common for field agents to then potentially give that information to other potential experts, FBI or not FBI, to then do some sort of mapping with this data that you're providing?
Absolutely. It's their call what they do with the data.
Okay. The, should be up there on the desk with you. I put the exhibit envelope, should be People's Exhibit 291. Do you see that?
This thing?
Yep.
Okay.
You see that? Do you recognize it?
Is there something inside I need to look at?
Well, do you recognize it or not?
I do not.
Okay. Do you remember, did you put the information on some sort of a card, or SD card or something like that?
I put on an SD card, yes.
Okay. The information that was contained in that SD card, was that provided back to the field to Special Agent David Donati?
That was provided, yes, at a later time.
Okay. How was that provided to him?
Okay, so that, as I was speaking earlier, we had about a year's time pass where we provided the validation of the data. So when when our evaluation of the whole process was complete to our satisfaction, then we provided this evidence in totality and in confidence back to the field through the SD card.
Okay. And so what we have in People's Exhibit 291, is that the information that you provided back to the field based on your extraction of the data from those modules?
I see it says SD card, but I don't see the SD card here. So,
Okay. So do you remember prior to you getting on the stand, me asking if you'd had a chance to look at this item or?
I looked at the SD card and I initialed the SD card. Is that not available?
Okay, so that should be in that envelope.
In the envelope. Okay, I just wanted to check.
There should be some scissors there to your left.
Okay. I will open the envelope.
Yep.
Ah, there we go.
Is that what you looked at?
That is what I looked at. This
Okay.
is the evidence we provided.
All right.
Did not recognize the package it was in.
Okay. So is that the same SD card that was provided in this investigation that contained that location data that you sent back to the field investigator, Special Agent David Donati?
Yes.
Is it fair and accurate representation of that data that you recovered from that electronic control module back on February 12th of 2020?
Yes, I verified it just shortly before
Okay.
this meeting.
Your Honor, at this time, I move for admission of People's Exhibit 291.
Defense?
Can I ask just what are a couple questions?
On authenticity? Yes,
The
go ahead.
exhibit.
Go ahead.
Yes. Special Agent, hi, good morning.
Good morning.
Just quickly, this SD card information you have, is this the verified stuff that came approximately a year after February 2020?
That's correct.
Okay, this isn't the initial.
This is not the preliminary data.
Okay.
It does include the preliminary data that we provided at that time as well.
Okay. And how is the preliminary data different from the final data that you got at a year later?
So the preliminary data was what we initially found during a compressed timeline to try to locate a missing child. And later on proved to be accurate in its totality. There were some potential additions to the data as we continued to process it over that year.
Okay. Were there any discrepancies or inconsistencies between the preliminary data and the final data that was published or released a year later?
Yeah.
Okay. Your Honor, I don't have an objection.
Right. Exhibit 291 will be admitted. Mr. Allen, go ahead.
And that was the some of my questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination, Mr. Cook?
No, Your Honor.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Agent Falkofske? No? All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you.
Before you get down, we can put that SD card back.
It is in the envelope. It is not sealed. Here's.
Counsel, approach for a moment.
I was also hiding behind my tissues, everyone.
Right,
Light tissue.
Ladies and gentlemen, trials are sort of a dicey business. Sometimes witnesses go faster than you think, and sometimes they take longer than what you think. The good news and the bad news here is the same, which is these witnesses are going a little bit faster, which means that there's about 45 minutes that we would normally use that we're not going to. So what that means is that you're going to have a longer lunch. We will have all of these witnesses coming in at 1:30. So if you can come back or be back in the jury room at 1:30 and be ready to proceed at that point in time, we should be able to start on time. Again, do not discuss the case among yourselves. Do not discuss the case with anyone else. Do not do your own independent research about any aspect of your case. With that, all rise for the jury, please.
Devil woman's like, no, no. What are you guys saying no for? You know I'll keep you entertained over here. But it is a long time. It's 2 hours. What?
You may all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Prosecution?
Judge, just to expand a little bit on that issue as far as witnesses, just looking ahead a little bit. So we've got 2 witnesses scheduled to finish out today, Judge. They're local witnesses. And then our next witnesses are, I think, not available until tomorrow morning. We have 3 witnesses lined up for tomorrow morning. One of which is Dr. Grimmett, who now lives in Hawaii. I think flew in maybe. Okay, she flew in at 6 a.m. this morning. Special Agent Kevin Hoyland from the FBI is from the East Coast. He's actually flying in today. I'm not sure exactly what time he gets in. And then Dr. Moore from the jail is where she used to work. She does no longer works there, I don't believe. Is that right?
She's in Kansas.
She lives in Kansas now.
Okay.
And just along those same lines, we've got what appears to be 7-ish witnesses left, Judge.
Okay. Okay. Well, if we have some holes or some gaps here and there, I mean, you guys have done a good job in being efficient and moving things along. So I think we're ahead of schedule, and I understand when we get towards the end of trial, that's usually where the holes start to appear because you've got a limited number of witnesses that you're trying to get to rearrange and schedule. So I get that.
Yeah.
Is Dr. Grimmett the only one that you're going to call from CMHIP, or are you
No,
Torres or Gray?
Torres is also from CMHIP.
And you're going to call her?
I believe so, Judge.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. All right.
And then just for scheduling, we thought about bringing Dr. Lewis in to testify on Friday, but based upon the district attorney not being sure they're going to be done before then, we pushed her back, flying in this weekend. The idea they should be testifying on Monday.
Okay. So it's possible that Friday may be a down day.
We may have Friday afternoon.
Well, we can,
but I don't know.
we can talk about jury instructions, see where we are then. We ought to have some idea. We ought to be pretty close because it sounds to me like most likely will be done sometime next week. That's fair?
Yes, I would say that's very fair.
Okay. So we can talk about jury instructions on Friday and see where we are. They look to be in pretty good shape, frankly. Mr. Tellini, can you get me a theory of defense by Friday?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, if I get them Thursday, because I've kind of cruised through them, but I haven't looked at them
Sure.
specifically. So I'll have any defense instructions or any other
Great.
instructions from the defense by Friday.
Yeah, just give me some idea so that, okay. Okay, then we will see everybody at 1:30 this afternoon. Thank you.
All right.
Okay, so I just quickly got to adjust myself. Don't worry, we've always got lots to talk about. Just give me 1 second and we do it like this. And I grow. Okay, Can you hear me? Can you see me? I'm going to leave this webinar because damn, we're only coming back in 2 hours and 10 minutes. That is a pretty damn long lunch break, but I mean, it's pretty cool. So let's go over what we heard so far, okay? That's what we do here. I make notes and then we go over them, and we can also go over another article that I want to show you. And I wonder if you saw my summary of Maptime, because we could do that again. So anyway, okay. We saw the last bit of FBI Special Agent Grusing's interrogation, is what I call it. Okay. With Letecia on March, that was from March 2nd, 2020, when she was arrested in Myrtle Beach, when she dropped Harley off at a recruitment station for the army. They swooped in and arrested Letecia. Now you can hear from all this evidence, even from the Tiguan, that yeah, they had a lot of data on her already and tracking her movements. And do we need map time? I feel like we do. Otherwise, you guys, hold on one second, please. I'm just going to type this in quickly. Okay. Make it bigger. Yes. Okay, we're going to go there. Because I just want to show you where she went to drop off that wooden board. And Gannon's remains first. She moved him around a lot, which is just, wow. Yes, there we go. Okay. So, yeah, Tiguan. Maybe I should show you guys that in case you haven't seen it. So just hold on one second. I want to just show you something quickly. Then we're going to do some map time. Then we're going to go over these notes and combine it all. And it's going to be great. Okay. So if you go here to my channel. Okay, here's my channel. And you go to shorts. That's where I do lots of little updates. I hope you can hear me. Sorry, my mic's a little bit far away. My bad. All right. So just so that anyone who missed it, if you're joining the stream now, the court's only going to be back in 2 hours and 10 minutes. But we will take a little break at some point. But for now, I'm going to be talking your head off. Okay. Sarah, I'm going to answer this question quickly. It's the most direct way to support me. No middleman. YouTube takes 50%. Patreon takes 10%. And PayPal doesn't take anything. So it's really cool. Okay. So yeah, Tiguan, you have to first see this so we can reference it. So Tiguan, you see here the short? Look at this.
Where your Tiguan was.
Sure. Tiguan.
Yeah. Yeah, because we tracked it.
You could have gotten all that from me easily. You just log into the app. It's not a difficult thing. Like
Right. But if you track from where your Tiguan went and you look at where that board went.
Tiguan.
Okay, so this is why it's so
Tiguan.
backwards. So now my Tiguan, but I was driving a truck, and then now my Tiguan, and now next, and then you tried on the rental car, but then
No, you had 3 different cars.
there's proof from the rental car, and I didn't even get to drive it. So I mean,
Right, there's low mileage on it. But we don't know where you went because you had your phone on.
my phone, watch on.
Yeah, but you had your phone.
But the
watch is up in the forest somewhere, isn't it?
Tiguan.
If you guys have my watch, it's at El Paso Detention Center.
The board is true.
Sir.
The board is right where your Tiguan was.
Sure. Tiguan.
Tiguan. She was so shocked that they're like, wait, why are they talking about my Tiguan? Tiguan? Okay. I really hope that this little intro that I play for you doesn't double play. Sometimes it does it. I don't know why it does it, but let's see. Let's play this song. Let's see how it goes. Okay, I hope it was okay. It was a black Tiguan, yes. So what Letecia did, this is map time, by the way, if you're brand new to the channel, we love map time over here so that we can visualize. I don't know, most of us are visual learners, I feel. I'm one. So it helps me to see what the hell happened so that we can understand someone's movements, especially like Letecia. That also has helped me to keep track of all those stories and characters, because if you combine it with a map, you're like, okay, I see what happened there. Okay. So 6627 Mandan Drive is where Gannon Stauch was murdered on January 27, 2020, in his bedroom. So there was surveillance footage of him going to Elle's truck and Letecia going back and forth in the house and then getting in the truck and them driving off. She says they went to Dunkin' Donuts and they went to Petco and all of that, right? But that was in Elle's truck. Okay, so there was a whole loop around, which we've gone over before. So check out that summary video I made for you. And then they went back home and got home just after 2 p.m. at 2:14 p.m. Okay. And while we didn't see Gannon get out of the truck from the quality of surveillance that we have, because the neighbor had filmed it on his phone, he put it on his TV and filmed it. So that's what we have. You know, even if you brighten it and stuff, it's really hard to see. But he either got out on the other side or Letecia carried him out from the other side. I'm not sure. There's a shadow somewhere. Okay. But I can't see it. I'm just saying. So I've linked it many times for you to check out yourself. But anyway, they got home at 2:15 in the afternoon on January 27th, 2020. And the probable cause affidavit says Gannon was murdered in his bedroom that afternoon. Laina came home from school at around 3:30. Letecia said, you stay outside or you go outside. She said, Gannon's in my room. He doesn't feel well, so you can't see him. You go outside and ride your bike. So Laina was outside. She was 8 years old at the time, just walking up and down the sidewalk. And Harley knocked off from work at 4:30. Letecia in that time, from everything we know now, was cleaning up. Gannon Stauch was, and trigger warning, okay? Trigger warning. Gannon Stauch was, he suffered many injuries. 4 lacerations on his head from blunt force trauma. He was stabbed 18 times. There were 18 sharp force injuries. So we still don't know with what exactly, you know, whether it's a knife or a box cutter or I don't know what it is. And he was also shot at 3 times, and one of the bullets hit him in his jaw and lodged in the back of his head. So it's total overkill. And then let's not forget also her talking about the foot injury, the burns, and we heard him on audio say, I'm just worried about my burns. So that's really sad and really scary. And so what happened was that afternoon, January 27th, 2020, Letecia phones 911 at 6:55 p.m. and she reports Gannon as a runaway. Of course, we've heard all the stories later saying, you know, he wasn't a runaway. Eguardo was there. Then it became Quincy Brown and Uncle Matt and all these other stories. Someone essayed her and they demanded a suitcase and then took Gannon as well. So it became an abduction story, which is still, from what we see up to now, everything she's been telling the authorities, yeah, she's sticking with that. Okay. So interesting. So that was January 27th, 2020. Now, I don't know what she did with Gannon on January 27th, 2020, but she'd phoned Elle and Elle was going to come back the next day. So, you know, that's a sinister thought. Does she put him in a suitcase that day and then keep him where? That's a scary one. But on January 28th, she went and picked Elle up from the airport, Colorado Springs Airport. And that's where the Tiguan comes into play. Okay. So first driving Elle's truck up and down, then Tiguan. Okay. Tiguan, January 28th, 2020. She picks Elle up from the airport, but not in the Tiguan. She drives her Tiguan there with the suitcase in the back and a wooden plank, like a wooden board that had Gannon's blood on it. Now, I don't know if that was just to put the suitcase on to prevent blood going from in the car, you know, or if she'd done something to Gannon with the board, or if she used it as a ramp for the suitcase. I'm not too sure. But she drove her Tiguan to the airport, left it there, and rented a Kia Rio. She then picked up Elle with his Kia Rio, and he was like, why are you in a rental car? And she said she doesn't want to put mileage on her leased vehicle. So they go back in the rental car to 6627 Mandan Drive. On that same day, Letecia takes that rental car, drives back to the airport, parks it in the short-term parking. In my mind, I visualize it like next to, like Tiguan, rental car. But she doesn't hand the rental car back. Okay, she's still got the key. She's still renting it and paying for it. So she then switches vehicles. So she gets out of the rental car into the Tiguan. Now the Tiguan goes from Colorado Springs Airport with Gannon's remains in the back, and she drives all the way up here to what they said in the second week of the trial, 15291 South Perry Park Road. We've seen pictures of the area that was in last week's witnesses. We've seen pictures of the area. We've seen pictures of the board. And her Google searches said, can I spray paint wood? So I would think it's got to do with that board, that wooden board. Elle did a lot of woodwork in the garage, so that's where she got it from. I'm just checking. Yes, he was in a Nourish the Unicorn says he was in a suitcase in the back of her Tiguan. She left it in the short-term parking. So I hope it all makes sense. Yes. So she drives her Tiguan, okay, to this area and drops off the board and also the suitcase with Gannon's remains in. And then she drives back, but not to the airport. She leaves that rental vehicle there. She makes her way back home, towards home, and tells Harley, her 17-year-old daughter at the time, meet me outside your work, which is Massage Envy, okay? Meet me there. We're going to stay at a hotel for the night. So we've done extensive map time on it. It's on this route, okay? So she goes and meets Harley at Massage Envy. When she gets there, she parks the Tiguan. She says to Harley, let's go in your car, the Jetta, a VW Jetta, to the house, to 6627 Mandan Drive, and let's go get some clothes. So Harley's like, okay. So they go in her Jetta, they go get some clothes, they go back to the hotel, January 28th, 2020. Okay? So there they are. Tiguan's parked, VW Jetta parked. The following day, Letecia takes her Tiguan. No. You know what else I figured out? Okay, the following day, it was in the summary video. The following day, Tiguan and VW Jetta's parked there because Harley said she went to the airport. That's the one thing I was still trying to figure out. Like, what? So what they did was get in Harley's Jetta and drive to the Colorado Springs airport just to drop off the keys to that rental. When she dropped off the keys, the rental place was like, well, where's the vehicle? And she's like, oh, it's in short-term parking. Gotta go. So she didn't drop it off like one normally would. I don't know why the company just allowed it. It's not their fault. I'm just saying, I wonder if they weren't like upset with her or if Letecia just chucked the keys and like, gotta go. But then dropped off the keys, rode back with Harley to the Massage Envy area. Harley went to work, and there we go. Letecia took her Tiguan. That was now on January 29th. Thank you, JD. Okay. She took her Tiguan and then had it washed. And only after that did she go and meet the police. She was 2 hours late. Remember that? They kept trying to get hold of her and be like, where the hell are you? And they want to meet with her and ask about Gannon. And she was just all over the place. They weren't sure. They said she's very hard to track. Now, today's witnesses are very important because they are going over the data. As they say, the infotainment and all the data analysis for this Tiguan, because it will prove that she drove from home to the Colorado Springs airport and at what time. It will prove that she then drove from there to this area. And guess what? She drove back there. Okay. She went back there to pick up Gannon's remains when she got her aunt and her brother to come through from South Carolina and help her rent a van. Oh my word. She rented a van. They rented a van. And then she had gone back there to fetch Gannon's remains, put it in the van, and off she went to Florida. She discarded of Gannon's remains on February 4th off the Escambia River Bridge in Florida. Thank you so much, Tina. On February 4th. So think about that because that tells you how long it took. It's not actually that long, but still on February 4th, she discarded of his remains and she thought, that's it, Gator country, we're done. Gatorhood, basically. She's like, chuck the bag off the bridge and she's done. Wow. And we heard Harley's testimony of that long drive all the way from Colorado to Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, and how Letecia said you may not basically, let's just don't do anything with the back. Don't open the back. We can't get our clothes. And Harley just complied because that's how a coercive control works. A lot of people are like, why doesn't she know? But if you've ever been in a situation where you've been coercively controlled, especially by a parental figure, or an abuser or someone, it's difficult. And to survive yourself, you become really compliant, right? So gaslit, so brainwashed, so compliant that, Harley was just like, okay. So they were staying at all these different Candlewood suites along the way, but not changing clothes, Harley was asleep the one night, and on February 4th, Letecia had obviously slipped out and then just got out of the bag. And Letecia was arrested on March 2nd, 2020, which is what we were still watching part of today, was that interrogation video with FBI Special Agent Grusing and Letecia Stauch and all her lies. Now, some of those, that's where I'm at, include him asking her, why did you cut the carpet? Because she cut out a large piece of the carpet. And she says the carpet stunk. She couldn't breathe. No one could breathe. That's very interesting, especially based on the picture we've seen many times of the candle incident. And I don't know what's going on with that carpet or what she really did, you know? Okay, so sorry, I'm not paying too much attention here to the chat because I'm keeping you guys posted. Okay, so she said that Laina helped clean up after Gannon's nosebleeds, and she said his nose bled all the time. Like, she really sounds like Chandler Halderson. If you've never seen the Chandler Halderson case, I covered that extensively. I covered the trial, but not streaming the trial. I just broke it down every day. We get to do that now anyway. We're streaming the trial, and we break it down in between. But anyway, he was also explaining away things with nosebleeds and all kinds of crap. I mean, she's saying it's also concerning how she says an 8-year-old or even younger, 8 and younger, helped clean up Gannon's nosebleeds all the time. Okay. She said that Gannon bled all the time after that as well, which is like, what? If you have no sound, just refresh. She said, and this one was like, wow. The higher power will show everyone the truth. And she says she will never have to work another day again. Okay, then. Well, Letecia, your wish was that higher power's command. It's like, oh, everybody can see. And yeah, you will never have to work another day in your life. Oh, you've been in jail all this time, and it looks like you're going straight to prison for life. Thank you so much, Susan. I really appreciate it. Sandra, yes. Please, someone do us a favor and shave off her hair. Yes. Okay. FBI Special Agent Grusing says that she was very logical. And, you know, he asked her more than 30 times, when did you last see Gannon? When did you last see Gannon? She can't answer that, which is amazing to see based on how many lies we've seen her tell. She can answer. She always has an answer and a story for everything, but not that. When did you last see Gannon? And it's likely because, and I'm speculating, that image of the state that she last saw Gannon in, which would have been putting him in the bag. Unless she looked again when she fetched the bag. I don't know. That's what she remembers the whole time. And she cannot, can't compute. She's just like, I don't know. There was nothing wrong with him. She can't say. That was very interesting to see. Malibu Surfer says, yes, people don't understand how powerful coercive control is. Yes, if you've never been through it or in it, I mean, I understand then people are like, why and what, but man, yes, I've unfortunately been through it. From also parental figures. And it's like, oh, you don't ask questions. You just try to survive every day. That's what you do. So I feel like that's what Harley was going through as well. And that's not me projecting. That's based on what she said. Okay. She said nothing negative. One of her answers was nothing negative. What was Gannon doing? What was he, was he sitting? Was he standing? When did you last see Gannon? She's like, nothing negative. Okay. Wonderlust says, why does the judge let her lay down? I don't know. But the thing is, you see, this legal process, I mean, she's got rights. So I don't know if that's part of her, like, human rights or something, that she doesn't have to. I think it'll be difficult to define how one must behave in court, but I wish she would. I wish there would be rules. I mean, like in jobs. I don't know. When I was a pilot, you had to tie your hair back. You can't have loose hair and fly a plane. I don't know if it's different in different countries, but we could not do that. Okay, you better put that hair in a hair tie. So, I mean, I would think in court, it's like you need to tie your hair up. Your face needs to be visible at all times. That would be pretty simple. So I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. I see we all ask all the time, right? Yeah, I'm not T-Pain says you're right. He was doing nothing negative. You were, Letecia. Then she said Gannon is my favorite stepchild. I wrote is, but I think she said was. Favorite stepchild. Okay, a little taboo to pick a favorite, number one. Secondly, liar, because Al said that she was way closer to Laina. She she also said, what are you, a psychologist now? He said, no, I'm a behavioral analyst. And then she said, oh, okay, well, they're behavioral analyst. Analyst. The way she said it was like, what? Behavioral analyst who does behavioral analysis. And you know, Will Cook also pucked that one up. Yes, if you don't know where the puck, well, I say puck obviously because like not just saying, you know, the F word, but also, yeah, Sherrie Papini. Oh my word. If you've never seen my stream on Sherrie Papini, the easiest way to find it is on my second channel. That's where we all got puck from. If you went there, go watch that. Okay, so she said, I'm trying to remain respectful to you. She was trying so hard to remain respectful. Okay. She was also projecting how she gaslights. She said, if I take you now straight to Gannon and he's standing right in front of you, you're going to say, that's not Gannon. Oh, well, one who gaslights would know, wouldn't you? Yeah, no? Yes, Wanderlust says, I agree. I would think she would be ordered to be more engaged unless she's medicated. Could be that as well. Tornado Odyssey says, has anyone validated the fire alarm actually went off? No, we haven't heard any such validation. Yes, Janet says, the Papini puck. Exactly. So, when they ask about the blood on the wall, she says, well, you allowed people to be in that house? With all that blood, huh? You allowed people to be in the house, meaning all the people that were there to help search for Gannon because she reported him as a runaway. And even if later changed to an abduction, yeah, all the people that were there when she ghosted everyone, abandoned everyone, took the dogs and Harley and went and lay low in South Carolina. Yes, those people. She's like, have you checked them? You checked them? Oh, my word. So she's also trying to explain the blood on a wall as what as a miscarriage. Like, why would, if you had a miscarriage, why would that blood be on Gannon's wall? It makes no sense whatsoever, but we already know her stories make no sense. Oh, man. And then this one that I wrote down. She invited Mr. Grusing to North Carolina. Now, when she already came up with that threesome story, if you missed it, check the summary of all the characters she made up and this whole Maptime thing, okay? It's in my video section. It's also on the playlist. But when she came up with that threesome story, that was in what I identified as one of her forms of manipulation. Like, okay, I'm not getting through to this guy. Start bringing up fantasy things, like things that he might like, you know, which is so, she's so wrong. So she makes up like some threesome situation and that this lady Angel or whoever has Gannon, what? Yes, and so later she invites Mr. Grusing to South Carolina. You see, that's my point. That confirms that that's what she's trying to do. So she will gaslight, deceive, manipulate, do all those things. And when she runs out of those cards, she's like, seduce. So, Mr. Grusing, would you like to come with me to North Carolina as well? Not South Carolina. Would you want to come with me to North Carolina? Which is where she's originally from. Which is quite odd to invite him there. He must have been like, that's a hard no. So I wrote here in brackets based on what you guys in the chat were saying. Imagine her, Daryl Brooks, Jodi Arias, and Casey Anthony in one room. Wow. Right? Dawn Keys, we didn't hear of that. We just heard, can you spray paint wood? Right? Yeah, why North Carolina? That's where she's originally from. So I don't know if she's like, come to my hometown. I'll show you around, Mr. Grusing. Oh, stop it, Letecia. Stop it. Yeah, Will Cook says behavioral analyst as well. Analyst. Behavioral analyst. And yeah, Woody said, cooking it up. Mr. Cook was making jokes, yes. And he says, well, you've heard about 5 to 10 main stories. Wow. What a defense question. So there were about 5 to 10 main stories, right? Yes. What does that have to do with anything? He also called her Letecia. He likes to botch her name. I'm not sure why, because he's her defense attorney. But it's sometimes Miss Stauch over here. And he's like, Letecia. And the next sentence, he corrected himself to Letecia. Anyway. She was more concerned about what Agent Grusing was thinking. She was so concerned about what's in his mind. Why? Because she's a manipulator. She wants to know what's in your mind so that I could take what's in your mind and shape it the way that I want it. Okay? So what are you thinking? You let me know, and then I'll let you know what you actually think. Classic gaslighting, coercive control, all of that. He said her not being able to articulate the last image of Gannon means the image was awful. That she couldn't answer 30 times. He said that she had organized thought patterns and that she was very deceiving and she was shifting and manipulating and all of that. Okay, then we had Special Agent David Donati take the stand, and he was talking about Tiguan, the Tiguan telematics, the infotainment system, under the dash, and all of that. And then you guys all pointed out that Letecia was flipping the bird, which was about 1 hour 57-ish is what I noted. And all this infotainment stuff was taken on February 7th, 2020 is the data were done that they said. And by February 12th, they already had all this data from 2 chips where they extracted the data, which was according to Special Agent Dwight Falkofske. Okay, they just mentioned some witnesses that are going to be coming up this week. Dr. Grimmeth from CMHIP, Colorado Mental Health Institute, Pablo. Dr. Grimmeth and Dr. Moore, which she worked in a jail. And then also FBI Special Agent Kevin Hoyland. So there's that. And when the judge said we should be finished by next week, remember that's when, according to my understanding, that's when the prosecution rests their case and then the defense presents their case. And only after all of that, closing arguments. Okay. Yes. So, so I'm just laughing at your Daryl Brooks comment there. So that's what we have from what we've heard so far today. And as we just heard, lunch is only happening. Let's just see Denver time. Lunch is happening. The court will be back at 1:30. So right now it's not even 12 yet. It's 10 to 12. But here we are. Okay, so stand by. Fariba says her Eddies want her to look crazy with messy hair. I wonder. And I know we're all thinking like she's going to act out. She's going to act out. I mean, she's already kind of acting out. I think we're expecting her to like elbow one of her attorneys in the face or something, like she did in that vehicle that we saw. When she attacked the deputy, I want to say, with a Monster Energy drink. Oh my word! Being extradited from South Carolina back to Colorado, she weaseled her way out of those handcuffs and then attacked one of the officers. Yes. Devilwoman said, "Is she crazy? Yes, but not insane." Pueblo. That's how I read that. Because you don't want me to say to Pueblo. Right? Pueblo. Welcome to all the pronunciation police up in here. I want to show you this quickly. I just want to find it again. Just hold on 1 second. Somewhere down here. Wait. Where does it say it? There's this article that one of the Grizzlies sent me as well. Thank you, Catherine, for sending me this. I just can't see where it says Letecia. Oh, there we go. Okay. So this is an article from March 13th, 2023. And it says, new documents detail how drugs entered El Paso County Jail, leading to OD death. Pueblo. Pueblo? Okay. Pueblo. So, El Paso County, Colorado. So this is from March this year, right? Yeah, March 13th, 2023. Now look at this. The Colorado Springs Police Department's 2-month investigation named at least 6 inmates potentially tied to Renee Lawrence's fent overdose death inside the El Paso County Jail. According to the arrest affidavit, the primary suspect is Katarina Gibson. The day before Lawrence's death, Gibson was booked into the El Paso County Jail. During the intake process, photos in the police records show Gibson moving drugs on her body so jail staff couldn't find them during multiple searches. Katrina says, Letecia's got 99 problems, but insanity ain't one of them. That's a good one. Thank you. Thank you. Yes. Okay, I'm not T-Pains is correct. Pueblo. See, I would say it like this. Pueblo. Anyway, doesn't matter. Well, good. So let's follow the story. Follow it along, okay? Somebody died, right, from an overdose. So listen, Letecia's name comes up here. Okay. During the intake process, photos in the police record show Gibson moving drugs on her body so jail staff couldn't find them during multiple searches. Gibson had previously attempted to sneak drugs within the jail during prior arrests, including a syringe with meth, and she was caught in the past, but this time she avoided detection. Yes, Stefan, that's how I say it. Sorry, but Pueblo is how I would say it, like Spanish style. Gibson was placed in the next cell to Lawrence. Lawrence's cellmate, Rihanna Murray, or Morit, tried to sneak drugs in during her intake but failed. Once inside, Gibson asked Morit if she knew anyone who did drugs, according to Morit's interview with detectives, referenced in the arrest affidavit. Gibson says she didn't get caught bringing drugs into the jail. Morit agreed to let Gibson use her phone PIN to help Lawrence pay for the pills. During the day that she died, surveillance video shows Lawrence, Gibson, and Murray meeting multiple times. According to the police documents, Murray is seen putting in her phone password before handing it to Gibson to make calls. At least twice during a 3-hour time frame, Gibson physically hands something to Lawrence. At one point, Letecia Stauch, the woman accused of killing her stepson, brings a brown paper bag from her cell and sets it on a table in the common area. About 20 minutes later, another inmate picks it up and hands it to Lawrence. Are you guys following this? Because, oh my word. According to the arrest affidavit, the police department doesn't think contraband was in the bag because they would have been more protective or secretive with it. They did not seem concerned when the ward deputies walked near it. Comments made during Gibson's phone calls and to other inmates pin her as the primary suspect, according to the arrest affidavit. Most of Gibson's calls are with Darwin van Rolter. That's a very Dutch-sounding name. Darwin van Rolter. We've got to roll those R's. Who police believe she was in a romantic relationship with. On one call with Rolter, she said she could get more phone time by making trades. She also told him on another call, I may or may not have had candy when I got here. But you know I'll probably get rid of it because I need to sober up, you know. Murray, Lawrence's cellmate, said she was there when Lawrence took the drug. She said Lawrence lay down to take a nap and never woke up. After she died, Gibson told Murray to keep her mouth shut. 6 days after Lawrence died, Gibson was released to a representative for a sober living facility. She was scheduled for a review hearing on January 31st, but never showed up. On March 3rd, Gibson was arrested and booked back into the El Paso County Jail on a $100,000 bond. It's the first time in El Paso County Jail history that a previous inmate was charged with proximate cause of death by unlawful distribution and introducing contraband in the second degree. Gibson is scheduled for a prelim hearing next month. Right? So, good catch to Catherine. Thank you for sending this to me. First, one of my subscribers, one of the Grizzlies, right? If you're here and subscribe, you're one of us. And so make sure you are subscribed. But she sent this to me. I was speed reading it and I'm like, yeah, no, I don't see your name. What is this? Like, what is it? And then I'm like, oh my word, I see it. What? Like at one point, Letecia does what now? So they all like scuffling around, you know, talking like shh, shh, shh. And the next minute, Letecia is the one that brings in a brown paper bag from her cell and sets it on a table. And 20 minutes later, another inmate picks it up and hands it to Lawrence. Whoa. Pueblo, everybody. Gisela, Pueblo. Oh no, bath salts? Oh no. Yes. Okay. Okay. So that was interesting, don't you think? Damn. And now I'm reading your comments to see what you say. You guys are still going on about Pueblo. Okay, let's see the time. I just want to see quickly. So right now, Denver time. So in 90 minutes, it's gonna be court time. Court time in 90 minutes. Very excited. I don't know. I'm very wide awake today. I feel well rested, even though we talked about Lori Velo Daybell yesterday. Still feel rested. I hope you do too. Maybe it's because we didn't hear her calls or anything like that, right? Oh, thank you, Rebecca. Thank you. Yes. Well, you know, you know. All right. So just hold on 1 second here. I'm thinking what we could look at now. We've looked at all the map time. You know, there's always lots to do. Feels like I'm in class. Yes. Oh, my bad, Sarah Sunshine. Not all us. Yeah, I speed read things when I first get them because obviously I get a lot of emails. I have right now so many unread emails. So I'm so sorry about that. 636 of them. Okay. That number just never seems to come down. So never be offended if I don't respond to your email and you get the auto response. It's just how it is. Okay. I don't love the admin side of things, but I do speed read everything you guys send me. And I'm like, what is this now? So yes. Can they watch YouTube in jail? I don't know. I would actually hope not. What do you guys think? I was re-listening to Al Stauch's day 2 of the trial, his testimony, and we haven't streamed that yet. So I don't know if you want to listen to some of that. Could do that. It's very interesting also in that initially everyone's like, why is Gannon in the basement? But remember, Harley also stayed downstairs there. Her room was there. It was Gannon's room, Harley's room, and a bathroom. And initially, it was actually Harley and Laina down there. And then Laina and Gannon switched rooms. Yes. Yeah, Spark says the ridiculous story about bath salts. Isn't that very old stuff? Mm-hmm. Yes, indeed. Okay. So just hold on 1 second. It's going to go here, which is day 2. Okay. Let's make it like this.
It was in a box about that big as well.
Oh, man.
Would step forward and raise.
Okay. So I know we can't see it very well, very big. I'll make it a bit bigger now. I am going to be showing you this from MB Inc.'s channel, which is one of my YouTube and Twitter friends from the UK. So I will link his channel for you so that you can go and subscribe over there, give him some grizzly love. We did not stream day 2 of the trial, okay? So it's really interesting to revisit Al Stauch's testimony. I was like, whoa, in hindsight, because I completely forgot that his mother came to stay there that weekend. For a week, actually. His mother came to Colorado Springs to stay at 6622 Mandan Drive for a week, and then they left on the Saturday. They being Al and his mother, they went to the airport, and Al stayed at the airport that night by just sleeping on his duffel bag across from a car rental place, just like on the floor. So already from Saturday night, Al and his mother are out of the house. And that's where we learn about the foot injury. And then by Sunday night, there's this candle incident, the hike, pooping on the pants 3 times that Letecia likes to say. Then there's the candle incident on the Sunday. Like, things escalated real quick the minute that Al was out of sight. So I wonder if that was a pattern that Letecia had of abusing Gannon when Al wasn't around. Like almost taking it out on Gannon. You know what I mean? Welcome to membership, Jody. You know, I think we all think about why did she do this? Why did Letecia do this? Why? But there's so much resentment that she has, so much jealousy towards Landon that the suitcase that she put Gannon in and discarded of him in, okay, that olive green suitcase belonged to Landon. It was a gift from Landon's aunt. So I think Letecia saw this bag in. Al took the bag when they got divorced, which I'm I'm not sure why, but he was like, okay, I just got this bag, so But the thing is, it was initially Landon. So to think that Letecia murdered Landon's son and put her son in this bag that she got as a gift from her aunt, the pain, man. I think she was really showing Landon. But at the same time, I also think that Gannon may have been like, "You're not my mom. I had a stepmother. I used to feel like that. Okay, like who the hell are you? Like telling me what I need to eat, what I need to do, because it's just from one freaking controlling person to the next when you're being passed around between two families, right? Not always in my family situation, I'm saying. So with my stepmother, it's always like, you're not my mom." And I mean, she already hated me because I wasn't her flesh and blood. So I kind of feel that vibe from Letecia where you're like, oh, okay. So you're just like, you're so jealous that Al made these two beautiful children with somebody else. But now you're going to take it all out on Gannon because he's older as well. And I think he was like, you're not my mom and you can't tell me what to do. And he didn't like her, in my opinion. You know what I mean? Just based on, jeez, the hatred she had for him. She lashed out. Welcome to membership. So I'm just speculating, of course. The Google searches, the way she talks about Landon, even after Landon is Gannon's biological mom, if you don't know that. Even afterwards, in her media interview with her back to the camera, she's talking about Landon. On the phone calls we've heard with Al Stauch, she's talking about Landon. I mean, to the FBI special agent, she's trying to pin it on Landon. It's so crazy, oh my word. So I think she was so jealous of Al having, Landon as an ex-wife. She was so jealous that like, oh wow, you had kids with her and everything. But then on top of that, if Gannon was like, I miss my mom, I want my mom, I don't know. I feel like Letecia, yeah, the evil really came out, huh? Yes. Okay. So let me play this.
Raise your right hand, please, sir.
I'm just checking that it's working. Can you hear? Tell me if you can hear nicely, or do I need to boost? Woody, thank you. Woody, it was you that said something earlier, right? That I wrote down? Yeah, cooking it up. You say, great job, G. You have the best channel of all the rest. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yes, Fancy, she's obsessed. I need a big cursor. Why? Okay, so tell me if I need to boost it. I'm going to play this. This is from day 2. Al Stauch takes the stand. Day 1 was opening statements. And day 2, Al Stauch took the stand for most of the day. So let's have a listen here. We're waiting.
Mr. Stauch, if you'd raise your right hand, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand.
Sorry to pause it again. I just want to say on this day, they didn't show Al on the stand. They didn't, because I looked at all the streams, from Law and Crime Network and all the channels that did it. There was no Al. So I think that day, you could see here is the camera. They didn't put it on. Let's see now.
Please watch your step as you step into the stand. Mr. Allen?
Welcome.
Al, will you introduce yourself to this jury and spell your name for the record?
Al Stauch, and that's Stauch, and Gannon's father.
Al, I wanted to start by talking a little bit about you.
You may.
People's exhibit. What is people's exhibit number 1?
Sorry, they're just
That's my
mumbling at the
boy.
moment.
Yeah.
So they said, what is people's exhibit? And they said, that's my boy. I'm going to just boost it just a little bit.
Yes. Yes. I move for admission of people who did it.
Defense? Exhibit number 1 will be admitted. Go ahead.
I would object to it.
I can't see it. Okay. We need to take it down though if it's all right.
I'm going to have you tell the jury a little bit about your son. How old was he when you lost him?
He's 11.
When was he born?
29th, 2008. No, he was 4 months early. 1 pound and 6 ounces.
Sorry, I don't know why the sound sounds like that now. That's not what we want. The hell's it sounding like that for? Turn that off then. Oh my goodness. No, 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 no. Okay, here we go.
Landon Hyatt. I think her name's Bullard now. Landon Bullard.
Were you married with Landon when Gannon was born?
I was, yes.
Gannon, you have a little sister?
Yes. Laina.
Straight for the jury, how big Gannon was?
So Pauline is asking, is it's still live trial? This is from day 2. We're just re-listening to it because of the long lunch break. We're re-listening to Al Stauch's testimony from day 2 because it's just so interesting, especially now in hindsight.
Yeah, so as I said, he was born on September 29th, and it was about a month after that. I think it was October 20th. I got to hold him for the first time, and that's how big he was right there. And the last time I ever got to hold him, he was in a box about that big as well. 6 months after he died.
Was he in the hospital for a short amount of time after?
Yeah, I believe we brought him home in January. If I remember correctly, towards the end of January or sometime in January of 2009. So about 3.5 months.
I think the audio issue, the sound like that is on the stream's side. So sorry about that. I think it improves over time. I cannot do it from Law and Crime Network because that'll just be an automatic copyright problem. So I do have permission from MB Inc. So if you, I'm sorry about that little sound. As I say, it'll get better. Okay, so it's from day 2 of the trial. I put it on 1.25 speed, otherwise we'll never get through it.
Months in the hospital.
Did he have any issues like that overcome?
Yeah, early on he had a lot of lung issues. Actually, while he was in the hospital, he had quite a number of surgeries. Hernia, he had some, like I said, I think it was lung collapse one time, so he had a chest tube. Also was on a feeding tube and a lot of things that go along with being a preemie. After that, he did take a while to overcome his lung issues. He had pneumonia and RSV, I think at the same time at one point. The only two long lasting things he had from it, he just had some stomach issues where he had trouble going to the bathroom. And then he did have ADHD.
Earlier. Was he sort of wagon size to kids similarly?
Not really. I mean, other than at his birth, obviously he was very, very small, 1 pound, 6 ounces. But once he caught up, I think we held him back a grade or a year just to allow that and then to catch up a little bit in size. But no, you couldn't tell any difference with the 5th graders the year he died. So
Where was he?
South Carolina, Florence, South Carolina.
When did you all move to?
I moved to Colorado in February of 2019. My Tisha and the kids had come a month earlier. I was stationed in Alaska prior to that. So.
What did Gannon like to do for fun?
Oh, some of his favorite times, and all of his friends can attest to this, is just playing video games. I think he wanted to be a YouTube gamer. I think he actually was able to make one video and put it on YouTube, so it's out there. But playing Sonic and actually Mario was his favorite. So that was some of the favorite things I ever got to do with him. So.
Up on your witness stand,
Mhm.
you should also have a binder.
Yes, sir.
It's great.
So you heard that he said actually Mario was one of his favorite things, but he loved Sonic and he loved playing Mario. And we've seen pictures of him also dressed as Mario. So sweet.
Yes. Yes, sir. That would have been probably 2018 at our house in Myrtle Beach.
Defense.
Chloe's saying, when do you take potty breaks, G, and food? I was a pilot for 9 years of my life, so I can go a long time without any of those things.
Exhibit number 2 will be admitted. Right. Oops. There you go.
Like I said, we owned a house in Myrtle Beach at that time, and I believe that would have been the fall of 2018. 2012, so 6.5. Yeah. Right, thanks. Yeah, about 6.5 years old. She was. She actually tried to come out a little earlier than Gannon. They were, always competitive with one another. But Gannon was born at 24 weeks. She tried to come out at 22. But I think it was actually 34 weeks of being with her mom in her tummy there before she came out. So she was about 2 months. Oh, obviously as much love as a sister and brother can have. I think a famous quote Laina said after Gannon died was, "I'm just gonna miss getting on his nerves." So if that sums it up for you right there. But yeah, he loved his sister. And one thing I always urged him to do, and I know his mama did too, was to look after his little sister. And even getting off the bus and walking home, I used to fuss at him if he let her walk home alone. And it was 3 houses away. So that was kind of the theme for us. Just be with your sister and be together,
How long were you
just shy of 10 years. But dating and all, I think we were together 11 or so, 12 years.
You know the defendant in this case?
Yes, sir. I was married to her for 4 or 5 years, whatever it was.
When did you meet her?
I met her, I think somewhere along the way playing softball on one of the various teams we played on. But I didn't really get to know her until beginning of 2014, so January timeframe. January of 2014 is when I met her and went out there and started to get to know her.
So for everyone asking, when did Al meet Letecia? I hope my volume isn't like too much of a fright for you after that. I don't know. Let me know. I'll speak softly. 2014. Okay.
This is not intended to embarrass anybody, but would you still married to Landon?
Yes, sir. We were separated and, with the intent of getting divorced, going our separate ways. And that's when I met and started dating Tecia.
Did the defendant have her own?
She did. Harley.
You being that binder so people can do it in the tree?
Sure is. Yes, sir.
When is that photo?
Looks like, I think that would have been 2019. It looks like her high school graduation picture, if I'm not mistaken.
Exhibit 3 will be admitted.
Yes, sir.
So please remember, on the first and second day, especially from day 2 and 3. So maybe it's good that I only started really streaming full time from day 3 afternoon session, because by then they'd had the microphone sorted out. At this point, the prosecution doesn't have the microphone right there, and we can't hear too much from them. But I hope that you can hear Al Stauch, because that's what we're listening to. Okay.
I believe it was in Columbia, South Carolina, where the graduation was, somewhere in South Carolina. Because she would go ahead.
I'm sorry.
I was gonna say she finished her high school at an online school that was based in South Carolina, so she went back for the graduation.
When you began your relationship with
It was, yes, sir. Myrtle Beach.
when did you end up with them?
January 2015. Yes, sir.
Identify her and point to where she's sitting and describe what she's doing.
T-shirt right there with the kind of green jacket on, bluish green jacket. Black.
The record will so reflect. Go ahead.
You do for work.
I'm an officer in the Colorado National Guard in a full-time status. Typically, yeah, 1 weekend a month and then a summer duty. I am. So I am in it's called AGR, and that's what I've been my whole career. Even starting in South Carolina, I was, it's active guard is what it is. Was there for rough 12 years or so as a recruiter and in other capacities. And then I took my commission as an officer and moved states. I didn't necessarily get transferred, but I moved states to Alaska as an officer, and then spent about 2 years there, and then been in Colorado since 2019 as an officer in the Colorado Guard. So my main duties are right now as a missile defense officer.
So let's talk a little bit about the family history. You said you got married in January 2015.
Sure.
Was that in South Carolina?
Yes, sir. I went to, I got hired and went there. I reported in June. I had to come through here for some schooling. We call it TDY en route, but I got hired, went to school here, and then drove up to Alaska to be permanently stationed. 2017. Somewhat. It was when I initially drove there, I had my 2 children with me, Laina and Gannon, and we made that trip, and one of the most memorable trips of my life. And then Tisha and Harley came along the way a little bit later, but they never really permanently moved there. They came for a couple weeks at a time, and then they came and left and did whatever else. Initially, well, I'll talk about during our separation. They both stayed. The kids stayed in the house, and me and Landon alternated time in the house so the kids could be as stable as possible during that tough time. Initially, the custody status, Landon had the majority time, but we were both in the same local area, so we did the best we could at sharing that time. But I think she moved in initially with her mom, and the kids stayed there with her, and that was the initial agreement.
When you said she, just over the record, you're talking about
Landon, I'm sorry, yes, Landon specifically had the custody arrangement. Yes, that would have been in March of 2018 while I was in Alaska.
You mentioned just a moment ago, having 2.
Yes, sir.
So did you have custody of them before you actually got transferred to Alaska?
No, because that was 2017 when I took that trip initially, and then they were still with their mom, Landon with the majority time, custody time. What they did was they spent the summer with me in Alaska, and then I flew them back home or back to their mother for the start of the next school year.
What did you move to Colorado?
I moved me individually. I think I got boots on ground February 15th of 2019, I believe is the date I got here. And like I said, Tisha and the kids were here at the beginning of January, getting a house set and everything. The defendant, yeah.
You may.
Show you what's been marked as people's exhibit number 4. Do you recognize this?
Yes, that looks like a map of Lorson Ranch neighborhood.
Does it have a specific address noted on that map?
It does.
What's that address?
That would have been our house at 6627 Mandan Drive.
Is it a Colorado Springs address?
It is.
Is that in El Paso County, Colorado?
It is.
You're going to move for admission of people's exhibit number 4.
Mr. Kalini, exhibit number 4 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Can you point out the label where the 6627 Mandan Drive address is?
Right here.
Is that where you lived when you moved to Colorado from Alaska?
Yeah, I think just to be clear, initially, I think they had a little temporary housing on base, as you do when you PCS. And then Tisha, the defendant, found that house for rent, and we moved in. And I think they were already in the house when I got here.
When did you all move into that house?
Mr. RN, thank you for your super sticker. It literally says it on the screen right here. Day 2 replay of the trial, Stauch testimony. So it was on day 2 and 3.
I don't remember the specific date. I know they were already in the house by the time I got here in the middle of February.
So February 2019, when you came from Alaska to here, you went to that.
I went directly to the house from the airport.
This already, but did that address in El Paso County, Colorado?
Yes, sir.
How long did you all live in that house?
I lived there, I guess right at a year because when everything happened with Gannon in January of 2020, the investigation started taking place and we pretty much decided just to move out. And the landlord allowed us to break the lease at that point. And then, so it would have been early February of 2020 when we moved out officially.
So let's just go through just a general description of the house. Was it a two-story, a rancher with a basement?
I'm not too savvy on specific style of houses, but it had a main floor to basement.
Was the basement finished?
It was.
Also an unfinished area?
I mean, in the closet was unfinished, but all the areas we frequented in the house were finished.
What about where the furniture was?
Yeah, when I said closet, that's what I was referring to, the furnace room, yes. I call it, yeah, because we kept the luggage and boxes and stuff in there. And there was another unfinished closet under the stairs as well. I'm sure we'll see that as
Where was the bedroom that you
well. On the main floor,
and was there a level above that?
negative.
Okay, so it's just the main floor and then a basement.
Yeah, basement, yes, sir.
Who else had a bedroom?
Initially, it was Gannon, when we first moved in, but at one point we switched Laina and Gannon to what we'll see as Gannon's bedroom, and Laina moved upstairs.
And how many bedrooms, other bedrooms were upstairs?
Just that one bedroom when you walk in the front door.
So two bedrooms.
2 bedrooms total. Yep.
And then the kid bedroom.
Yes, sir.
Is there a living room on that main level?
I have a question, guys. If you put on closed captions, because my stream has CC on, so you should be able to just turn it on, then I wouldn't have to hide the banner to show you this. Just let me know if you can see it. So if I do this, can you not see closed captions on my stream?
Yes, sir.
Kitchen.
Kitchen, yes, sir.
Access to the garage on that main level?
Yeah, and the access included the laundry stuff, laundry room. So
And then what about downstairs?
downstairs was, as soon as you come down the stairs to the left was the I call it the closet, but the boiler room or whatever. And then Gannon's room right next to that. To the right was the living room area in the basement, and then behind that was the bathroom and what was Harley's room, Harley's bedroom.
Have you look at the exhibit? Keep 5 through 12 and just give me a heads up.
Okay,
What are those totals up to?
just different.
So then it depends on the device you're watching, because I've got closed captions available on my stream. So if you guys put that on, you should be able to see it depending on the device you're on, right?
Viewpoints of the house you want me to go through specifically?
Yes, I want the
Okay.
pictures of the 6627 Mandan Drive residence.
Yes, starting with the outside and working through the house.
So People's Exhibit 5 is at the front of the house.
Yeah, there would be a front view where you can see the garage and the front door, yes.
People's Exhibit 6 was that.
That's as soon as you come in the front door, there's the coat closet to the left and then a view of the living room. That's walking into the house farther, you can see the couch in the living room and the kitchen to the right, as well as the back sliding patio door. You can see what's behind the curtains, but that's what that is. Same thing, it's a closer up view of the kitchen. You can kind of see the dishwasher and everything, but yeah, that's the kitchen area. 9 is basically looks like it's standing at the back sliding glass door where you can see the living room, stairs down, and then the garage entryway there. Upstairs living room. That is a view of the master bedroom. As soon as you walk in. That is a view of the laundry area. And then the next door would be access to the garage. 12 is the garage.
Are those all fair and accurate representations of those areas of the home that you just described?
Yes, sir.
Remove or issue People's 5 through 12. Okay.
Exhibits 5 through 12 will be admitted. Go ahead. You may give me just a second, though. All right, go ahead.
So it's the front. Area, the garage doors up and down.
It is.
Moving on to People's 6. So point out, and there's actually an extended pointer behind it.
No.
Yeah, it's right here. Other side.
Other side? Oh, yes, okay.
If you want to, you can just turn around and nothing is. Just make sure when you're pointing away from us, that the furthest you're from, you can hear you.
Okay.
What are we looking at?
So, like I said, this is walking into the front door. This is what I use as my closet actually, but the front, what would be a coat closet. You can see the couch in the living room right there. As we walk forward, we'll see to the right is the kitchen, and this is a wall that covers the stairwell going down. But that's the living room area right in here on the main floor.
So the front door, would that be basically to our back in this photo?
Yes, as you walk in the front door is right behind us. Yes, sir.
Okay. People's Exhibit number 7. Tell the jury what they're looking at there.
This is where I reference the couch in the living room, kitchen area, and the back sliding patio doors behind the curtains there.
And you can see that on this day, they didn't show the witness camera. So we can't see what he's pointing at or what he's showing, but he's describing the layout of the house.
There's a dog in the photo there as well.
Yeah, that's Chance.
And then it looks like there might be a person on the couch.
Yep, and that would be Harley right there.
Okay, People's Exhibit number 8.
Same thing, here's the kitchen. I said just a second ago, dishwasher and the back sliding doors once again.
People's Exhibit number 9.
Yeah, so right behind us right now would be those back patio sliding doors. And here's the stairwell going down. This is the wall I referenced in the first picture. TV living room area. And this is the entryway into the laundry room. And this would be the master bedroom behind this wall.
So sort of around the corner there.
Yeah, you could have to go around the corner and into the master bedroom.
And then people.
Okay, so what I've done for you guys now, yes, they're on lunch until 1:30 Colorado time. So it's a long lunch today. So what we're doing is re-listening together to L. Stauch's testimony from day 2. And now I put the banner on the top so that I can put closed captions on this stream and then you can see it. So win-win for everyone.
People's Exhibit number 10. What are we looking at there?
So yeah, going around that corner, we've come into the master bedroom now. Master bedroom doors behind us, and this little bit of window into the backyard and master bed right here.
And then sort of over to the left. What's to the left in that photo?
So
If you go sort of, if we don't have a picture of it yet, but where would that go?
So if I'm standing looking at
On
this
the
back door and I
stream,
turn my body to the left, there'll be the bathroom, the master bathroom, and then through that master bathroom would have been the defendant's closet.
And then People's Exhibit number 11.
Once again, looking from that living room view, this is the garage entryway we discussed, and the laundry facilities right here, and then into that through that door would be into the garage,
People's 12.
and that is the garage.
Whose car is parked there in that garage?
That was the car that belonged to Harley.
What kind of car is that?
It's a Volkswagen Jetta. I think it was a 2018 Volkswagen Jetta.
Looks like maybe somebody's a woodworker.
Somebody.
Who's that?
I try. I don't know if I can claim to be an actual woodworker, but I give it my best shot. So
So that woodworking material there, various pieces of wood and table and all that kind of thing, that's your stuff.
yeah, pretty much this whole side of the garage was dedicated with parking bikes. But other than that, it was just my supplies and my woodworking stuff.
What kind of stuff would you build with?
yeah, Plague Doctor, no one talks to me like this on my channel, on my stream. No. You can go watch it somewhere else if you don't want my commentary.
With wood.
Well, this you see right here, actually, I'm about 90% done, is a table for mom, and I surprised her with it the other day. One of my favorite things to make is like cutting boards and like epoxy boards and stuff like that, but it's kind of what I do.
So you mentioned making a table for, I think you said mom. Do you mean your mom?
Yeah, my mom sitting right over there. Yeah.
Okay. So you would make some furniture
Yeah, so
and then also cutting boards.
cutting boards and stuff like that. Yeah.
I want to have you take a look in that binder again.
Okay.
Should be the next exhibit number 34. You see it there?
I have 13 is next.
So flip all the way to
Flip to 34, okay.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Is that a photo of a table that you built?
Yes, sir.
Who'd you build that table for?
I built that for Gannon, so he'd have a place to put his, Legos and his, his little toys and stuff in his room.
Is it a fair and accurate representation of that table that you built?
Yes, sir.
You want to move for permission and permission of colors People's 34.
Mr. Tolini,
Okay.
Exhibit 34 will be admitted. Go ahead.
So People's 34 is now displayed on the two screens here. It's fairly obvious, but just point out the table that we're talking about that you built for Gannon.
Right here's red and blue one, and the colors were specifically for Mario. Like I said, it's one of his favorite things, so I wanted him to enjoy that based on his Mario little thing.
And then there's some scrap wood in that photo just to the left there. Can you point that out?
Yeah, so a little piece of like OSB board, and then my circular saw here. There's more of that same OSB up there. I used that to build those in the laundry room. You saw that little shoe container. It was gray. Built it out of that wood.
So you used a term that I'm not familiar with. I'm not a woodworker. OSB, what does that mean?
OSB, it's like plywood, different types of plywood. It's
Okay.
a generic term. Particle board is another word that's used.
Okay. And if you could pull that down the picture. And then I want to have you now flip back to People's 13 through 31.
Okay.
And then just flip through all of those and tell me when you're done.
13 through,
31.
thank you.
Stop at 31, you said?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Are those basic?
Thanks, everyone. You're so sweet. I'm not just a bobblehead. This is my channel. We make commentary over here. So if you remember the photos that they showed us when they showed us evidence in Gannon's room and, you know, all the stickers on the wall and stuff, we could see that table. It was like a little wooden table painted in red and blue. And that's the table that Al was referring to that he made for Gannon. And then they talked about that board that was it's pictured right next to that little table when Al made it in the garage. And that board has like the one corner cut off, right? And that's the board they found there at South Perry Park Road, you know, there in Douglas County. That board with blood stains on it. And it proved to be Gannon's blood and Letecia's DNA was also on it.
Basically just more photos of the 6627 Mandan Drive address.
Majority of them, yes, sir.
Are they all fair and accurate representations of that house?
Yes, sir.
I move for admission of 13 through 31 and permission to publish.
Mr. Tellini?
Couple, and I'm referring to kind of 19, 20,
I'm sorry,
and
yeah,
21. I think there needs to be more foundation laid for those photos, but the rest of them I don't have.
good catch. So those are coming later. So it's 13 through 18 and then 21 through 31. My apologies.
Okay, let's go there. 13 through 18 and 21 through 31. Do you have an objection?
I do not.
All right, those photos will be admitted. Go ahead.
And permission to publish those photos, Your Honor.
You may go ahead.
All right, so we've got 13 displayed on the screen there. Describe what we're looking at there.
So if you can see over here, this carpet, this is where we came in the front door, and I said there was a wall leading down the stairs, and this is the stairway to the basement.
People's number 14.
So, yeah, I forgot to mention the stairs kind of do a wraparound. So we came down the stairs and now we're looking down into the basement, and we had a little computer area here. But yeah, that's the basement entryway.
And 15.
So coming down the stairs to the right, this is what you would have seen, the little, I call it the downstairs living room.
So TV, sofa, that kind of
My
thing.
bike, and then the dog's kennel was over here. And then, you know, mementos, you can see college degrees and pictures of the family and stuff.
Was it typical that you all would spend time as a family in this room?
Yeah, I mean, I watched a lot of movies with the kids down there, but we did upstairs as well. So,
Would the kids spend time on their own down there?
oh yeah, a lot, because again, you can see his Nintendo Switch right here. That was his pride and joy. And we also had a PlayStation, and they would watch movies, and so all the gaming and stuff typically took place downstairs.
Just to the right of that photo, was there a hallway that went back to that back bedroom?
Yeah,
It's
you
hard
can-
to see.
You can kind of see a little crease right here. That's the corner, and it goes into Harley's room and then her bathroom area. And there's another closet right there.
And then People's Exhibit 16.
Yeah, so this would have been the couch we just saw in the other picture, and then this is just the back corner. I guess it would have been like the northwest corner of the basement. I don't know, but yeah.
And then you sort of started to point at it there, but there's a blackish square there in the center of that carpet.
Yes, sir.
Just backing up a little bit. In January of 2020, specifically January 25th and 26th, which would have been a Saturday and Sunday, were you at home on that weekend?
No, I actually, it's kind of hard to explain my duty schedule, but every other week I work Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And that week I actually had to work day shift on a Friday and Saturday, and then I left town on Sunday. So I was at work all day Saturday, came home, the defendant and my mom was in town, and the defendant and I and my mom and the kids ate dinner. And then my mom was leaving that night, so I took her to the airport in Denver for her flight. And then I stayed in the airport. I slept across from the ticket counter on the floor there. And then because I had an early morning flight to go to Oklahoma for training for 2 weeks.
So when did you actually drive up to Denver? And I'm assuming you mean DIA.
Denver Airport, yeah, DIA. So I mean, I don't think I got off early that evening. I usually get off at 1800 or at 6 p.m. And then it was a 15-minute drive home or so. We ate dinner, and then no later than 8 o'clock, I would assume. I don't remember exactly what time mom's flight left DIA, but.
So you drive mom up to the airport, and then you just stayed at the airport because you had a flight the next day?
I had an early morning flight to through Dallas, I think, to Lawton, Oklahoma. But yeah, I did. I just slept on my duffel bag or whatever right there. There's a little seating area right across from the American Airlines ticket counter at DIA, and I just laid down on the floor right there.
So when you left on Saturday evening, whatever time it was, who was left at the Mandan Drive residence?
The defendant, and then Harley and Laina and Gannon.
Any other?
Did you guys know that? Did you remember that Al's mom was staying there the week before? You know? I'm just wondering how Letecia behaved. during that time with her mother-in-law there. And then Al leaving the house with his mother and being like, okay, bye, I'm going for, I think it was a week or two, he's going to go away. Ooh, that is so scary to think. Like, waves them off and then she attacks Gannon.
Adults there?
Not that I know of. No,
How
sir.
old was Harley at that time?
She would have been, let's see, 5102. No, so she was 17.
How old was
Approaching
Ga-
18.
How old was Gannon
11.
in Laina?
Laina was her birthday's in January. So sorry, I'm doing math here. So 8. She had just turned 8.
Okay. You're doing math better than I could if I was sitting on the stand, so thank you. So when you left the house on that Saturday evening to drive mom and yourself up to the DIA, was that carpet like that when you left?
It was not, no, sir.
Did you talk to the defendant about that?
I believe she,
Well, first, did you talk to her about it?
I did talk to her. She said there was an accident in the candle spill.
Okay.
I don't know if it was, let me clarify, I don't remember if it was over a text or over a phone call, but there was a conversation about it at some point.
Do you remember when you learned about a candle spill and a burn or whatever?
Confident that it was that Sunday night, which would have been the 26th.
Okay.
Either that or the next morning in those
Okay.
text messages.
And is that what we're looking at there, is sort of a cutout area of that carpet as a result of whatever burn happened?
Yeah, what I was told was, yeah, there was a spill here, but you can also see that she claimed the defendant claimed there's supposedly some candles spilled on the couch as well. You can see those little spots there. That's what she claimed that was.
Did she ever say who cut that square out like that?
When I got home, I think there was something over it. So I don't know if the defendant ever told me that she had cut anything out. I cannot remember specifically on that.
Okay, let's move on to People's Exhibit 17.
And all the stories start piling up here with Letecia, right? Thank you so much, Marissa Tamaras. I really appreciate it. We are here because of G's commentary. Well, yes. Thank you so much.
What are we looking at here?
So basically, you're kind of standing by the TV almost now, and then you're looking back to where we came down the stairs, and this would have been that entryway into Harley's area. Once again, the dog kennel, we referenced that in the computer area, and this is when I called it the closet. I forget how you referenced it, but the boiler room or whatever.
I called it a storage room, but
Storage room, okay.
unfinished area where furnace and that kind of thing?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then where's Gannon's room in relation to that?
So you have this behind this wall. There's a small little hallway. As soon as you get here, you take a right, and it leads into his bedroom.
Okay. People's Exhibit 18? Is that just a closer up view of into that storage room?
Yeah. Now we're walking towards the storage room here, and then you can see this little, gap here. That's how you get into Gannon's room.
People's 21? So Judge, we'll have to turn the screen off for just a moment. Okay, we're ready.
Hold on.
So 21 is on the screen behind you now.
Okay.
What are we looking at there?
So we've taken probably 2 or 3 steps into Gannon's room now because we're kind of in the center. This was his bed, and as I mentioned before, you can see the remnants of when Laina lived here. Those are definitely not Gannon stickers, but his bed here. There's that table that I built for him for his toys, and then there would also be another bed over on this side of the room. As we're looking at it to the right, this was a storm well or whatever. I remember we're in the basement, and I believe there was a ladder in this one going up to the backyard. His closet would have been over here, and then I think he had a little TV as soon as you walk in the room to the left.
Okay. Is that essentially what Gannon's room looked like when you got back from Oklahoma?
I don't remember if I walked down there immediately or not. I think I did, but I don't remember specifically, but that's about what it would have looked like.
Okay.
That was a common appearance of his room, so.
Was his bed always sort of backed up into that corner?
Yeah, his bed.
So very important how Al talks about the room orientation and all of that as well. We'll listen now. Gypsy says, do you think they'll get into the Eguardo stuff? I'm assuming you mean, right? Eguardo. Well, that's a fictitious story, but maybe they will. There is an Eguardo on the potential witness list, but we don't know if it's that Eguardo or anything like that. So I'm going to stretch my legs, make some coffee and everything, but I'm going to leave this playing for you, and I will be right back.
Bed would have been typically pushed all the way up against this wall and this wall, not pulled away for any reason.
Does it appear there's a little gap there in the?
It's hard to tell in this picture because the covers are kind of ruffled up, but.
Okay. People's Exhibit 23. Do we need to pull it down? Can you just not do it? All right, yeah, be 22 first, but you can't just. So People's 22, what is that a picture of?
So now we're back in the master on the first floor, on the main floor, and we've walked into the master bathroom. You can see the shower right here with the tile and the glass door, and this would have been the defendant's closet, master closet, if you will.
So all the clothes in there and whatever other things were in there pretty much belong to the defendant?
Yeah, so as I referenced earlier, the coat closet, which is normally called as when you walk in, that's where I kept my clothes and her, because the defendant had a closet full of clothes and there wasn't room for mine. So,
Okay. And then People's 23?
yeah, this would have been just taking another step in. We can see, just her clothes, the defendant's clothes hanging up, shoes on the top rack there.
People's 24? What are we looking at?
That looks like, that would have been the defendant's closet, I believe, because those were her book bags. And yeah, you can see some of the same clothes we saw in the previous picture hanging up here. So yeah, that's the defendant's closet as well.
And her shoes there?
Yeah, her shoes, another rack of shoes.
And then People's 25?
That would have been, as soon as you walk in the closet to the right, the same closet.
So I want to ask you some questions before we jump on to the next couple photos. When did you learn about Gannon having something happen to him? You mentioned hearing something from the defendant about the burn downstairs. Was there a point in time when you learned that he was missing?
Yes, I was in Oklahoma. We had our first day of class. Like I said, I was scheduled to be there 2 weeks. Just got out our first day of class, went and ran a couple miles, whatever it was. And then I was already back in my hotel room preparing for the next day and whatever. And then we started the conversation back and forth about he's not home yet. We had specific times for them to be home. Typically it was the street lights. It's something I used to do as a kid. I had to be home at the street lights. So we just implemented that. And he hadn't come home in time. And it was abnormal, but it wasn't worrisome. So I don't know how much you want me to go into that.
Yeah, so I'm going to ask you some follow-up questions
Okay.
about that. When you say that he hadn't come home yet, did you know that he hadn't come home, or is this what the defendant was telling you?
Yeah, based on the conversation that me and the defendant were having, of course, I was in Oklahoma, so I had no clue. I'm just relying on trusting her that he hadn't come back from his friend's house yet, which is where she said he had been.
And what day was that you heard this information?
This would have been the Monday, so that I believe it was the 27th.
27th.
Yeah.
Do you know if he went to school on the 27th?
According to her, he did not.
Her being?
Excuse me, the defendant. According to the defendant, he did not because he was having stomach issues and he was sick, which in my mind at that time is like, why is he going to his friend's house if he's that sick? So it was a little confusing, but
Would it be typical if he was having digestive issues to stay home from school?
no, sir.
Okay. So that by itself was out of the ordinary.
Right.
And when did you find out that he was going to stay home from school?
I believe without having timestamps, I believe it was that morning. And I think she sent me some photos
Okay.
saying, Gannon's home, here he is or whatever.
Yep. And then when you found out from the defendant that he had potentially gone to a friend's house and hadn't come home, do you know what time that was?
I mean, I don't know specifically without looking when that conversation started, but it was already in the evening where I was when we started that conversation.
So you learn in the morning that Gannon doesn't go to school from the defendant
Mhm.
because of stomach issues. And then sometime in the evening, you learned that he had gone to a friend's house and had not come
And
home.
I come home.
And that all comes from the defendant.
Yes, sir.
When did you get back to Colorado?
I came as soon as I can after I decided basically that there was something actually wrong. So the 27th, as soon as I decided he's missing, I got to come home. I had not to get ahead, but I think the defendant had called 911. I don't know about when the police came to the house, but I know I also called them and said, hey, what's going on? My son's out there somewhere. And at that point, I called our travel people and said, hey, I need an emergency ticket home. And I left. I had a buddy drive me to Oklahoma City, and I left from Oklahoma City airport early the next morning.
So let's unpack that just a little bit.
Sure.
So to your memory, the defendant tells you that she called 911?
She did.
Was it that specifically, or was it an accumulation of things that made you worried and decide that you need to get back home and see what's going on?
Yeah. So like I said, I didn't know how deep you wanted me to go at that point. I had also contacted numerous of Gannon's friends' parents in the neighborhood that I knew, he would typically frequent their house and play with their kids and stuff. And none of them had even seen him. So then it started to become an issue. There was also another claim about some new friend on the school bus and some other stuff surrounding that. I'm sure we'll get into. Do you want me to go into that?
Nope,
Okay.
no.
All right. There was that. And so I started asking the parents about, do you know this person's name, or do you know anything about another person? And so it started compounding, as you said, to become more worrisome.
So basically you're accumulating information and growing more worried. Is that what you're describing?
Yes, sir.
And then when you said you called your travel people, do you mean you called the National Guard folks?
Well, we have like a central billing travel type agency that does all of our flights and stuff like that. So I just called them. I think it's called Sato. I don't remember exactly, but I called them. On my orders, it has the emergency number. So I just called that, say, hey, I got to go home. this is happening.
Okay.
I also called Landon and some of her family as well to try to notify them, hey, I'm going home, something's wrong.
When did you actually then fly out of, I think you said Oklahoma City?
Yeah, so one of my battle buddies or whatever, one of my guys in my class took me up to Oklahoma City because that was the only flight they could find, or the soonest flight they could find. And early the next morning, I spent the night sitting in once again right across from the ticket counter at Oklahoma City. I don't remember the flight time.
So when you say the next morning, is that January 28th?
Tuesday, January 28th. Yes, sir.
Did you get any sleep that night?
No, I just sat there and whatever.
Did you fly back to DIA or did you fly to Colorado Springs?
I think I don't remember exactly. I knew I left Oklahoma City, but I'm pretty sure I got back. Well, I know I got back to Colorado Springs. All the different legs, I don't remember, to be
Okay.
honest. But I know I came into Colorado Springs.
So do you remember being picked up from Colorado Springs Airport?
Yes, sir.
Who picked you up?
The defendant.
So let's talk about that just a little bit. Does she have her own vehicle at that time?
I don't know what she drove to the airport based on my.
Listen to the question. Did she have her own vehicle?
We went and got a rental. Well, she went upstairs and got a rental car.
Did she have her own vehicle that you all owned that she would typically drive? Bad questions on my part. Does she have a vehicle that she would typically drive
Oh, does she have one?
at that time?
Yeah, she did. It was a Volkswagen Tiguan,
Okay. What color was it?
black.
What did she actually pick you up in at the airport?
Like I said already, she went upstairs. I was down at the luggage carrier. She went upstairs to get a rental vehicle.
Okay. Did that seem odd to you?
Absolutely.
At some point, were you in contact with Landon with this news of Gannon being missing?
Absolutely. And once I decided there was an issue and a legitimate issue, I think I called her first, can't get a hold of her. And then I started calling her daddy and other family members to try to get a hold of her. But I did talk to her Monday on the 27th that evening while still in at Fort Sill. And then I'm sure, I don't remember exactly along the way, but she said, I'll be there. And she started getting her travel arrangements set to get there. So
Did she actually then come out to Colorado?
she did.
Where did she stay when she came to Colorado?
Initially, I don't remember how many nights. I think she stayed at my house for a night or two. I don't remember specifics. Majority of the time, she got a hotel in town. It wasn't long that we all stayed in the house because we had to leave. So
When she got to town, and I think you said, did she come straight to your house?
I saw her for the first time at the sheriff's office, El Paso County Sheriff's Office downtown.
Okay. Well, was she staying somewhere in Colorado? Did she go to your house?
So she, from my recollection, she landed, came straight to the sheriff's office. I don't know if she did anything in between, but I saw her at the sheriff's office. We left there, I think, in my truck and went home to my residence, 6627. in Mandan Drive.
Did the fact that Landon was going to be staying in your house at 6627 cause tension between you and the defendant?
From her perspective, I can't speak for her perspective. I didn't see their need for tension because there's a little boy missing and we got to fight together at that point.
Okay. So, but was there tension between the two of you over that decision to allow Landon to be at the house?
I believe it created some tension in her mind.
Okay.
Yeah. I didn't have that tension. No, sir. I'm just gonna speak.
Right. A disagreement though. Did she get mad at you for allowing Landon to be?
Yeah,
at
we
the house?
disagreed on that note. Yes.
Okay. At some point then, did that cause the defendant to actually move out of the Mandan Drive house? And I'm not asking you for specific days, just a yes or no.
I believe that's what she said caused her, the defendant caused her to move out. Yes.
I'm going to object at this point. It's unclear if he's just speculating as to what was going on in the defendant's mind, or if this was actually verbalized to him. If it was verbalized to him, I think he can testify. If he's just speculating as to what she was thinking, I think it's inappropriate.
I agree. I don't think that he can testify as to what she was thinking at the time. He can testify as to what she did. He can testify as to what she said.
And that's what I'm trying to get across here. And I'm actually asking for a physical thing. Did she physically go to the house and take things out of the house and move out?
She did. Absolutely.
Roughly when did that occur?
Within the first week.
Okay.
I don't remember the exact dates. I'm sure we'll get to that.
And so if we can put up People's Exhibit 26.
26 hasn't been admitted yet.
I move for admission of 21 through
Oh, you're right.
31.
That's right. Yep, I'm sorry. Whoops. Go ahead.
All right. What is depicted in People's 26?
This would have been the defendant's closet in the master bedroom, bathroom area. Looks like it's been emptied out.
Okay. So did you move anything out of that closet?
No, sir, I did not.
Who did?
The defendant.
There's still some things that were left behind, it looks like.
Yes, sir, it appears so.
Are those some of the defendant's items as well? It may be hard to tell,
It's
but
hard to tell. I mean, that, you mean be specific here? I mean, some of that stuff is my items, but
so I'm asking more about the things hanging. It looks like there's a belt or something and then some sort of a jacket maybe.
this belt looks like it would have been mine. Actually, I remember it because I had that little crease in it, and I cannot tell what jacket that is to be specific about it.
Okay. And then People's Exhibit 27. Is this another view of that same closet?
Yes, so that would have been my sweater. I don't know whose sweatshirt that is. And those are linens from our bedroom.
Linens from your bedroom?
Yeah, up here in the top corner from our bed.
Okay. And then, so looks like, you said the defendant came in there and moved all those things out.
Yes, sir.
You didn't help her at all?
No, sir, there were other people helping her.
Okay. And then I want to jump now to People's Exhibit 28. What is this?
So this was Harley's room, and the door to Harley's room would have been over in this area, and then that's a door into her closet.
Okay. And then People's 29,
And that's walking into her closet, it looks like.
her being Harley?
Harley, yes, I'm sorry.
So the clothes and the shoes and whatnot, is that all Harley's?
Those are
belongings?
Harley's shoes, yes, sir.
And then when the defendant moved out, the week of that 27th, did Harley also move out?
Harley did, yes, sir.
Let's move on to People's Exhibit 30. Is that Harley's clothes hanging in that closet?
Yes, sir.
And People's 31? Is that the way the closet looked after Harley and Letecia moved out later the week of the 27th?
Yes, sir.
You can take that down, Andrew. Thank you. I want to go through and have you describe for us how you all would communicate. Did each person basically in the family, and when I say each person, I mean you, the defendant, Harley, have cell phones
All three of us did. Yes, sir.
with separate phone numbers?
Separate phone numbers, yes, sir.
And then was there a fourth phone number that was assigned to Gannon and Laina?
Yes, sir. It was like the kid's phone, yes, sir.
What was your phone number back then?
My phone number, 843-478-6714.
Who was the provider for that phone number?
I was.
I'm sorry, the cell phone provider.
Oh, AT&T.
And then what about Gannon's or the kid's phone?
843, I remember it was 6724 because it was just one digit off of my end. I don't remember the middle three.
Okay, so
Okay, everyone. Court is going to start in 40 minutes, 38 actually. I'm sorry there's no countdown timer right now because I'm coming back. I'm just busy brewing some coffee, okay? Making some French press coffee. So we are busy watching the replay of day 2 of Al Stauch's testimony because in hindsight, it's just so interesting to hear all these facts again. I spent some time yesterday going over day 2 and 3 of the trial again, and now we're going over it together.
843 area code.
Mhm.
You have to say yes or no?
Yes. Sorry.
Okay. And then the last 4, 6724.
6724.
Okay. Who was the cell phone provider for that phone?
AT&T.
And then let's talk about Harley. You remember her phone number at that time?
I don't remember off the top of my head.
Okay. You know who the cell phone provider
It
was?
was AT&T.
AT&T.
Also 843 area code for sure.
What is 843 area code?
That's coastal South Carolina at the time.
And then what about the defendant? Did she also have a cell phone?
She did.
Who was the cell phone provider for that phone?
AT&T.
Do you know her phone number?
Yeah, yes, sir. 843-655-7460.
During the course of the investigation, did law enforcement ask you for access to the phone associated with the kids or Gannon's phone?
Yes, sir.
We'll come back to that. We've already talked a little bit about vehicles. What was your vehicle?
I had I believe it was 2016, but Nissan Frontier. It was red, had a 6-inch lift on it, some big mud tires.
Was it a Titan?
No, it was a Frontier.
Frontier?
Nissan Frontier.
And you said what year was it?
I believe 2016, either 2015 or 2016.
Who typically drove that vehicle?
Typically, I did.
Anybody else drive it?
The defendant from time to time.
Did she like driving it?
I don't remember ever enjoying driving it.
And then what about Harley? We saw a picture of it, but that was a white VW Jetta, I think you said.
Yes, sir. 2018, I believe.
And then what about the defendant?
She had, I think it was 2019, but a Tiguan, a black Tiguan with black rims and kind of blacked out tint on her windows.
Did you all own that vehicle?
No, that was a lease.
So now I want to jump back to what we were talking about earlier when she picked you up at the airport. Did she give you a reason? Did she say why she wanted to drive a rental vehicle as opposed to her normal vehicle?
Yeah, her reasoning was we would be doing a lot of searching and driving around looking for Gannon, and due to her vehicle being a lease, she didn't want to go over the mileage on whatever those requirements or allotments were.
And there we hear that she didn't want to add mileage to her Tiguan. Right, but then you drove all the way to freaking Douglas County, right? Anyway, so there's that story as well. And yes, someone in chat was saying there is a story about Letecia and Edgar. Sorry about that. I actually forgot about it when I covered this case a year ago. You're right. There's an Eguardo and there's also an Edgar. So let me just quickly tell you guys that it says, during a jailhouse interview with Crime Online in September of 2020, that's when Al also divorced Letecia. Letecia explained that Al allegedly owed someone named Edgar money, and Gannon disappeared after the money was never paid. She claimed she knew about Edgar, but at the time went along with her husband because he claimed that he would pull some strings to help her out. We have to add Edgar to the characters that she's made up. Oh my word. Okay.
What kind of vehicle did she rent?
A little small. I don't remember. I think maybe a Kia. I don't remember exactly what it was, but it was a small little sedan.
What color was it?
I believe silver,
Was it white maybe?
maybe white.
You don't have a good memory of that?
I don't, because we just parked it in the driveway and drove my truck around. So, which made totally no sense.
So let's talk about that. Did you actually own the pickup at that time?
I did.
Not a lease issue.
No, I was paying the note off, but I mean, I owned it. It was my
Okay.
name.
Why was it strange to you, the way you said this earlier, that there was a rented vehicle as opposed to her normal Tiguan vehicle that she was picking you up in?
Once again, and I know I've made the statement already about something else, but in these moments when it's an emergency, things like miles on your car don't matter. It doesn't matter what car we drive if we're going searching. So it just, and in the moment, I'm just like, whatever, just do what you want. But yeah, it didn't make any sense.
Did she tell you where the Tiguan was?
She did. She said it was, so, because I asked, it brings back, remember, I asked, how did you get to the airport if your car's not here? Well, I parked it at French Elementary School, which is where she was employed. And one of my coworkers brought me, or former, whatever it was, one of my coworkers brought me to the airport and dropped me off.
So just so we're clear, you asked her about that and she told you that one of her coworkers drove her to the airport and dropped her off.
Absolutely.
Is French Elementary School close to the Mandan Drive address?
I mean, it's on the south end of town, but I mean, it's a couple miles away.
Okay. Did you ever drive over to French Elementary School to look for that vehicle?
I did.
Did you find it there?
I did not.
Did you find that odd?
Absolutely.
Let's talk about Gannon's relationship with the defendant. How would you describe that relationship?
Trusting. I'm comfortable saying I think he had love in his heart for her. I don't think he was afraid of her, any fear for her. One of the things about Gannon that is special, and I think it's special about a lot of young boys, he absolutely loved his mom. And he had some of that same love for Tisha too.
So he was a mama's boy.
He was, absolutely.
How was, I guess, who would discipline the kids? And when I say the kids, I'm talking about the little ones, so Laina and Gannon.
Both of us, both myself and the defendant.
I want to get into now your relationship with the defendant. We talked about how you met her. How would you describe the relationship? Was it a loving relationship? What was it?
At what point?
Well, let's start at the beginning.
Okay. I think loving is a good example. It was fun. It was, as you brought up, I was coming off of a divorce. So yeah, it was fresh. It was new. I had a good time. I didn't have custody of the kids at that point. So we were a little bit more free and, things we could do.
How old were Gannon and Laina when you met the defendant?
When I met her,
Yep.
2 and 5, I believe. I think that's right.
When did you first move in together?
So my officer school took me through August. I had to go to a 2-week phase in Alabama. Landon and I sold the house, and it was either, I think I signed the papers and it sold while I was gone, but right in that same time frame, late July, early August, when I got back is when I might have moved my stuff into where we started renting a house, but I moved in late August.
Of what
Something
year?
like that, 2014.
When did you first meet Harley?
Earlier in 2014, maybe March. I remember, well, let me back up. I had exposure to her at the softball games and stuff, but I never really, had a conversation, with her. But when I first met her, I actually remember helping her doing her homework the first time I met her. She was doing some vocabulary. I don't know why that stands out, but yeah, I was at Tisha's apartment in spring of 2014.
When were you officially commissioned to the National Guard?
I took my commission June 9th, 2016.
Did you change your duty assignment roughly around that same time?
Yeah, I was in National Guards, as you mentioned, is mostly reserve. So before I commissioned, I was enlisted, I made it up to Sergeant First Class E7. And in active guard status, I had to resign my full time in order to take my commission. And then I was in the reserve status for about 8 months, 9 months before I went to Alaska.
Okay, so what I'm asking is, did you have to change where you were living and where you were assigned with the National Guard after you took your commission?
Not immediately.
Did you at some point move to Columbia, South Carolina?
I didn't move there. I had, when as soon as I commissioned, like I said, it's kind of hard to explain. National Guard's a little different. I resigned my full-time status, but you can get on temporary orders. And so I was on temporary orders in Columbia for a couple months. But I was close enough where I could commute, half the time or whatever.
Okay.
But I just stayed at the Armory in Columbia, South Carolina.
So that's when you say you stayed there, that's where you were working.
I worked there and then I got a cot and stayed in an extra room down the hall or whatever it was.
And then the house that you mentioned earlier in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, did you and the defendant buy that house?
Right around that same time, yes, sir.
Do you remember going to Oklahoma roughly around that same time as well?
I did. I wasn't slated to go until January, and this trip to Oklahoma would have been for 6 months, and this was for my basic officer course, not to be confused with the 2 weeks in 2020.
Right.
So I went there. I was slated to go in January, but somebody dropped out, so I was able to go, I think, the end of July, and it took me through December, just shy of 6 months.
Did you take either Gannon and Laina with you to Oklahoma for this 6-month period?
I did not. At that point, their mother still had majority custody, so, but they did come and visit. There was a few holidays or whatever, and I came home a couple times to visit during that time period.
What about the defendant? Did she ever come to Oklahoma to
The
visit?
defendant did, as well as Harley.
Did she ever move to Oklahoma during that 6-month period with you?
She never moved. I don't remember her staying at maximum a week. I don't even think she stayed that long at any point.
Was it that year, 2016, when you learned of the job up in Alaska?
I did. While I was in Oklahoma, I learned of that.
Was that something that interested you?
Absolutely.
Did you apply to that position?
Absolutely.
When you finished that training in Oklahoma in 2016, where did you go after finishing that training?
I came home, I say home, but came to the house that the defendant and I owned in Myrtle Beach.
Okay. When did you actually get transferred up to Alaska? If you can tell us.
Yeah, so I spoke to this earlier. I came here for schooling. I got here, I think, April 1st, did 2 months here, and then I took the trip with the kids up to Alaska. So I think June 9th or something like that, I got up there. But I was on orders in the Alaska Guard on my way here, and then just in my training. So
You said June. What year are we talking about?
2017, once again. Yeah.
What was the, I'm a Navy guy, so I don't understand National Guard. Are they bases, forts? What are they called?
Most of the time, your typical National Guard duty is going to be at an armory, like a local reserve center or something. They're all over Colorado Springs. This one is a little different because it was an active Guard unit, which is kind of rare in the Guard. But it was at Fort Greely, Alaska. I was stationed and lived on base.
So how long were you stationed up at Fort Greely?
Just shy of 2 years. Like as I mentioned, I got hired on in March. Went to my school here, and then that was 2017, and then February 2019, I was transferred here.
Was it roughly around that time that you actually filed for custody of Gannon and Laina?
No, I think I actually filed for custody before I left to Alaska. So is that the time period you're talking about?
Yeah, so when did you file for custody of Gannon and Laina?
So like February or March of 2017. I don't remember specific dates, but it was before I was leaving. Yes, sir.
If you're all wondering what we're doing, the banner tells you L. Stauch testimony day 2 of the trial replay. That's what we're just going over again, because in hindsight, very interesting. We've gone over his calls in a 6-hour stream before, but we've never gone over together, because I didn't stream day 2, his testimony together. Even though I've watched it, this will be round 3 for me. Got lots of notes already. I hope you're finding it interesting in the lunch break today. So in 25 minutes, the court will resume. So we won't be able to watch all of this, but at least we're hearing some information just as a refresh.
Do you remember a specific incident occurring prior to you leaving for training where you and the defendant got into an argument?
Yes,
in
sir.
2017?
In 20. Don't remember. Is there more you can give me?
I can't ask you leading questions, so I
Okay.
got to ask an open-ended question.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, so I think we did get into an argument, a verbal argument about me taking the job in Alaska. That was It's a point of tension for sure.
Did she tell you whether she was supportive of you taking that job in Alaska or not?
I don't remember specifically if she said supportive, but all indications were no.
Was that the sort of the source of the fight?
I would say yes. That was the source of many verbal disagreements and arguments in that time period.
Were you all living together at that particular time?
Yes, sir.
When this fight occurred?
Yes, sir, in the house in Myrtle Beach.
Okay. Did the defendant take specific action regarding your belongings in the house?
Yeah, yes, sir, the day I was supposed to leave to come to Colorado for training, which would have been late March. I don't remember the specific date. Yeah, she threw all my stuff in the front yard and whatever, just said I'm done with you kind of thing.
Said that, so you said, she said, I'm done with you kind of thing?
And I'm not quoting directly, but that's the theme of it. I'm done. Take your stuff and go and whatever.
Obviously the relationship didn't end then, is that right?
No, I think it was actually about a week or 8 or 9 days before we talked again. Not a lot of communication. I did talk to her the whole trip here, and then it was a couple of days after I got here, I think. So yeah, it was tough times.
You mentioned earlier that the defendant actually did come up to Alaska.
Yes, sir.
When did that occur?
Various times. I don't know. I don't remember specifically when she first showed up. Had already been there for a while, but she did come and then stayed for a week or 2 or 3 weeks here, a month there. I mean, she never moved there. I never felt like she moved there, I should say.
Well, and I'm probably just asking a bad question, but was there a period of time where it seemed as if there was a move where she actually brought Harley with her to Alaska?
Yes, there was a period of time, and this would have been that first summer, because what she told me was that she was looking for a job at the school and that she had enrolled Harley at the school in Delta Junction is the town, but that she was enrolled there. And then, that's where we're at.
Delta Junction, Alaska.
Yeah, which is where Fort Greely, the base is located, is Delta Junction.
So did the defendants and Harley actually come to Alaska during that time frame?
They did. There would have been sometime June or July. I don't remember how long they stayed, like I said, but.
Did the defendant ever tell you, did you say something, Judge?
No.
Okay, sorry. Did the defendant ever tell you whether she enjoyed being in Alaska?
She actually told me the opposite quite a bit, that she hated it there, that she'd give it back to Russia. So.
Give Alaska back
Yeah,
to Russia?
just give it to them
Yeah.
because it's so bad up there.
Would the defendant use manipulation on you in your relationship?
Absolutely.
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Go ahead, you can answer.
Absolutely.
She would use manipulation. Sherrie says, I almost think she was truly worried about mileage on her VW. From 6627 Mandan Drive to South Perry Park Road, that's not counting going to the airport as well, that is 42 miles or so. So, I mean, she may have somewhat been worried about it with her lease and everything like that, but she drove pretty far, in her Tiguan. I think she's more worried about people catching her doing what she's doing in that Tiguan. You know what I mean? She thought she was so smart. And then today we heard from all these FBI special agents with all the telematics and all the information, the infotainment and the chips and all the data that they were able to extract, of course. And she's just like, whoa, yeah, didn't think of that. Okay.
This time period that we're talking about where you were in Alaska, and she's telling you that she hated it, did she manipulate that situation to try to get you to leave that duty station?
Yes, sir. At the end, she did.
When you say the end, what do you mean by the end?
That's what her manipulating a situation is what led me to leave Alaska.
When did the manipulation in that regard change or cause you to start to leave Alaska?
That specific incident or set of incidents would have been in the fall of 2018.
What was the nature of that manipulation?
Objection 404B.
Council approach, please. Investigation about any aspect of this case. And if we can have everyone back in the jury room ready to go at 10:40, we should be able to start on time at that point. All right, for the jury, please.
Okay, now let me just see what the time is, because there's 20 minutes to go. So this could be a good point to break from this. What do you guys think about that? Because, or do you want to keep listening to it? I don't mind. I thought maybe I could tell you about this Edgar. My word. Edgar, I forgot about that. Never mind, Tiguan. Edgar. Oh my gosh. And there's another article that someone sent me as well. So we could go over 2 articles if you want, real quick. Let's just see here. Oh yeah, we've seen that one. Okay, so I'm just seeing what you guys are saying there. It's good, huh? Re-listening to it. I don't know. When I was re-listening to it yesterday, I'm like, what? So many things that I missed. I mean, we hear it, but when you hear it the second time or the third time, I mean, in psychology, they say people really only hear something properly the seventh time. We will not be listening to Letecia Stauch's calls for seven times over. No, we won't. Okay, you guys say you okay. Whoa, hold on. We're gonna ask. Yeah, Edgar. Jay's like, Edgar? There's an Edgar, you guys. So let me put this here quickly so you can see. Right? So this is a jailhouse interview. Letecia Stauch describes new version of beloved Colorado boy Gannon Stauch's death. Letecia Stauch, a Colorado woman behind bars waiting for trial, which we're watching now, the trial, you guys, for her death. Sorry, for Gannon's death. Just hold on. There you go. Okay, so this was obviously September 3rd, 2020. Okay, in September is when Al divorced Letecia. So interesting timing that this is when she's going to throw him under the bus, right? So it says Letecia Stauch, a Colorado woman behind bars awaiting trial for the death of her 11-year-old stepson, maintains her innocence, although she's been charged with first-degree murder and a slew of related felonies. In an exclusive interview with Crime Online, Stauch, who's currently incarcerated at the El Paso County Jail in Colorado, alleged that her estranged husband, Albert Stauch, the father of Gannon, should be in jail for manslaughter. Whoa! What? I completely forgot about this Edgar one. Thank you, Gypsy, for reminding me of that. I was first like, Edgar, no, Eguardo. No, okay, yeah, Edgar is there too. Although she didn't give specifics on why Albert Stauch deserves a manslaughter charge, she did claim that he owed someone named Edgar money, which led to Gannon's disappearance. Wow. So there's that. You could see it there with your own eyes. According to Letecia Stauch, however, she's been covering for others, hoping that the full truth that's not sugar-coated would come out. Yes, we have to add another character. Him, Albert Stauch, and Edgar was getting into it because he owed Edgar some money. We had the money that should have been paid from the cruise. What? Stauch said. Albert made a stupid decision, It just wasn't, a good situation. So, he told me a story to tell the police, and I just didn't know what to say. Yeah, can she go any lower? That's what USA Kiwi asked. I think she can. Jane's like, spot alert, spot, single point of blame. Wow, Letecia has several point of blame. Never mind single. She's like, all of them. Stauch also claimed that her estranged husband told her that she didn't have a child to lose and that he had many law enforcement and military officials that could assist if she didn't snitch. Oh my gosh. Letecia Stauch explained that she went along with what her husband said because he claimed he would pull some strings to help her out. Where the police, messed up is January 27th. Now, here we go with another story, so brace yourselves. We've got 15 or so minutes before court starts again, okay? So, buckle up for another story time. Okay, are we ready? Here we go. Where the police, messed up is January 27th. He was on a train. You see what I'm saying? No, Letecia, nobody sees what you're saying. He was on a train. You see what I'm saying? I'm thinking that's their thing. But it's not because they came to my house with hours of body cam. There was nothing. Like, you check my car on the body cams, you take everything. You, law enforcement, just don't like it. There was no way. You know what I mean? Oh, I laugh not because it's a terrible case. I laugh at Letecia, okay? Oh my word, it drives me mad. This is crazy. You know what I mean? And I always make this reference just because it always stuck with me when I heard that Jeffrey Dahmer was explaining to the police, trigger warning, how he peeled people's faces off, okay, bodies. And then he says, you know what I mean? Like, after explaining that, how he did it, he says to them, you know what I mean? And they look at each other and they're like, no, we really don't know what you mean. So I don't know. Whenever I see a criminal saying, you know what I mean? I'm like, oh man, they're doing a Dahmer here. Their time frame, it was all wrong because they couldn't figure it out. Where was Gannon? He truly was gone. He was with Edgar. Oh my word. What? He should be here for manslaughter because it was on January 28th. That's why the police didn't have anything. Albert came in on the 28th from the airport and was like in a moment of rage. I mean, I could be on the low end and I could say, he should be in here for murder. Well, she says she could be on the low end. Yeah, like how low can you go? Yeah, gypsy. You know what I mean? Yada, yada, yada. Yesterday, someone commented on my short. It was so funny. They were like, fresh tomatoes, olive oil, basil, yada, yada, yada. Yes, all of that. Can you believe? Because Albert, you see, he wanted to divorce her. At this point, he did divorce her in September. So that's when it went through. So this was the point where she's like, okay, I'm turning on him too. Now he's the one. Okay. So she said, I mean, I could be on the low end and I could say, he should be here for murder, but I'm not. I'm saying that it should be. I guess manslaughter would be the right thing. Stauch added that she wouldn't reveal the true identity of Edgar, which could possibly be a pseudonym because he has dangerous affiliations. Crime Online could not independently verify the validity of Stauch's claims. Don't worry, Crime Online, nobody can. Literally nobody can. She's a shame. I'm sorry to the person who interviewed her. They're probably like, wait, what? Sergeant Minat with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office said there's an active gag order in the case and could not confirm if Letecia Stauch made a report with law enforcement. Albert Stauch has not been named as a suspect or a person of interest in the case. Last month, he broke down during a memorial for his son held in Florida. I just wish my angel wasn't in heaven, Albert Stauch said. Only after the memories came spilling in from his classmates and friends did I really understand the impact my son had. Oh, man. Okay, we've got 10 minutes or so until I'm saying 10 minutes. It's actually 13, but you know how they just pop up early sometimes and we're like, what? Okay. Meanwhile, El Paso County officials announced earlier this year that they have numerous pages of discovery that point to Letecia Stauch as being the primary suspect in the boy's murder, in Gannon's murder. For the first-degree murder charges, prosecutors allege that Stauch unlawfully, feloniously, and knowingly caused the death of Gannon Stauch, a child who had not yet attained 12 years of age, and the defendant was in a position of trust with respect to the victim. During a court hearing on March 11th, El Paso County prosecutor Michael Allen, we see him now in the live trial, right, said the authorities have at least 107 search warrants against Stauch. According to the arrest affidavit, Letecia Stauch brutally attacked and killed her stepson inside his bedroom on January 27th, 2020. Despite a neighbor who said his home security video showed Letecia leaving with Gannon on the morning of January 27th and later returning home alone, although they say he got out on the other side, investigators believe that Gannon likely did return home with Letecia that afternoon and died inside the residence. So the rest we know, right? Evidence from inside Gannon's bedroom includes blood spatter on the walls, blood that soaked through the carpet, 50 droplets of blood on the wall, blood on wall sockets, and blood on the boy's mattress, which we've seen a lot of in this trial as well. Evidence, photos, everything terrible. Police also said they found traces of blood on the bumper of Letecia Stauch's car. The blood was determined to be Gannon's, and that's what she explains away as a foot injury. Letecia Stauch attributes the blood to several accidents that happened inside of the family garage, while Albert Stauch and Gannon did woodworking. She added that Gannon cut his foot in the garage and sat on her bumper while she helped him patch up the wound. And we've gone through this probable cause affidavit very many times now on this channel. It's on the playlist. It's on the members only playlist as well, because we've done even longer ones there. So go check it out if you haven't yet. Letecia maintained that not only did she not harm Gannon, but her stories to law enforcement were convoluted and inconsistent because she lost track of what her husband wanted her to say. Like, this was in September 2020. Now we can hear all the calls and see all the interrogations and everything. Oh my gosh. I totally had lost track of what he, Albert Stauch, was telling me to say. And it wasn't even mentally okay. And he just kept saying, I got the TRICARE. I got 16 years in the military. Don't worry about it, And I always lived all the time forgiving him. Like, come on, I forgive them for multiple. What? Okay, well, I forgive them for multiple affairs. How much emotional abuse I was under with that situation, Since January, Letecia Stauch has made wide-ranging and varied explanations to both the media and the police on how Gannon disappeared. According to the affidavit, Letecia Stauch also told differing stories to her husband about the boy's disappearance and claims of SA. So there they talk about Eguardo, Quincy Brown. That's the two they mentioned there. And here's also Edgar. Then we know about Uncle Matt, Cash Belly Lady, Angel. Wow, that's a lot. That's a lot. Yes, and welcome to membership. Okay, what I'm going to do now, because we've got 10 minutes left, is set up the court stream. So just give me a second, everyone. I want to make sure that we get it nice and ready. Oh, wait. Sorry. Yeah, we want to go over here. So I will, in the description box, link the channel that we were streaming the replay from, and where we stopped was at 1 hour 22. Okay, just so you know. Just so you know, I'll put it in brackets there and explain everything as well. So, okay, I'm going to bring that now to the other side. We've got our map time as well, which we've done lots of map time on this case too. And I hope this doesn't double play. I just quickly want to play something so we can get ready again. Please note that this content is for adults only. Viewer discretion advised. If you haven't yet, hit the subscribe, like, and share. Okay, and we are back. Welcome back. We are going to be joining the afternoon session. It's starting in 6 minutes. I've got it here for us. I must remember to unmute it. I'm trying to avoid the robot microphone. So, day 13, Letecia Stauch trial. We've seen a lot in the last 3 weeks. This is week 4 now starting. I'm streaming the whole trial. So if you're watching here with us, even if you can just pop in and out or have us on in the background, that's great. Thank you so much for being here. Make sure you subscribe, hit the bell so you don't miss out on any other cases I cover, any other live streams, shorts, community posts, videos that I make for you. When I can, I make summaries for you as well from everything we learned in this trial. Okay, so we're waiting for Judge Vanna to come back. Prosecution, defense, Letecia. Okay, so Jesse asks, a lot of people ask this, Letecia did admit she's responsible for Gannon's death, but did she ever admit what she did to him, and especially why she did this. No, and she admitted it through her attorneys, from what I understand, because from all the jail letters that we've seen, I don't know if admitting is her thing. So her defense, who's representing her, admitted she did it, So not guilty by reason of insanity. If you missed the morning stream, just remember that in any of these replays, I always timestamp and chapter out everything for you. So it's really easy to navigate through who the witnesses were and key moments throughout the trial day. Because for me, if I see an 8-hour stream, yeah, no, that's a hard no for me, unless there's really good timestamps where you can navigate. So that's what I provide to you, or for you, so that you can do that. So if you want to go back to from day 3 onwards, if you want to go back to that, or the opening statements, day 2 is the only one I didn't stream. Go check it out. Everything's there for you, and check out my video section as well as the shorts. And then there's lots of updates there. Okay, so we've got 4 minutes. 4 minutes to live afternoon session. Yes, Jody says, how, Letecia, how? And her brother said, why, Letecia, why? That was very sad, seeing her brother on the stand. Oh, my word. Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Mermaid. Yeah, and I've got this. If you guys didn't know, I bought this blue crystal heart necklace in honor of Gannon. And we're sharing blue hearts in the chat. Blue was his favorite color. He loved Sonic the Hedgehog. So we're sharing blue hearts and little hedgehogs. And I've also made some emojis. If you all remember, there's some emojis as well for Gannon. We do it to show the family support. And Gannon. Okay, I'm quickly going to set this up.
I didn't know it's last week.
That was just this morning. So that's what kind of maybe.
Okay. 3 minutes. I'm just making sure that they're not showing the jury, yes? Okay. So I'm still here. I just want to, make sure we're all good. Oh, yeah. Sorry. I was just saying this necklace I bought in honor of Gannon. And a lot of people ask me where I got it, but I'm in the Netherlands, so it really doesn't really help to tell you because from like a Dutch online store, but it's not complicated. So I think you could say blue crystal necklace, whether it's Swarovski or some kind of glass or crystal or something. You can find it. I'm sure you can, if you want to. Yes, thank you. See? Little blue hearts and hedgehogs for Gannon. All right, so court is starting in 2 minutes. Frank is asking, does anyone know why the children lived with Elle and Ellis? Well, if you listened in the lunch break, I'm not sure if you were here in the lunch break, we re-listened to his testimony. There was a custody battle and they shared custody, actually. And so, because, Elle and Letecia were living in Colorado and Gannon's mom in South Carolina, I believe. The kids mostly stayed with Landon, who's Gannon's and Laina's biological mom. And Gannon and Laina were just staying with Elle for a while at the time. Thank you so much, Vicky Kennedy. Really appreciate it. Oh, wow. That's amazing. L. says blue is Gannon's birthstone too. Sapphire. Okay. Wow. 1 minute to go. And we are ready. Thank you all for being here. If you are late at all, wait, let me unpin that comment as well. Make sure you catch up. I'll put that in the comments because sometimes people join late and then they're like, where are we? And they're way behind on the stream. So let's do that for you. Okay, so we're gonna. I think they're sorting out those cameras because what they mustn't do is show the jury at all. Oh my word, yes. Ronald Pay says, my option, I think the truth serum should be in these types of cases. Imagine that. Does it work every time though? Does it work every time? Teresa says I took a break. Okay, good job, good job. Welcome back. Cyberspeed says, I wonder if the judge is watching G. Okay, so. Yeah. I think they were staying there for a little while. That's what I've understood. Okay, let me just pin this quickly. I think he was trying to get full custody, yes. Okay. Oh, they're late today. Late today. Not really. It's now 1:30. That's when they said they'll start. Long lunch today, 2 hours and 15 minutes. But we used it very productively, and we re-listened to day 2, Al Stauch's testimony, a portion of it. We couldn't listen to all of it. He was on the stand for, I think, the whole of day 2. Most of. And then also in the morning of day 3 was when all those calls started. And then they asked him questions in between about the calls. Now, those calls we've gone over. Oh, yes. Kayla says, where's her daughter now? Someone said in the chat the other day where Laina is now. I'm not too sure. I think she's with her mom. Yes, I think she's with her mom. Actually, her mom posted on Facebook the other day. I'm not going to show pictures of Laina. It is on Facebook if you want to see. But
Yep.
she's only 11 years old. So, a
Court
shame.
call 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch.
Here we go,
Record should
everyone.
reflect the jury is not present in the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Prosecution?
No, Your Honor, thanks.
Defense?
Nothing from the defense.
Okay, let's go ahead and bring the jury in.
Just confirming you can hear the court, please. Just let me know. I hope so. Otherwise, I'll just reset it.
Before I forget, if we have some time at the end of the day, I want to talk about Wednesday in the event we have to flex start time.
Yeah.
I think tomorrow's fine. I think Wednesday is the issue.
I think you're right.
Sorry, I'm missing that comment. There we go. Holly, I posted some pictures on Patreon if you want to see that of Gannon and Laina together. Man, they were so sweet. Brother and sister. I mean, she must be absolutely devastated. She's 11 years old now. Which is how old Gannon was. Oh, my word. Welcome to membership.
All rise for the jury, please.
You're right on.
Not quite as cool. Thank you. You may all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. It should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Prosecution, call your next witness.
Your Honor, people call Sherrie Holes to the stand.
Ms. Holes, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, ma'am. You swear or affirm the testimony about to give in this man will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
Good afternoon, Ms. Holes. How are you doing?
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your first and last name?
Yes, my name is Sherrie Holes. It's Sherrie. Last of Holes, Holes.
And what is your occupation?
I'm currently employed as a forensic serologist and DNA analyst at the Colorado Springs Metro Crime Lab.
And how long have you been employed such as?
I've been employed in that role approximately 4.5 years at the CSPD Crime Lab.
And what does a forensic serologist
Stop
do?
you for just a moment.
Oh, sure.
Can you move that so that it's on its side so it doesn't block the view of those two jurors right there?
Oh, let me just put it right here.
Or you can just lay it down on its side either way. Okay.
We'll just do that.
All right, go ahead.
I think I was asking you what a forensic serologist does.
Yes, a forensic serologist examines evidence for the presence of biological fluids. Specifically in our lab, we look for blood, semen, saliva, and also we examine for other potential biological evidence that may be suitable for DNA analysis.
And what kind of experience of training do you have in the field of forensic serology?
Well, my training, first of all, I have a Bachelor of Science degree in Biological Sciences from University of California at Davis. I also have a Master's of Public Health with a specialty in Forensic Science from University of California, Berkeley. Prior to my employment in Colorado, I was employed in the same capacity for approximately 10 years. I was also a forensic DNA analyst and serologist in various crime labs in California. Most serology training actually does occur on the job. There are a few formal classes that I did take, such as microscopy of semen evidence, and mostly it was on the job training. In fact, when I came to Colorado Springs and was hired here, I spent about a year just going through a training protocol before I was deemed competent and able to begin casework.
And are you peer reviewed when you do a serology examination?
Yeah, so all the reports that I write with my results are always technically reviewed by a second qualified analyst within the lab to make sure that they agree with the conclusions that I'm offering in the report. And then there's also another level of review called administrative review before the report goes out by another second qualified analyst, serology, and DNA analyst.
And approximately how many forensic serology examinations have you conducted in your career?
Oh, in my career, it's well over 1,000.
You don't keep track each time you do one and say,
I usually average about 100 cases for serology a year. So over the course of almost 15 years, yeah, it's well over 1,000.
that was a bad attempt to try. I'm sorry. Have you testified as an expert in the field of forensic serology in the past?
Yes, I have.
Approximately how many times?
I've been qualified as an expert in this area approximately 40 times previously.
And are those both here and in California?
That's correct.
At this time, we'd ask that the court qualify Ms. Holes as an expert in the field of forensic serology and allow her to render opinions in that field.
Defense?
No objection to her being qualified.
Witness will be so qualified. Go ahead.
So I want to kind of focus on your role as a forensic serologist here in Colorado Springs, the Metro Crime Lab. Were you asked to conduct several forensic serological examinations?
Serological, correct, yeah.
And in this particular case of the disappearance of Gannon Stauch.
Yes, I was.
Could you give the jury a rundown on how you come about or how you became involved in this investigation?
So when we get a request from an agency, in this case, the El Paso County Sheriff's Office, typically there's a couple of things that happen. One is they will write a cover letter with a description of the pertinent case details and some of the items of evidence that they would like examined. And then also typically there's a meeting between the submitting agency and our crime lab supervisor, our DNA technical supervisor, and they make decisions as to these are the items that we will accept and which what are the priorities on which items will be tested.
And so is that common in any criminal investigation that the investigating agency will submit a letter asking you to perform analysis on certain items of evidence?
I can't speak to how other laboratories and agencies do it, but that is what we request, just so that we have some background knowledge of, it helps us decide of the case, so that helps us decide which evidence are best going to answer the questions being posed in the case and what is most probative, in other words, offering proof in the case circumstances.
And is it often in large investigations that you may actually meet with the detectives or other investigative officers to talk about what should be tested and why and that kind of thing?
Yes, definitely. They try to do meetings before the first request comes in, but often in a large investigation, there can be several meetings that occur over time as more investigative details come to light or more questions are being answered in the case. And that is what happened in this particular case.
Can you describe that for the jury? Why did that happen in this particular case?
I was not involved in the actual meetings that were occurring. That was our crime lab manager and the DNA supervisor. But from my understanding, as more information was coming to light in the course of the investigation, more questions were being asked, more evidence was being collected on multiple different occasions, which then was coming into the lab with a request for examination.
And when you conduct your examinations, how do you get your results back to the investigating agency?
So once we have, and when I have issued a report and it's gone through the 2 layers of review, it is then released to the investigating detective, the lead detective on the case from one of our administrative staff.
And did you do several reports with regards to this investigation?
Yes, in this particular investigation, I released 7 reports.
And do you know why there were 7 different reports on, I'm assuming, 7 different dates?
Again, I think additional items were being collected, additional questions were being asked as additional evidence was being collected and during the course of the investigation. So they didn't have all of the evidence or even all of the information from that very first request. So again, as they were having more meetings with our lab management, it was decisions were being made that we need additional items tested.
And so what would be your role, just so you can explain to the jury, in the process of doing your analysis with regards to evidence in this particular case?
My role was to examine the items of evidence for the presence of, mostly for the presence of blood, and then also for other potential biological material that may be there, and consolidate any swabs or cuttings that I take, as well as documentation of the evidence. Documentation is done through photography and from note-taking of my observations of the evidence. And then any samples that I deem would be suitable to go on for DNA analysis, I'm then consolidating into what we call a DNA packet. DNA packet is just an envelope that has numerous tubes that I've prepared. The tubes have little pieces of cuttings or little swabs from the various items of evidence. Then that will go forward to the next step, which is the DNA analysis.
And with regards to this particular investigation, you indicated earlier that you may have been looking for blood or the presumptive presence of blood in these types of items. How would that impact your DNA packet, or whether or not you created a DNA packet with regards to what the results of your blood test was?
So when I am looking for blood, that's always starts with a visual exam. If I see staining that is consistent with visually looks like blood, we then do a chemical color test. It's a presumptive test for blood, meaning it's not a confirmatory test for blood, but it does indicate the presence of that. If I have a stain area that looks like blood, reacts to that chemical presumptive test, I typically will take a small cutting or a swabbing of that stain, trying to preserve additional stain, not take the whole sample when I can. And then that would go into a test tube. That test tube then goes into the DNA packet. I also do what we call trace swabbing, and trace swabbing is areas that may contain DNA cells or cells that have DNA. So many of our tests are so sensitive now in DNA analysis that we don't actually need to have a stain present. We can also get a DNA profile from just a very small number of just cells. Cells can be deposited just through touch or from wearing clothing, that kind of thing. So some of my serology examination is also doing trace swabbing. So areas in which I don't actually see a stain, but may be interested in DNA results from maybe through someone having touched an item per se.
Okay. And we'll get to those as we go through the individual items. Did you have several individual physical pieces of evidence that you examined and performed a serological examination on those items?
Yes, I did.
And would you also receive swabs from various areas of a residence 6627 Mandan Drive here in Colorado Springs?
Yes, I did.
And would you, when you received all these items, were they all sealed in a protective way so that no one touched them in between the last person who opened the item?
Yes.
And rather than go through that with each item we go through, every item you looked at was sealed when you got it?
Yeah, if anything is not in a sealed condition, I note it, but I do not remember receiving any items in an unsealed manner, no.
And when you create a DNA packet, do you also seal that item and preserve it in a way so that the DNA will not be impacted?
Yes, I do. My envelope that I create that has all the little tubes from the cuttings and swabs, that gets an evidence tape seal once it's ready to go forward, and it's stored frozen for further analysis.
And is that why we don't admit them here in court, because they need to stay in the freezer, that kind of thing, to preserve that DNA?
Yeah, they are best maintained in a frozen manner, and literally it's just an envelope with the tubes inside. So it's best just not to bring it to court at all.
So to your right are a series of exhibits. And I'd like to go through these one by one, as painfully as that sounds, but I think we can go through it fairly quickly. The first exhibit that you'll see in that box on that table is exhibit 182. Could you pull that out and tell us what that is?
Yes. This is labeled as the toothbrush belonging to Gannon Stauch.
And do you need to open that to see that that's the toothbrush in there?
I can see it from the bottom. It's been partially opened.
Okay. And when you received that, was it sealed, of course?
Yes, it was.
What did you do with that particular toothbrush?
This toothbrush was submitted as a possible secondary reference standard when we need to make DNA comparisons. We need a reference standard or a known sample from an individual. This was submitted as a possible secondary reference. Gannon was not present at the time, so they have a toothbrush, which hopefully would have his DNA on it. So I did some swabbing of the toothbrush. I also took some cuttings of the toothbrush bristles as well.
And was that done on February 8th of 2020?
The report was issued on February 8th, that work, yes.
It says that the request date was February 5th, 2020. So did you do the actual testing sometime in between those two dates?
Yes.
So Gannon's body had not been discovered yet.
Correct.
So you created a DNA packet for this item?
Not just for this item, but yes, this would be one of the items, those little cuttings of the toothbrush bristles and the swabs, those would go into test tubes and be included in the DNA packet with other samples that I collected.
Now, earlier you testified that you're also a forensic DNA analyst. Is there a reason why you didn't do DNA on this particular item versus creating a packet and sending it on?
Yeah, at this point in time, I was not a qualified DNA analyst at the lab here in Colorado Springs. So my only role was to do serology examinations.
So now you can do both, right?
I'm to a certain point in my DNA analysis training that I am qualified to a certain step, but there's always more training to be done.
Did this item and other items go on to Donna Manogue for further DNA testing?
Yes.
And I don't know if we want to just stick that back in
Oh,
the
sure.
box, just that so it doesn't get cluttered up there. Or that works too. Okay. The next item in there is People's Exhibit 184. You could pull that out and tell us what that is.
Yes, DNA standards for Gannon's biological father.
And do you need to open that to see what's in there?
It's partially open. There's, I can take a look at this. Okay, there's just some swabs that are in here.
Are those buccal swabs from Mr. Eugene Stauch, also Al Stauch?
Yes, buccal swabs are swabs that are taken from the inside of the cheeks and the gum area, and those are taken as a reference standard or a known DNA standard that will be later on used for comparison purposes.
And I guess while we're doing that, let's pull out 185 as well. What is People's Exhibit 185?
DNA standards for Gannon's biological mother, Landon. Okay. Yes, this also contains 2 sets of swabs.
And so are those buccal swabs as well from Gannon's mother?
Yes, these are buccal swabs also collected as reference standards from Gannon's mother.
Now, we're doing this together, but I'm assuming when you conduct the test, you're doing things individually, right? You're not mixing and matching items of evidence?
So we have yes, that's correct. We have a very set process on how we examine items of evidence in the lab. We always, before we even start any examination, we do a thorough cleaning of our workspace using bleach. We know that DNA, because it's so sensitive, our testing procedures are so sensitive, they are prone to contamination. So we have to be very careful, make sure we don't leave our own DNA on any evidence. So that involves wearing protective face coverings and hand coverings and gloves, hair coverings as well. And then we also want to make sure that there's no contaminating DNA on our work surfaces. So those are always bleached down in between every single item of evidence. We always lay out a fresh piece of like white butcher paper. So the evidence actually doesn't even touch any of our work surfaces. Any of our implements are cleaned as well. And then we always look at the order in which we look at items of evidence is also important. We try to look at evidence items that may have potentially low amounts of DNA before we would look at evidence items that have high amounts of DNA, something that would be very bloody, would have an expected high amount of DNA. We wouldn't want that to contaminate our work surfaces at all. So the order in which we examine is important. And then lastly, we always look at reference samples last, after looking at all the other evidence items.
And with regards to People's Exhibit 184 and 185, what did you do exactly to create a DNA packet for those 2 buccal swabs?
So the buccal swabs, individually, of course, one by one, examining those. My role was just to take a portion of one of the buccal swabs. I essentially it's like a long Q-tip, like a Q-tip head with a long stick. That's what the swab is. And I just take a sterile scalpel and I just portion off one part of the swab. That goes into a sterile tube, which is then labeled with the associated barcode number that we've given it. And that tube is that I've created goes into the DNA packet.
And I'm referencing your February 8th, 2020 report, if you need to refresh your recollection. But do you recall looking at a piece of tan carpet that was rolled up inside of another piece of carpet that was found in the storage room at 6627 Mandan Drive?
Yes.
And what were you looking at in regards to that carpet?
So I was looking for the possible presence of blood.
Did you see with your eye the presence of possible blood?
I did.
And what did you do upon seeing that?
So once I visually see staining that looks like it may be blood, I then do the chemical color presumptive test, which was positive for the presence of blood on the carpet. And then I do, actually on the back of that rolled up piece of carpet, I then swabbed a portion of that potential blood staining so that portion of that swab can go in the test tube and then into the DNA packet for further analysis.
And do you have People's Exhibit 386 there next in the list?
Yes.
What is People's Exhibit 386?
Let's see. This is 3 sets of possible blood swabs.
And what are those blood swabs from? Does it indicate on the
It
envelope?
does, yes. These were identified using placards A, B, and C, collected from the stairs and the floor of the garage.
And so what are these? Are these Q-tips or am I being too general here?
It's very much like a Q-tip. Their swabs come in sterile packaging. So typically there's a sterile wrapper, and within there are 2 swabs that when our crime scene investigators are collecting these, they would open up the sterile packaging, take out these 2 swabs, which look like a Q-tip, but they have long wooden sticks. And then once they're finished swabbing these particular areas, they go back into the individual swab wrappers, and that's how I receive them. This one has 3 sets, meaning there'd be 3 separate collections then contained within this outer envelope.
Are the 3 sets labeled in a particular way?
I'm gonna need to refer to my notes. Let's see.
Now, page 2 of 4 of your
Oh, thank you.
report.
Is that on my report or my notes?
It's in your report.
Okay, I'm just gonna look at my notes. Okay, let's see. Okay, so they actually, inside the outer envelope, inside there was 3 smaller tape sealed manila envelopes. And each of those were labeled with either an A or a B or a C to indicate the placards that they had used during while they were collecting the evidence.
And does it say where these placards were located within the residence?
Let's see.
Was it in the garage?
Yeah, so the outermost barcode label, which they put on here, says from the stairs and the floor of the garage.
So with regards to these placards, if the jury wanted to, they can look at photographs and go to the garage and look for placards A, B, and C, and that would reference the swabs that we're talking about?
Yes, correct.
So what did you find with regards to placards A, B, and C, or at least the swabs from those areas in the garage?
So each of those swabs did show kind of a reddish discoloration, each set, A, B, and C. And I did my chemical presumptive testing for each set of placards A, B, C, and all were presumptive positive for blood.
And did those get forwarded on for DNA analysis?
Yes, portions of those swabs were then cut and placed into test tubes, forwarded for DNA analysis.
Okay. I believe the next one, Your Honor, if I may have permission to look for an exhibit.
Might have to narrow it down a little bit more than that. That's okay.
Well, People's 451 is what I'm looking for.
Okay.
Let me show you people's that's in admitted evidence 451. You recognize this item?
I do.
Okay. Do you need to look at that further?
Okay, I do, yes.
Okay. Obviously 451 is a piece of carpet, right?
Yes, that was a carpet, correct. Carpet 1 is how they designated that one.
So now while I'm up here, what did you find in people's exhibit 451?
That piece of carpet, there was staining observed on both sides of the carpet that was presumptive positive for blood.
And did you forward that on for DNA analysis?
I did, yes. Or not the whole carpet. I did take samples from the carpet.
Now, People's Exhibit 503, in your report, it's labeled as 6839 SW2-01 period 01. Another piece of carpet. Do you recall seeing that?
So let's see. Carpet 1 is that item number that you just described. There was a second carpet, carpet 2, that was 6839 SW2-04.01. Is it a different exhibit that you're referencing?
Yeah, I think 451 was a different one. So let me show you that again so you can look at the lab number.
Okay. So far. Okay, so that's the -01. That's for carpet 1,
Okay.
right? Okay.
Is the next one carpet 2 then?
The next one should be carpet 2.
So same thing with carpet 2. What did you find on carpet 2, which is People's Exhibit 503?
Yes, carpet 2 also had visible staining and also reacted positive to the presumptive test for blood.
And did you also look at the foam padding associated with People's Exhibit 503?
Yes, I did.
And what did you find in the foam padding of People's Exhibit 503?
Also, foam padding had visible staining and was positive for the presumptive presence of blood.
The next exhibit in the box to your right should be People's Exhibit 512. Can you pull that out?
Yes.
What do you see in People's Exhibit 512?
This one is labeled as the electrical outlet cover with possible blood. And it says collected from southeast corner of southeast room, child room of basement.
And what did you find after, did you conduct a presumptive test for blood on that item?
I did. I noted some visible staining on the electric outlet cover. I did the presumptive test for blood, which was positive.
And did you perform a DNA kit for that item?
Well, I did do some swabbing of the stained area that could then go on for DNA analysis. Yes.
And so do you do that, for instance, if it's a physical piece of item that may have blood on it, would you actually swab the blood versus a CSI at the scene swabbing like the garage floor that we already talked about?
Yeah, typically when we train CSIs or law enforcement officers, we always suggest that if they can collect the item and bring it into the lab so the serologist can examine it, that's the best practice. If it's an item that is just not movable, such as a garage floor or is just too unwieldy to collect, then they do some sampling as well. But we always prefer on anything that can be packaged and brought into the lab, we always would prefer to examine it ourselves and do all of the documentation and collection in the lab.
Is the swabbing the same process though? Same, keep referring to it as a Q-tip. Is there something else I should refer it to?
Yeah, swab or Q-tip, it's the same. You know, we always have these, so we use the sterile package swabs that we open up, and then I label the swab wrapper as to what I'm going to be, what the barcode number is associated with it, and I swab it, I let it dry. Once it's dry, I can then take a portion of the swab, put it into a sterile test tube for DNA analysis.
We can put that back, and then the next item should be People's Exhibit 516. That?
Yes.
And what is People's Exhibit 516?
This is labeled as possible blood swabs collected from electrical socket in southeast corner of southeast room, child room of basement.
And you know if that socket is related to People's Exhibit 512, the item we just looked at?
Yes, I believe that they did actually, I'm not sure who actually collected the swab, but that it was swabbed prior to being collected and submitted to the lab.
And what did you do with that particular exhibit?
This particular exhibit, I just noted some coloration on the swab, and then let's see, tested it with the presumptive test for blood, which was positive. I then took a portion of the swab, cut portion of the swab, put it into the test tube for DNA analysis.
The next time I want to talk to you about is in your report. It's People's Exhibit 504, but in your report you label as Carpet 2. Does that refresh your recollection a little bit about the three different carpets you looked at?
Okay, yes. So there was a Carpet 1, there was a Carpet 2, and then there was an unlabeled carpet rug. So,
Right.
Okay,
Right.
yes.
So what did you find with regards to People's Exhibit 504, what you have labeled as Carpet 2 in your report?
Again, visible staining was present on the carpet. The chemical presumptive test for blood was positive.
And did you forward that on for DNA analysis?
Yes, samples were taken on carpet 2 from the back side of the carpet. Swabs were taken, cuttings were taken, and even some of the stained fibers were taken, all to be forwarded for DNA analysis.
Did you do the same for the padding that was related to Carpet 2, People's Exhibit 504?
Same process, did a visual exam, noted staining, which was presumptive positive for blood, and again, took a small cutting of the stained area that could be forwarded for DNA analysis.
And with regards to carpet 1 and carpet 2, do you know where this carpet came from with regards to 6627 Mandan Drive?
They were labeled as coming from the southeast room, also known as the child's room in the basement.
That been Gannon's room, or did you know?
That's my understanding, that they were from Gannon's room.
Was it your understanding that there was a large area of blood in the corner of his room underneath his bed?
Yes.
I now want to turn to your February 28th, 2020 report. And I believe the next item in the box will be People's Exhibit 371. Is that right?
That's 378.
Do you see 371 up there? Oh, I apologize. 371 is defendant's buccal swabs. Do you recall getting defendant's buccal swabs?
Let's see. Were they part of a kit? Yeah.
No, they're currently admitted into evidence, but they're in a freezer somewhere.
So I did actually get buccal swabs. They were part of an evidence collection kit taken from Letecia Stauch, which had fingernail scrapings and a buccal swab. So I did portion out some of the buccal swab from Letecia Stauch for DNA analysis.
Okay, and that went on to Donna Manogue's analysis?
Correct, yes.
All right. So now let's go to the shoes that you have there. People's Exhibit 378. Are those the shoes you looked at?
Yes, they are.
Is that People's Exhibit 378?
Correct, yes.
Now, earlier you testified about swabbing for DNA for the presence of things that are other than blood. Did you do that with this particular item?
Yes, I did. Again, we call that trace DNA swabbing. It's in areas that we don't see staining, but we may be interested in any, say, skin cells that may be left by, in these cases, shoes, maybe someone who wore the shoes. We could potentially still get DNA from swabbing, in this case, the inside soles of the shoes.
And so can you demonstrate, I know the shoes are in plastic, but can you kind of demonstrate for the jury where you swab these particular shoes in the hopes of finding DNA for the owner of those shoes?
Sure. So for the owner, I would expect that their DNA would be on the inside soles. So I actually, for each shoe individually, these are separate swabbings. I took the swabs together and I swabbed the insole, like reaching into the shoe, and then also the back heel area. And that was done separately for the right and left shoes.
And did that get forwarded on for DNA analysis?
Yes, it did.
Did you also swab any potential blood on the outside of those shoes?
Yes. On the right shoe, I did swab. It did react. The right shoe did react to the chemical presumptive test for blood on the outsole. So on the bottom of the shoe. So I actually just swabbed the entire outsole, including all of the recessed areas of the shoe as well.
Now, when you got these shoes, were you able to visibly see blood on them or what appeared to be blood?
So I did note that they had kind of an orangish, reddish coloration. I didn't, sometimes things can look like blood and they don't react, and other times, the blood potentially can take different colorations. Both shoes had that coloration, although the left shoe did not react to the presumptive presence of blood. So unclear if the coloration is due to potential blood staining, but the right shoe did react to the presumptive test for blood.
And what happens to blood if you put shoes in a washing machine and run the washer?
So what happens to blood? So blood obviously is going to, for the most part, be washed off, but within blood, there are cells. And cells can sometimes survive washing. We do know through actual studies that have been published that some DNA can survive washing. Of course, some would be lost to the wash process, but depending on various factors such as what type of substrate or surface the DNA was deposited on, what type of wash cycle, what type of detergents, or even if bleaches were used, those are all going to impact whether or not we would get recoverable amounts of DNA from something that has gone through the wash.
When you received these shoes, did you notice anything that was consistent with them being run through a washing machine?
I actually did note for these shoes that they had a strong, what I call clean odor.
And yet you still saw some discoloration that appeared to be blood to you on these shoes?
I did note discoloration on the soles of the shoe, the outsoles, and that's where I focused my attention as far as presumptive testing for blood, and was able to find positive results on the outsole of the right shoe.
Did you also receive a swab with regards to this case, which is People's Exhibit 246? Should be in that box there.
Let's see.
If it's not in that box, I can just ask you
I
about it.
actually found it. Yes.
Okay. What is People's Exhibit 246?
This is labeled as package of 2 swabs for woman's black and white Nike shoe. And then there's some indications on the bottom, handwritten swabs from Nike shoes, laundry room, right shoe.
And so are those consistent with People's Exhibit 378, the Nike shoes that you just talked about?
Yeah, they actually were swabbed prior to being submitted into the lab. The outsole was swabbed.
And did you submit that on to DNA analysis?
I did. This, I believe I actually tested it for the presumptive presence of blood. I did, and that was positive. So yes, and then a portion was submitted on for DNA analysis.
You need help getting rid of some of those
No,
exhibits?
I got it.
Next one to go to People's Exhibit. Well, before we leave 378, did you talk about all the areas you swabbed, both outside and inside of the shoe?
Let me just refer to my report. Okay, so the right shoe, I did swab the entire outsole of the right shoe that had reacted positive for the presumptive presence of blood, even in all of those little recessed areas as well. I did swab the right shoe lace as well. And then I took the trace swabs that we talked about for wearer DNA on the inside sole and the inside back heel area. The left shoe, I did not get any presumptive positives. They were all negatives. So I only did those trace swabs on the insole of the left shoe.
And were those individually packaged for DNA analysis? So when Donna Manogue did her DNA analysis, she knew exactly what she was doing based on your labeling.
Yes, I always label the swab wrappers with what I'm collecting. And then also the test tubes get the same itemization as well.
And does that apply to everything where you create a DNA packet? Do you label it so Donna Manogue, who does the DNA analysis, can then say this is the item that Sherrie Holes looked at?
Yes, that's their standard practice within the lab.
I next want to turn to People's Exhibit 459. Do you have that there?
I do.
What is People's Exhibit 459?
This is labeled as swabs of Blue Star presumptive positive reactions in garage and laundry room of 6627 Mandan Drive.
So what is the Blue Star? I know the jury has heard a lot about Blue Star, but what does Blue Star mean to you, and how do you treat that differently? For instance, a swab that says blood on the garage floor is A, B, and C said.
Sure. So Blue Star is another chemical presumptive test. It works in very much the same way as the chemical test I'm using in the lab. I use a different one, but it has the same process. Blue Star is used by our CSIs out at crime scenes, and it's typically used in areas in which they suspect there might be blood, or they're looking to see if there's blood, but it's really not visible to them. And they can spray this reagent onto an area. It will react. It's very, very sensitive. It will react even if an area has been cleaned, potentially. So it's chemiluminescent. Usually that's something that they do in a darkened room, and it's much like luminol. It glows, and they can take photographs of areas that are reacting. When they find a Blue Star positive area, then they swab it for us, and they submit it into the lab. But because it's already gone through a chemical presumptive test, they don't need to now repeat another chemical presumptive test. It's already reacted positive to the Blue Star. It's the same process that my test would do. So when I get something labeled as Blue Star positive, my role is typically just to like in this case, these are swabs, just go ahead and collect a portion of the swab into a test tube and forward it on for DNA analysis.
And is that what you did with 459?
Yes.
And did you do that with everything that was labeled Blue Star, at least swabbing of the Blue Star?
When things were swabbed, yes, there were a few items, larger items that said Blue Star positive that I did still, like carpeting. I did still do a visual exam, but swabs, I just took a portion. I didn't do further chemical presumptive testing.
So with regards to People's Exhibit 518, which should be the next exhibit, did you do the same things with that particular item?
Yes, this is labeled swabs of Blue Star positive reactions from the staircase between the main level and basement of 6627 Mandan Drive. Again, my role was just to take a sample using a scalpel, take off a small portion of the swabs, put them into the test tubes.
Is that 518 you're looking at?
Yes.
Okay. And so let me, if I can approach her.
You may.
Sure.
Let's now jump to your March 17th, 2020 report. And I'm going to hand you what's been admitted into evidence as People's Exhibit 423.
Yes.
I can just hold it for you if you like.
Okay.
Do
Yes.
you recognize that?
I do recognize the label on it. I did not package it in this packaging, but yes, I recognize this is a plastic tub and lid with possible blood.
Did you examine this item?
I did.
Do you need to open it to look at it?
No, I don't.
Do you need me to open it?
No.
All right. What did you do with People's Exhibit 423?
This item was examined for the possible presence of blood, so I did do some visual examinations. That's how we always start all of our serology. And I did note that there was some red-brown staining on one short end of this plastic tub, on the tub and on the lid. I then did my chemical presumptive tests for blood, which were positive. I then took a number of different collections, swabs of these different blood stains or potential suspected blood stains, and those were then forwarded for the DNA analysis.
Can you just generally describe where you swabbed this item and how you labeled it for DNA analysis?
Sure. I collected, one collection was swabs of a suspected blood stain on the outside lip of the lid, short end of the tub with the label, meaning there was actually a sticker label on the tub. So I was differentiating that side from the other side, which did not have a sticker label. Second collection was swabs of suspected bloodstain on outside corner of lid, short end of tub with label. The third collection was swabs of suspected bloodstain on outside lip edge and side of container, short end of tub with label. And the fourth collection was swabs of suspected bloodstain on the inside corner of the lid, short end of the tub with label.
And again, Donna Manogue would be able to know exactly what she's testing based on your labels?
Correct, yes.
We can go to your May 27th, 2020 report now. And I'll have you look at People's Exhibit 278, which should be in that box next to you there. You have that?
I do.
What is People's Exhibit 278?
This is labeled as one package of 2 swabs from the bed located on east wall of Gannon's room.
Did you test that item for blood?
I did, yes.
And what was your results?
Presumptive positive for blood.
And did you forward that on to DNA for DNA analysis?
Yes, I did.
Did you also conduct analysis on other swabs within that People's Exhibit 278?
This is one package of swabs. There was a separate item submitted called additional package of swabs from bed. I don't believe it's contained within this exhibit, but there was a separate item which we have a separate barcode for, also from the bed, also positive for blood, or presumptive positive for blood.
And did that also go on to DNA analysis?
Yes, it did.
How about People's Exhibit 191? What is that, by the way?
This is labeled as a Brillo scrub brush.
And what did you do with that Brillo scrub brush?
I examined it visually for the possible presence of blood. I did note some staining on the brush, and I was then able to do get the positive presumptive test for blood, and then do some collections of the staining that could go for DNA analysis.
I'm assuming you forwarded that on to DNA analysis?
I did, yes.
Where did you see, where did it test positive for blood on that particular item? Do you have that in your notes?
I do. This particular item tested positive on this kind of, oh, you actually can see it. It's kind of a flat type scrub brush with a handle. It tested positive on the flat surface on that back side of the brush.
And did you see any indication that this item may have been washed?
May have been washed. Let me check my notes.
You can actually look at the exhibit. Can you see where that exhibit was recovered from?
It actually does not note. Let me see if it notes on the. This one actually is just called Brillo scrub brush. That's all that it's denoted.
That's fine. How about People's Exhibit 192? Do you have that?
I do, yes.
What is People's Exhibit 192?
This one is called a blue and white scrub brush. Okay.
Go ahead and tell us what you did with that.
So also visually examined and did note staining on this scrub brush, which was positive for the presumptive presence of blood. I then was able to collect stains from 3 separate collections. I collected from the base of the scrub brush head, between and on the bristles. Suspected blood stains were also collected from the back of the scrub brush head, and suspected blood stain was collected on the actual scrub brush bristles themselves.
And did that get forwarded on to DNA for DNA analysis?
It did, yes.
How about People's Exhibit 193?
People's Exhibit 193 is labeled as scrub brush with possible hair and carpet fiber.
What did you do with that particular exhibit?
Same process. I did a visual exam, did note some suspected blood staining, and which reacted to the chemical presumptive test for blood. I then collected possible blood stains on the back of the flat scrub brush.
Went on to DNA for DNA analysis?
Yes, it did.
Okay. Next item is People's Exhibit 417. Do you have that up there?
I do.
What is People's Exhibit 417?
This is described as 3 sets of possible blood swabs, tested presumptive positive blue star, collected from basement living room carpet, pillow on north couch, and area rug.
And did you forward those 3 swabs on for DNA analysis?
Yes, these were 3 separate swabs from some blue star areas. These also were sampled, placed in the test tubes, forwarded on for DNA analysis.
People's Exhibit 519.
Okay, this item is labeled swabs of blue star presumptive positive reactions from basement. Let's see, base of stairs and southeast child's room.
How many swabs total are in that particular exhibit?
Let's see. This particular exhibit has, let's see, 6 different collections in it.
I'm assuming those are packaged in 6 different tubes?
So of these, let's see, are they packaged in separate tubes when I do my packaging, or how I receive them?
When you receive them.
So when I receive them, they typically are in, let me just check my notes. They actually were in 6 separate tape sealed manila envelopes. And each of the envelopes then had a description of where it had been collected from.
And since these are Blue Star swabs, did you just prepare these for DNA analysis?
Yeah, my preparation is just to sample or cut a portion of a swab to forward it on to DNA analysis.
We can go to your June 17th report now and have you look at People's Exhibit 361.
Okay.
Well, I've got that here. If I can approach them.
You may, go ahead.
I'm going to pull out suitcase that's been entered in evidence and People's Exhibit 361. Do you recognize this item?
I do.
You need to put some gloves on, which I
Oh,
probably should put some.
I have
on.
gloves. Yeah.
Because I'd like to have you demonstrate where you swab this particular item, okay?
Sure.
Eric, can the witness come out here and I'll hold
That's
this while
fine.
she does that? So, did you swab this item for blood?
I did on the inside of this.
Open this suitcase and show the jury where you swabbed it?
I noted staining in this area, this reddish brown staining, which did react to the presumptive test for blood. And this was the area that was swabbed.
You'll see staining there?
I can't.
Is that your circle that's on this suitcase?
Yeah, I circled the stain area. That's just for when I take photographs. I've also noted LMG positive. LMG is just shorthand for leukomalachite green. That's, I'm sorry, leuko, L-E-U-C. That's too fast. It's the chemical presumptive test that I'm using in the lab. This LMG positive means it has reacted, and then I take photographs of this stain from various angles and with a scale. And I always like to have that notation in my photographs.
Are there areas within this suitcase that you noted and swabbed?
There are other areas that I noted. I had seen other potential stains, like for example, there's one red lining. Actually, there's two that I have noted staining, but I've circled and said LMG negative, meaning I did do the chemical presumptive test, but it did not react. So I don't swab stains that don't react to the presumptive test.
I'll be back just afterwards.
That's fine.
Did you forward these swabs from the suitcase on for DNA analysis?
Yes, I did.
Did you also look at a blanket, People's Exhibit 365?
I did, yes.
Show you People's Exhibit 365. I think you can just use this in the plastic if you don't mind.
Yeah, press. Okay.
I'm gonna hold it if you wouldn't mind coming.
Sure,
up
sure,
here.
sure.
Can you see the areas where you swab this blue blanket? On the other side?
One on the dark blue side, it's on the light side and the dark side. Okay. Yes. So right here. Yeah, that I can see it on the.
And I'll hold it while you point things out for the jury.
So I examined the entire blanket and I did note in this area right here. And there's kind of some reddish brown staining, which I circled, multiple different stains that did react to that presumptive test for blood. So I actually took, you can kind of see these tiny little squares. That's where I took cuttings from this. Because it's together, I was able to combine those into one test tube. And so that's the only area sampled on the blanket for DNA.
Did that test positive for blood?
It did.
Do you know whether or not this blanket was inside this suitcase when it was recovered?
Yes, I did put that in my report. Blue blanket recovered from within suitcase.
And those swabs, again, were forwarded on for DNA analysis.
Yeah, those were cuttings put into a test tube that was forwarded for DNA analysis.
Now, we don't have an exhibit that's titled Gannon's fingernails, but did you have an opportunity to examine the fingernails from autopsy from Gannon Stauch?
I did, yes.
What did you do with those particular fingernails?
Just going to refer to my report and notes. Okay. So of the right hand, I received 2 entire fingernails. From the left hand, I also received 2 entire fingernails. Separately, I examined them and I did swab the undersides of the distal ends, meaning the ends furthest from, like, I guess, the knuckle. I did swab separately the right undersides and the left undersides of those fingernails. And for each case, for both the right hand and left hand, the swabs from underneath the fingernails were positive for the presumptive presence of blood.
And did you forward those on to DNA for DNA analysis?
Yes, I did.
And why did you do that?
Why did I forward or why did I
And
swab?
why were the fingernails that we knew came from Gannon forwarded on for DNA analysis? Do you know?
To look for the presence of possible foreign DNA, which may be on the fingernails.
I want to jump to your report dated March 17th. And do you have People's Exhibit 194 up there?
Yes.
What is People's Exhibit 194?
This is an empty plastic Heinz vinegar bottle.
And did you receive that bottle into your lab for analysis?
I did.
And what did you do with regards to that bottle?
Again, I was looking at this bottle for the possible presence of blood. I did note some faint light staining around the handle area of the bottle, which did test presumptive positive for blood. And that area was swabbed and then forwarded for DNA analysis.
Do you have People's Exhibit 435 up there? What is People's Exhibit 435?
This is People's Exhibit 679.
Okay, that's the next one.
I don't
me see.
have any more exhibits in here.
Well, let me just do it this way. Do you recall examining an Amazon box that had potential blood on it?
I do.
And was this Amazon box recovered from the storage room at 6627 Mandan Drive?
Yes.
What did you see when you got the box in your lab?
On one side of the box, there was some potential blood staining that visually looked like it could be blood. And I did do the chemical presumptive tests, which were positive for those stains on one side of the box, on the exterior side.
And did you forward those swabbings of those stains onto DNA for DNA analysis?
Yes, I did swab the stains and those did go on for DNA analysis.
And are they labeled in such a way that Donna Manogue would know where they came from once she got them?
Yes.
Okay. With regards to People's Exhibit 679, which I think you said you had up there.
Okay.
What is that and what did you do with it?
This is labeled as a white bed sheet with blue sharp print and hair and fabric received from laundry basket in closet of southeast basement bedroom. This particular sheet, I did look, do my visual exam. I did note one stain that did react to the presumptive test for blood. And I took a cutting of that suspected blood stain on the bed sheet.
Your Honor, for the record, there is a stipulation to the admission of People's Exhibit 339, which is that chart that I had up by the jury earlier.
Defense, do you agree?
This is yeah.
Okay. Exhibit 339 is admitted.
Press to publish.
You may go ahead.
Ms. Holmes, I'm going to show you Exhibit 339 first of all here. Did you help me prepare this particular exhibit?
I did.
And did Ms. Manogue also contribute in preparing this exhibit?
Yes, she did.
Could you just let the jury know what this exhibit is?
Yes, this is just a summary table of the different people's exhibit numbers with a description of the item, and we've gone through all of those today. And then for my purposes, it does have a column that lists what the serology results were as far as whether it was presumptive, positive.
So for instance, where it says blue star in your column, would that be something you didn't test for blood because the blue star already eliminated there?
Correct.
And so did you contribute to the item and the serology aspect of this particular exhibit?
In preparing, yes, I confirmed with all of my reports that that is accurate. Correct.
And we'll be using this exhibit again with Ms. Manogue.
Right.
I don't have any further questions, Your Honor. Thanks.
Cross-examination, Mr. Cook.
I don't have anything. Thank you.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Ms. Holes? All right. Thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
Thank you.
Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
We'd call Donna Manogue.
Okay.
Can I just clean up the area up here a little bit?
Yeah, I didn't know how much of that you were still going to
Oops.
share. Or...
Did you want help? Or?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Ms. Manogue, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, ma'am. Do you swear or affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How are you doing?
All right.
Could you please state your name and spell your last for the record and introduce yourself to the jury?
My name's Donna Manogue, and my last name is spelled Manogue. I'm currently a DNA analyst and serologist with the Colorado Springs Police Department Metro Crime Lab.
How long you been a DNA analysis? Analyst. Is that how you say that?
Analysis, yes. Analyst, actually.
Analyst.
Got that all wrong.
That was fast.
Yeah.
Fast.
I've been a DNA analyst since about 1999. Prior to working here at the CSPD Crime Lab, I retired from the Albuquerque Police Department Crime Lab doing the same type of job.
And how long have you been in that particular field prior to that?
I've been in the field of forensics for a little over 35 years, but in terms of serology and DNA, I would say since 1986.
What kind of training and experience do you have in that field of forensic DNA analysis?
The training experience that I have, again, is about 24 years, about close to 30 years in serology and DNA analysis, both with the Metro Crime Lab here and with the Albuquerque Police Department. Prior to this, I have experience training. I have on-the-job training by a qualified analyst in both locations because each location requires you to train in their particular procedures. It took about 2 years to train at Albuquerque Police Department because that's where I started. And it was probably about 4 to 6 months to train and come up to speed on their procedures here.
And do you have continuous training going on now every year?
I do. We are required by our accreditation board and our quality assurance standards to have at least 8 hours of training in developments in DNA, and I generally accrue about 40 to 60 hours a year.
And tell the jury a little bit about your educational background.
I have a bachelor's degree in biomedical sciences I earned in 1981, and then I have a master's degree in the same field I earned in 1983. I also have continuing education beyond that, academic education, in terms of extra additional classwork that I took to help bolster my job qualifications in my prior years of employment and in my employment here.
And have you testified as an expert in the field of forensic DNA analysis in the past?
Yes, I have.
Approximately how many times?
I'm going to say approximately 30 times here in El Paso County. I've testified probably over 100 in Bernalillo County. That's New Mexico, the county I worked in. And I've testified once, actually just once in federal court in California.
At this time, we ask that the court allow Ms. Manogue to be qualified as an expert in the field of forensic DNA analysis and render opinions in that field.
Defense?
No objection, Your Honor.
The witness will be so qualified. Go ahead.
The jury's heard a little bit about forensic DNA analysis, but it was from an expert from Florida.
Okay.
So can we give them the Colorado version of what forensic DNA analysis is?
Should be pretty similar. When you do forensic DNA analysis, you're looking for a transfer of body fluids from either an item to a scene to an item, person to person. So we're looking for a transfer of DNA that is contained in the cells in the body.
You say cells from our body. What kind of fluids do we get our DNA from?
You can obtain DNA profiles from almost any body fluid. Saliva and blood and semen are the most common, but you can also obtain DNA profiles from things like sweat and urine.
Blood?
Yes, did I not say blood?
I don't know.
Blood, semen, and saliva. I thought that was my first.
It's been a long day for me. I
Mhm.
apologize. Yeah, well, my fault. No question about that. I want to talk about this case, the people of State of Colorado versus Letecia Stauch involved in this investigation.
I was, yes, in terms of doing the DNA laboratory work.
I want to talk about known profiles first. What's a known profile?
A known profile is when you obtain a sample. It can be either a blood sample or it can be a saliva sample from an individual. So you're collecting it directly from them. So you know what their DNA profile is when you analyze it and obtain the profile.
Can you just let the jury know what a DNA profile is?
A DNA profile is a graphic representation of your genetic information at the locations that we examine in our laboratory.
And so how do we obtain these known profiles in a forensic setting in a criminal case, in criminal investigation?
They're obtained, essentially an investigator will provide known samples and they will be submitted to evidence. And then if it's on a request that I receive, I will analyze that.
Have you received things such as buccal swabs?
Yes, I have.
And is that a common way to develop a known profile for an individual who's alive, for instance?
That is a very common type of sample, yes.
And did you receive buccal swabs in this case?
I did, yes.
We're going to talk about those later on, but I really want to talk about, at least start out talking about how you were able to develop a profile for Gannon Stauch, especially before his body was discovered. Could you tell the jury about that?
Yes, because we had no body to source a profile from. I was provided with items that were common, thought to have been used by him. And one of the items that we obtained a profile from was from his toothbrush. And that was a male profile was developed from that.
And did you do anything to corroborate whether or not that profile actually belonged to Gannon Stauch?
Yes, we did. We did obtained standards from the biological mother and the biological father. And then we did a parentage statistic between the two parents and the profile we found from the toothbrush to determine if it was likely that those were the parents or this was the biological child of those two individuals.
And were you able to determine that?
Yes.
And what was your determination?
The determination was that the profile from the toothbrush could not be excluded as having originated from the biological mother's standard and the biological father's standard that I found. And the probability of finding another individual with that profile, if you will, is the probability of including him as a biological offspring of those two is 99.9999, 10 nines after the %.
What does that mean?
It's a high likelihood that these are the biological parents of the profile from the toothbrush.
Once Gannon Stauch's body was discovered, March 17th, 2020, were you able to corroborate that finding through other materials?
I was through bone samples.
What bone samples did you get and what did you do?
I was provided with bone samples that were transferred or transported to the El Paso County Coroner's Office, and they prepared some bone sample and bone marrow sample for me because I don't have the means to break down a bone. So they provided me samples, and I took a portion of those samples, and the profile from the bone sample matched the profile from the toothbrush.
And was that bone sample from a femur bone that was created, or at least the DNA sample was created for you to examine from a Dr. Leon Kelly?
Correct.
He's the pathologist here in Coral Springs?
Yes.
Did you also get information with regards to what a DNA forensic analyst was doing out in Florida with regards to a rib bone belonging to Gannon Stauch?
My understanding is that they were attempting to obtain a profile, and they were putting it into like a database to determine, or as under the category of unidentified human remains. I don't know what the outcome of that entire thing was.
Did they reach out to you to confirm whether or not they had a match with regards to this rib bone that they did DNA analysis on in Florida?
We did, yes.
And was there a match with regards to what profile they obtained in Florida?
Yes, with the toothbrush sample.
Okay. And so the last item I want to talk to you about was Gannon Stauch's fingernails. Were you able to do DNA analysis on his fingernails as well?
I did perform DNA on the fingernails in an attempt to get a DNA type that would verify that a known DNA sample from him. I was not able to obtain full profiles on those samples.
Were you able to obtain enough to know whether or not there was a connection between his fingernails and the toothbrush, for instance?
Yes, I was.
And tell the jury about that. What did you find?
Well, I found a low-level DNA profile, but there was enough information to calculate a statistic on to match them to each other.
Based on everything you just talked about, is the profile that you obtained from the toothbrush in the beginning the DNA profile for Gannon Stauch?
Yes.
And is that the profile you used in your analysis of particular unknown items, particularly from 6627, Mandan Drive, and other areas with regards to the profile from Gannon Stauch?
That is the profile that I used until I obtained the bone sample profile, which was more, the toothbrush sample is what we consider a secondary standard, not knowing who the individual is, and the bone sample just verified that. But yes, I did use the toothbrush sample for comparison.
Okay. Did you also obtain some buccal swabs from the defendant, Letecia Stauch here, and obtain a DNA profile from those buccal swabs?
Yes, I did.
And did you also use that in your analysis when you're comparing knowns to unknowns?
Correct.
At this time, I'd like to publish Exhibit 339 on the TV screen, just so everyone can see it as we're talking.
From prosecution over here.
We're going to put People's Exhibit 339 up, which is a chart that's already in evidence. You may recognize it from the TV screen. Did you help contribute to making this chart?
Yes, I did.
And is this a good summary of the items that you tested and the results that you have on those particular items?
It is, yes.
I know we're giving away the answer early on this exhibit, but I think it's helpful for the jury to kind of follow us as we talk about particular things. The first item up there is Exhibit 386, which are swabs from the garage, placards A, B, and C. You recall that?
Yes.
When you get those items, what did you do and how did you do your DNA analysis on those particular items?
Well, the swabs were already prepared for me during the serology examination. So what I end up with for the DNA examination is essentially an envelope of tubes with a corresponding number to them, and then I match them back up when I write the report. So I just simply did DNA analysis on these swabs.
What did you find with regards to the swab from placard A?
The swab from placard A, the major profile matched Gannon Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion.
And when you say major profile, why do you describe it as a major profile?
Because in that particular sample, I had a mixture of more than one individual, and I was able to parse out a major contributor to that according to our standardized operating procedures. I was able to pull out a major profile, and that major profile matched Gannon Stauch.
And do you have any standards on how you determine whether or not a mixture you can determine a major profile? How many contributors need to be in there for you to do that analysis?
In order to pull out a major profile, I have to follow our standard operating procedure, which is written up. It's called a mixture interpretation policy. And essentially, the major contributor has to be 2.5 to 3 times higher than the other contributors in that mixture. So by following my standard operating procedure, I was able to pull out a major profile.
How many contributors were in this mixture with regards to black?
I would have to check my report for that.
Sure, that would refresh your recollection.
Yes.
Top of page.
From
yeah.
swab A, I had a mixture of 2 contributors, one of which was male. That major profile, the major male profile matched Gannon Stauch.
And we know this is at least presumptively blood. Is blood a very enriched item that has DNA in it?
It's a very rich source of DNA, yes.
Is it common, for instance, when you're swabbing a garage floor, or for the instance, this podium, you might find several different profiles on that?
You could, yes.
Is the fact that it may be blood, would that contribute to Gannon being the major profile in this 2-person mixture?
I can't say that the DNA, I can only tell you that because it was presumptively positive for blood, we know there's a good indication that there's blood in here, but I can only tell you that the major profile is attributable to Gannon Stauch.
What about placard B?
Placard B, that was also a mixture of 2 contributors, one of which was male, and the major male profile matched Gannon Stauch at, again, estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion.
And so when the jury has this chart back in deliberations, People's Exhibit 339, where it says major profile matches Gannon, is that always going to be a mixture?
Not necessarily. Major, yes. When you hear the term major, that means that the DNA profile was a mixture, but that a major was able to be parsed out of that.
Whereas we get to placard C where it says matches Gannon. Tell us about placard C.
Placard C was a single source male profile, and that profile matched Gannon Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion.
And so when there's a single source profile with People's Exhibit 339, indicate that item matches Gannon.
Correct.
Just so we're clear. So mixtures, you'll see the word major profile.
Yes.
Source, you'll just see match.
Correct.
Okay. You've thrown out the probability. You said 1 in 3.4 octillion. Is that what you said?
Correct.
What does that mean? What does that mean to this jury?
An octillion is a 3, for instance, we just rounded off to 3 octillion. That's a 3 followed by 27 zeros.
And why do we do that?
It's to give you an indication of the uniqueness of the profile, how often each of the alleles occur in the general population.
And so is it also to confirm that that is in fact Gannon's blood in placard C on the garage?
We don't provide source attribution. We don't say this profile originates from. We provide you with the fact that it's a match and the statistic that gives you an indication of the uniqueness of the profile.
I hate when lawyers ask you that, don't you?
Yes.
I won't ask you again. Okay. Let's go to People's Exhibit 503, which is labeled Carpet 1 from Gannon's room. What did you do with that and what did you find?
Again, this was in a tube already prepared for me, and it was extracted or examined. It was analyzed for the DNA profile. And that's 506, you said, or 503?
It's People's Exhibit 503, so it would be in your report.
Cutting from the
It'd be
top of the
carpet.
carpet?
Yep. Right.
Yes, that cutting from the top of the carpet was a single source male profile that matched Gannon Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion.
And did you also do a DNA analysis on the padding, or at least a cutting from the padding with regards to that same carpet?
The cutting from the padding was the same result, a single source male profile that matched Gannon Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion.
We can go now to People's Exhibit 503, which is labeled there on 339 as face of outlet cover for Gannon's room. Did you recall getting a cutting or a DNA kit with regards to that item?
This was a swab, and that's 512.
People's Exhibit 512, yes.
Yes, I thought you said 503. These were swabs of a stain from the face of the outlet cover and the inside edge of the plug window. And I analyzed one of the samples that was prepared in a tube for me. And that was a mixture of 2 contributors, at least one of which is male. The major male profile matched Gannon Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion.
So this is another 2-person mixture. How do you know at least one is male? What do you do to determine?
There are 3 areas on the DNA, on our DNA graphic printout, that tells us if there's a male present. One is actually a location on the Y chromosome. The other is the sex chromosomes, the X and Y. If I see a Y, I know there's a male. And there's also another area on the Y chromosome that's present if a male is present.
And the next item on 339 is People's Exhibit 516, which is a swab of the electrical socket in Gannon's room. What did you find with regards to that?
That was a single source male profile that matched Gannon Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion.
And then People's Exhibit 504 is carpet 2 from Gannon's room. What did you find with regards to that?
That was a single source male profile that matched Gannon Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion.
Is that as high as you can go as far as the frequency?
No.
You can go higher than that. Huh?
Yes.
How high can you go?
It depends on what the alleles are, because it's based on the frequency of occurrence of a particular allele.
That makes so much sense to me.
It's based on the DNA profile. If people have rare DNA profiles, because sometimes we do, like they'll have a rare reading at a location, so the frequency of occurrence of that is less, which makes the statistic higher.
Okay. The padding, I'm assuming, is the same for carpet 2?
Yes, the padding is the same. A single source male profile that matched Gannon Stauch with a frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion.
Now, the next item is People's Exhibit 332, if I may approach, Your Honor.
Ma'am, go ahead.
With regards to People's Exhibit 332, did you actually do the serology on this item as well?
I did the serology on this, yes.
I'm going to hand it to you in just a second. Show you the bag first.
Okay. I recognize it because I recognize the barcode label that's on there, and my initials and date when I resealed it is on there as well.
And then I'll show you the board.
Yes,
Does it show here where you did your serological examination?
yes.
Did I say that right?
Serological.
I'm doing the best I can.
That's your Bible.
All right, if permission to publish to the jury.
May, go ahead.
And if you wouldn't mind stepping out and just showing the jury where you took your swabs or what you did with regards to this board.
The first thing I did is I noted possible blood staining without red brown staining until we identify it as presumptively positive for blood. So I've got an area marked here that is dark red brown staining. I've also got a lot of little dots located that I did not test these dots because they're too small and I was afraid I was going to consume them. Thought is if we're going to process them for DNA, we need to take them straight to DNA without any processing. So this one here was positive for the presumptive presence of blood. And then at a later time, I swabbed these 2 areas because they fluoresced with using an alternate light source. So I took a swab from here, swab from here, a swab from here, and then I swabbed the edges of the board, wondering if anybody had handled the board. So I took 4 samples total.
While we're up here, with regards to 339, we see 332 on the board. You said it's presumptive positive for blood. What swab are we talking about that actually matches Gannon?
That is this large stain here.
Did you find anything with regards to your other swabs?
I did. I have a feeling I have to go review my report.
That's fine. We can put this down ahead and do that.
From the swabs from the edges of the board that I was looking for if somebody had handled it, it was a mixture of, it's a partial profile, which means I don't have all the information on the DNA profile. And it's a mixture of at least 2 contributors, at least one of which was male. And the profile was not suitable for comparison because it was too low level.
And why is it that you did the serology on this particular board and the DNA analysis?
It was the weekend and I was the only one available.
Was there some urgency with this particular exhibit?
Yes.
Okay. And you did it quickly and to get it back to the sheriff's office?
Yes.
The next item we see on 339 is People's Exhibit 378, Nike shoes from washer. Do you see that?
Yes.
Now, you didn't actually get the shoes, but did you get swabs that were related to that shoe?
I did. I got swabs that Sherrie Holes, the serologist, collected. She did the presumptive testing and collected, and I did the DNA analysis.
Let's talk about the swabs of the outsole of the right Nike shoe. What did you find there?
The swabs from the outsole of the right Nike shoe matched, it was a single source male profile that matched Gannon Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion.
What happens to DNA when you place items in a washing machine and wash them?
It depends on the nature of the stain. It depends on a lot of things. It also depends on how heavy the deposit is. Some of the DNA can be washed off. Sometimes all of the DNA can be washed off.
It just depends on what happens, right? And with these particular shoes, did you see anything that may have diluted the DNA profile, or can you even?
I didn't see the shoes, so I don't know.
Did you give a statistical analysis with regards to the swabs of the outsole of the right Nike shoe?
Yes, that was an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion.
Let's go to swabs of the bottom sole of right Nike shoe. What did you see there?
That was a single source male profile that matched Gannon Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion.
The next item says swabs of inside sole of Nike shoe. What did you find with regards to that particular swab?
That was a mixture again, and I was able to parse out a major profile, and the major profile matched Letecia Stauch with an estimated, or at least it matched at the interpretable loci with an estimated frequency of 1 in 28 billion.
And do you understand why Sherrie Holes would swab the inside of the sole of the Nike shoes?
Yes.
What was that for?
For potential wearer.
And do you know how many contributors there were to this particular mixture?
I can check. From the interior. Is this the left shoe? Yeah, the left shoe. It was a mixture of 2 contributors, one of which was male.
We can scroll down now, please, on 339. One more, please, up. So now we're on the swabs of the inside sole of the right Nike shoe. What did you find there?
The swabs from the inside sole of the right Nike shoe is mixture of 2 contributors, one of which was male. The major profile matched Letecia Stauch at the interpretable loci with a estimated frequency of 1 in 730 septillion.
Do you know what kind of body fluids or what kind of cells we're looking at with regards to these 2 swabs of the inside of the Nike shoe?
You're looking mostly for skin cells that have kind of rubbed off or fallen off over the course of time.
Would sweat be a good contributor to that?
Well, sweat can contain skin cells in it, but sweat is actually a liquid. And if there are cells in the liquid, then you're obtaining a DNA profile from the actual cells, not from the liquid.
The next item we see on People's Exhibit 339 is People's Exhibit 459, which is swabs from base of box and garage south of boards. What did you find with regards to that?
That was a partial single source profile that matched Gannon Stauch at the interpretable loci with an estimated frequency of 1 in 87 quadrillion.
And what does partial single source profile mean?
Partial means that I'm only seeing evidence of one person in this particular DNA sample, but I'm not able to, the technology is not able to detect some of the locations because it's just a low level of DNA. I don't have enough DNA.
And so for the jury's, in my benefit question, you've got the profile from the toothbrush, Gannon's profile.
Yes.
You've got a profile from the swabs of this box in the garage.
Yes.
One profile has all the, are they called alleles?
Loci.
Loci.
Alleles, so loci would be better. It's like the locations on the DNA.
The unknown may not have all the same locations, but enough for you to call it a match.
Correct.
Is that fair?
Yes.
We can now go to 518, which is swabs, base of stairs and garage under cord. Do you see that?
Yes.
Did you test that for DNA analysis?
I did, and I obtained a profile that was a mixture of two contributors, at least one of which was male. The major profile matched Gannon Stauch at the interpretable loci with an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.8 quintillion.
We're just going to go down the list. People's Exhibit 190 or 278. Do you see that?
Yes.
From Gannon's bed, which was presumptively positive for blood. What did you find there?
The swab from Gannon's bed was a partial profile, a single source male that matched Gannon Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 450 sextillion.
Exhibit 192, a blue and white scrub brush head bristles.
The blue and white scrub brush was a mixture of at least two contributors, at least one of which was male. The major profile matched Gannon Stauch at the interpretable loci with a statistic or an estimated frequency of 1 in 120 septillion.
People's Exhibit 193, quickie scrub brush backside.
That was a mixture of two contributors, at least one of which was male. The major profile matched Gannon Stauch at the interpretable loci with an estimated frequency of 1 in 2.3 trillion.
Then we have 191, a red and white Brillo scrub brush top flat surface. What did you find with regards to that?
That I obtained only a partial DNA profile that was not suitable for comparison, but there was one male. It's a profile of at least one male.
Was that a mixture or was it a single source?
My conclusion was at least one male, so we're thinking it could possibly be two, but thinking it's one.
And could that be impacted with regards to that particular item if it had been washed in a dishwasher? Would that impact the DNA that may be on it?
Yes.
Is that obvious why that might happen?
Well, a dishwasher obviously washes dishes like a washing machine, but contained in the soap and that whatever additives you put in the dishwasher, there's bleach in that soap, and that can break down the DNA.
The next item we see on 393 is People's Exhibit 361, peak suitcase from South Carolina, mesh lining inside. What did you find there?
That was a single source male profile that matched Gannon Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion.
How about 365, the blanket from the suitcase that was found inside?
That was a single source male profile that matched Gannon Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion.
The next item we have on there, it says teal couch pillow from basement. And just so we're clear, if we skip one item down where it says Blue Star swabs from pillow on north couch in basement, do you know if that's the same item? Or not?
I believe it's the same item. One was collected at the scene by the crime scene investigator, and the other was collected by Sherrie Holes.
What did you find with regards to, let's just cover all three items, 417 at once, which are swabs from the Blue Star. What did you find with regards to those swabs?
One of them was from a basement area rug, and I found a mixture of 2 contributors, at least one of which was male. The major male profile matched Gannon Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion. The minor was attributable to an unknown individual, and I gave it a number 1.
Why did you give it a number 1?
Because when you find an unknown profile that you don't have a standard to compare it to, you just start counting. So this was the first one.
And is that common to see unknown profiles when you're talking about mixtures?
Yes,
If you don't have a known profile, you have nothing to compare.
yes.
For instance, in this particular case, did you ever get a known profile from Laina Stauch, the 8-year-old girl that lived with?
No, I did not.
Common for people who live in the house to leave their DNA series.
Yes.
So let's go down to the next item, which is Blue Star swabs from pillow on North couch and basement. What did you find?
I believe this was one collected by the CSI because of the Blue Star identifying information. That was that DNA profile was a mixture of 3 contributors, 3 male contributors actually. The major profile matched Gannon Stauch at the interpretable loci with an estimated frequency of 1 in 100 septillion, and the minor was not suitable for comparison.
And the cutout carpet with burn marks?
That DNA profile was a mixture of 2 contributors, at least one of which was male. The major profile matched Gannon Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion.
The next item we see there is People's Exhibit 423, and we have 4 items there. Plastic tub from storage room, outside lip swab. And I don't want to read them all, but what did you find with regards to this plastic tub, People's Exhibit 523, swabbing that was submitted to you for DNA?
There were 4 separate swabs. First was the swabs with the stain on the outside lip of the lid, the short end of the tub with a label from the basement. That was a single source male profile that matched Gannon Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion. I have a second one, swabs of the stain on the outside corner of the lid from the short end of the tub with the label from the basement. That was a single source male profile that matched Gannon Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion. Then I have a swab of a stain on the outside lip edge and into the side of the container on the short end of the tub in the basement. That was a single source male profile that matched Gannon Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion. And then lastly, I have a stain on the inside corner of the lid on the short end of the tub with the label from the basement. That was a single source male profile that matched Gannon Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion.
People's Exhibit 519 looks like it's 2 more Blue Star swabs that we see on People's Exhibit 339.
Yes.
One is Blue Star swabs from storage room 4. What did you find with that one?
That was a DNA profile was a mixture of 2 contributors, at least one of which was male. The major male profile matched Gannon Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion.
And now with regards to the Blue Star items that we see on 339, do you know what substance that is that you're testing for DNA?
It's just an area that reacted to the Blue Star reagent that they use out on the field. The Blue Star is a presumptive test for blood.
But you're just testing whatever they swab, right?
Correct.
You're basing the Blue Star on what they label that swab activity?
Correct. It was described as Blue Star positive, so we maintain that throughout the report.
The Blue Star swabs from bases, stairs, and basement. What do you find?
That was a mixture of 2 contributors, at least one of which was male. The major male profile matches Gannon Stauch at the interpretable loci with an estimated frequency of 1 in 170 septillion.
We can go ahead and scroll all the way down to the bottom. We should get the rest of them in. And then we have People's Exhibit 194, swab from exterior and opposite of handle dinner bottle. What did you find?
That was a mixture of 2 contributors, one of which was male. The major profile matched Gannon Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 52 septillion, and the minor was attributable to unknown number 1. unknown individual number 1.
Same comment as we talked about before.
Correct.
You didn't have a known profile to match to.
Correct.
People's Exhibit 435, swabs from exterior of Amazon box from storage room, 3 stains. What did you find?
For all 3 stains, they were all single source male profiles that matched Gannon Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion.
You did a test on all 3 of these different DNA samples?
Correct. And the DNA profile and the statistic is the same for all 3.
Now, you tested a lot more items than what we just displayed in People's Exhibit 339. Is that correct?
Correct.
Are these the items that you were able to identify Gannon Stauch to or the defendant to with regards to your DNA testing?
Yes.
Are there other items that you were not able to obtain a profile to or were not able to come to a conclusion with that were not presented to this jury?
Yes, there were.
Those are my questions, Jar. Thanks.
Councilor Birch for a moment. Cross-examination, Mr. Cook.
Thank you. Could you leave that up just for whoever the controller is over there? Hi, how
Hi.
are you? My name is Will Cook. I represent Ms. Stauch in this case. I've just got some follow-up questions for you, ma'am. Not a lot. If you could look at 194 on the chart, and for the DNA part, it says major profile matches Gannon. Do you see that? Or
Yes,
or you can turn around.
Yes.
So Mr. Young discussed this with you. So there's more than one DNA sample floating around in this sample.
There's evidence of 2 individuals in this mixture.
Okay. You fully developed the other sample or the other DNA contributor or the other profile, I guess the minor profile?
When a sample is in a test tube and I develop a profile, and I obtain the graph, this is what I get. There's no more developing portions of a profile. I develop a profile, and this one happened to be a mixture, and I have an unknown individual identified as the minor contributor.
Okay. So you can't, you're not looking at this number 194 and going, well, the major profile matches Gannon and the minor one is Letecia Stauch or father or mother or anything like that.
They are compared to all of the standards that I have in the case, and I was not able to say that it matched any of the standards that I had in the case, which is why the minor was identified as unknown individual number 1.
Okay. So the matches on this whole chart we just went over, the couple matches with Letecia Stauch involve the Nike running shoe.
Yes.
Correct? Okay. Now, some of these tests or the samples were collected very on in the investigation, the winter, spring of 2020, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And some of them, like the last one up here, Exhibit 435, the Amazon box, there was no request made for the DNA testing on that until maybe 2 years after this homicide, correct?
I don't know when the request, I do actually have the request here. I can tell you when the request was put in on March 28th, 2022.
Okay. I have a request date for January 27th, 2022, with the report date of March 17th, 2022.
Oh, my error. I'm sorry.
Okay.
You're correct. It's January 27th, 2022. I was reading the due date.
Okay. So there's a 2-year difference in between the early samples that were taken to the final ones that were taken and ultimately DNA tested, correct?
I don't know when the boxes were submitted originally to evidence
Okay.
or the items on this particular report. They may have been in evidence the whole time, and we were just asked to go back and examine these as well. I can't answer that.
Okay. I think that is probably it. Just a second.
Always first goes there to Mr. Tellini and then says, no further questions. Let's see if he does it again. Does he have a question this
As
time?
one of your, who were the standards you were using? You had Letecia Stauch,
Yes.
Gannon,
Yes.
Gannon's father,
Yes.
Gannon's mother,
Correct.
Gannon's sister, Laina.
No, I did not have that standard.
You didn't have Laina?
No.
Okay. Did you have a Harley Hunt?
No.
Who, do you know who Harley Hunt was?
No.
You didn't know that that was Letecia's daughter that was living in the house?
No.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Redirect.
No, thank you.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Ms. Manogue? Doesn't look like it. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Manogue, you can go ahead and step
Okay,
down. I'm
thank
sorry,
you.
ma'am.
That's all right.
Together there. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are again in the same position that we were earlier today, and that is that we do not have any other witnesses to fill the day. We anticipate, however, that the witnesses will be here tomorrow. Therefore, they are traveling. So if I can have everyone back in the morning at the same place, same time, we should be able to start on time at 9 o'clock. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. Don't do your own independent research about any aspect of this case. Don't go looking up what septillion and quadrillion and all of that stuff means. I know everybody wants to get home and do that. You simply can't. So we'll see everybody tomorrow at the regular time. All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. You may all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Since we have this time, I want to talk a little bit about potential Wednesday morning issues. Are your people flying in today, tomorrow, or what?
Hey, Judge.
Okay.
Yep.
So that part, the weather should not impact our travel here. Wednesday morning, if we have a 2-hour delay, my thought would be that we start at 10:30. That will give us time to get the jury back at 10 o'clock. And then give us time to get in place by 10:30. I spoke with Court and Transport over the lunch hour to see what impact it is on their operations, and they said it doesn't matter. They just bring everybody over at the same time. They just hold them until everybody gets here.
Okay.
So who are we anticipating potentially on Wednesday?
On Wednesday, good question. Yeah, I think it's just Dr. Torres, Judge, but let me make sure.
And is she coming up from Pueblo?
I think she actually lives here.
Okay. I think storm track is supposed to be more north, so I think coming up from Pueblo is not as much of an issue, but we'll deal with it if we need to, I suppose.
Yeah, but so we actually have 2 witnesses slated for potentially on Wednesday, depending, of course, on how everybody
Okay.
goes for timing wise. Both of them are local, so we should have no trouble with that.
Okay. All right. All right. So we'll just keep an eye on the weather then and see where we are on Wednesday morning and hope for the best. And I also don't know what the impact will be on potential jurors here either. So we'll just have to deal with that. So, okay.
Yeah.
Anything else from the prosecution?
Not that I can think of, Judge.
Defense?
Well, I think Mr. Young.
Oh,
has something
Mr. Young?
else.
You did get the packet that we sent you of jury instructions? Because I know I sent them to defense as well, just.
Or like when?
It was
I-
when the trial started.
Yes, I do. I thought if you meant in the last day or so, the answer would be no. But I do have the jury instructions that you sent, was about a few days before we started, I think it was, or the week before, something like that. Okay. All right. Okay. Defense have anything else?
No, you.
Okay. All right. We'll see everybody tomorrow morning. Thank you.
Okay. Stand by, please. We're going to debrief and look at a couple of articles, including where Gannon is buried. Everyone's been asking that as well. We're going to look at who Paul Holes is, because we had Sherrie Holes on the stand, and I also did not know that they were married, but apparently they are. So, okay. Stefan, you may not look it up. Don't look it up. I know we're not the jury, but I'm like, oh, I don't know if we're going to look that up. It's a lot. Looked up million, milliard, billion, trillion, quadrillion, quintillion, sextillion, septillion, and octillion. Oh, my word. Wow. Okay. So we've got a few things to go over. There were some very interesting bits there. So let's quickly debrief, okay? Wait, I'm getting to it. I'm still got notes here from. Okay, so we had Sherrie Holes, a forensic serologist and DNA analyst, and swabs. Lots of swabs were taken, lots of tests, lots of presumptive tests for blood. It's a chemical presumptive test. Sorry if I'm a little bit out of sync. I think like YouTube servers are doing something weird today. Anyway, so this is all from like around February 2020 when all these reports were made. Okay. So there's carpets they were talking about. I could see you all have questions about the carpet. There's carpet number 1, carpet number 2, and then there's an unlabeled rug. That is all related to Gannon's bedroom. It is not related to this candle incident. And please, if you remember, tell me, because I'm a very visual person, so that's how I remember things. Now, what they found in the trash, remember in the trash, they found the candle and a sock and something, but I don't think they ever found that piece of carpet that Letecia cut out. So that is why, what I'm understanding is that's why they haven't talked about the test of the candle incident carpet. They're talking about Gannon's bedroom, where the murder occurred on January 27, 2020. So it's these like pieces of carpet that they cut out and they lifted, and then there was blood on the carpet, on the padding, and on the concrete as well. And there was like a little rug. I mean, there's all that. But the brilliant thing about all of, am I matching, by the way? Is my mouth matching how I'm talking? I feel like it's slightly out of sync. But anyway, sorry about that. What I'm loving is that Letecia, remember her little story in the interrogation, the FBI interview, when she's talking about having a miscarriage, and that's maybe what the blood is, and that it's Gannon's nose bleeds and all this kind of stuff. Okay, the nose bleeds is thing, but the miscarriage stuff, what? Yeah, no, this is all confirmed as Gannon's blood, right? Yes, okay, I was just double checking myself. How I visualize that is just like, no, that carpet's gone. I wonder what happened to that carpet. And actually, Hawkeye Seneca, I don't know if he's still in the chat, but you were saying in the chat, you wonder if anything got disposed of on the hike. And that is a very good question. Because Letecia, the candle, oh, no, they went on the hike first. Then it was the candle incident. Sorry, I'm thinking of Saturday when she said he hurt his foot. But either way, it's a good question. I wonder if there was anything else that happened on the Saturday night that she could have, disposed of anything on the hike. But on Sunday night, January 26th, was when the candle incident happened. She used a box cutter to start cutting out that carpet. And then her words, I will never forget it because they sounded so sinister. She said, I couldn't cut deep enough with the box cutter, so I had to find a sharper object. Ooh. right? What about the carpet piece in the roll of carpet that had blood on it? I think we're talking about the same thing. Remember the rolled up carpet in the storage room with a smaller piece inside that had blood? I think it was the cutout piece. I'm going to have to refresh my memory on that, but I think they talk about carpet 1, 2, and then this unlabeled rug. But all of these match the presumptive positive test of Gannon's DNA. Yes, so much blood. I know. Okay, so trigger warning. Yes, it's actually really, when you really think about it, it's really terrible. You know, sometimes we're just like powering through these trials together, but like, oh my word, there was blood all over the place. Then there was Letecia's shoes, and the right shoe had Gannon's blood on it. So she'd washed her shoes. It was on top of the laundry pile. If you don't remember everything is time stamped and chaptered out for you. Those pretty much mean the same thing. But if you hover over the video, you can see the little labels pop up. You can look in the pinned comment, and you can look in the description box of every live stream replay. I always take a lot of time and effort to do that for you so you can easily navigate. And that's how I also do. I go navigate too because I want to go revisit those laundry room photos and see, you know, the shoes, and maybe we can look at some of that tomorrow, you know? But then, wait, do you remember the bag? You remember when Letecia Stauch was arrested in Myrtle Beach in South Carolina in a van that I think was her aunt's, and there was this bag in there with a blanket, and we were also confused of like, why are there some drops of blood on this blanket? Because Gannon's remains were found in an olive green bag with 3 blankets inside and a pillow. And Gannon, okay, so when we saw this other bag, we were like, and I was waiting, like, at what point are we going to hear about that? Well, they said today that that blanket, that's Gannon's blood. Ooh, that's scary. I don't know why she's got a separate bag. You know, is that from like a separate incident, or what is that from? And they also talked about this teal couch cushion, which I thought that's what Will Cook will go after, because they talked about 3 profiles and they could really only find Gannon's profile, and the 2 others, it was partial. They couldn't actually, it wasn't strong enough to find a match, right? So, but I mean, it's a couch cushion, so there's that. Also, just to clarify, Gannon, when he was found, he was wearing sports pants and a jacket and little football socks is how the bridge inspector described it. So I just wrote that down to clarify. And then we also saw last week that like a storage container with like little purplish handles. Yeah, there was blood on there too. And then those scrub brushes. I mean, 3 scrub brushes. You guys know, if someone was asking what's a scrub brush, you know what a scrub brush is like? Scrub brush. Let's look at one. Kind of like this. Or I don't know, it could be any combination of these. Scrub brush, right? 3 of them. Oh, that, I almost said woman, but creature was cleaning. She was scrubbing. And then she put those scrub brushes in the dishwasher, which, no. To me, I'm just like, I'm sure you all feel like that, but I'm like, oh, hell no. Yes, Sharon says the fingernails comment bothered me too. I think at that point, due to the decomp, right, they couldn't have a full profile. So there's that as well. Yeah, I'm not sure why they didn't do a Harley or a Laina profile. Don't know. Maybe it's based on what they found. I don't know, though. Very interesting. Sarah Sunshine says, I thought... Sorry, I'm trying to make sense of this one. She thought it was perfect time. She thought it was the perfect time when she did that, when Elle was gone. Is that what we're talking about? Thank you for your super sticker. Okay, so then we also learned that the bed, presumptive positive for blood, the carpets, the floor, the scrub brushes, and then that we saw the pink polka dot suitcase and the blue blanket, and there was another suitcase. That's very interesting as well. Vinegar bottle, the handle, blood as well, an Amazon box as well. Oh, yes. So we've got that. Yeah, dishwasher, totally not suspicious. Totally not suspicious. Now, what I want to show you quickly is, I know it's a Wikipedia page, so I don't know if that's boring to any of you, but Paul Holes, I just want to tell you who Paul Holes is because I believe it's his wife that was on the stand, which was Sherrie Holes, who we just talked about her DNA swabbing and all of that. So he's an American former cold case investigator for the Contra Costa County Sheriff's Office. He's known for his contributions to solving the Golden State Killer case using advanced methods of identifying the killer with DNA and genealogy technology. Since retiring in March 2018, he's contributed to books, television, and podcasts about the Golden State Killer and true crime. But the other thing was, right before they arrested Richard Allen in the Delphi case, Paul Holes on his Instagram profile mentioned that there'll be an arrest soon in the Delphi case. I think he mentioned the Delphi case specifically, but he was like, things are happening. There's going to be something. And then there was. Richard Allen was arrested 2 to 4 weeks later or something after his post, if I remember correctly. And I'm like, whoa, he probably contributed to that case as well. They're just maybe not saying it because, it's still going to trial and all of that. So let's see what else I got here. So yeah, Paul Holes, legend in true crime. And to have his wife, if that was really his wife, which you guys are saying you looked as well. I also looked and I'm like, oh, wow. On the stand, that was amazing. And then we had Donna Manogue on the stand as well. And she does DNA lab work and serology and all of that, right? DNA analyst. And also tested the toothbrush for Gannon's DNA. And so that's how they matched everything, right? So, wow, a lot of matching, which is great to hear because that's what we want to hear. We've seen a lot of things, but we're waiting for this, like now, the final confirmation. Yes, it was Gannon's blood there and there and there and there. And yes, those were Letecia's shoes and her DNA was on it and all of that, right? Let's see what else I got. Yeah, the major profile matched Letecia, and then what Stefan quoted, all those big figures. Wow, jury may not look it up. Okay. So let's just see what else I got. Okay, I've got that. So then I wanted to just show you this one. Gannon Stauch laid to rest in South Carolina. A young boy lost too soon was laid to rest over the weekend. So that was from September 27th, 2020, when this was published. They say, though his grieving loved ones continue to grapple with a heinous crime that resulted in his death, on Saturday, the focus was on Gannon Stauch, celebrating the life he led and the people he touched in his too brief 11 years. I was chosen to be the mom of an angel. Albert, you were chosen to be the father of an angel. Laina, you were chosen to be the sister of an angel. Mother Landon Hyatt, Father Albert Stauch, and Sister Laina had their final moments Saturday with the boy they affectionately called Bubba. Since he was reported missing near the start of the year, it's been a harrowing road for the family as his runaway case became a missing child case and ultimately a murder case. Each time they say goodbye to their son, it gets more difficult, but Saturday was especially emotional as they finally laid their little boy to rest in his home state of South Carolina. At about 10 o'clock this morning, I buried my sweet son in a cemetery in Charleston. And if you guys remember the Daniel Robinson case, please check out my playlist for that case. It's still a missing persons case. It's extremely sad. There's no answers yet. But Mr. David Robinson, who's been on this channel many times, is from Charleston, South Carolina. So when I saw Charleston, I'm like, wow, because David's there too, right? So he's close to where Gannon is buried. So yeah, please do check out that as well. The family stood strong in front of their friends and relatives during Saturday's service as they reflected on the goodness in Gannon's heart, which his heart was full of goodness. I mean, he was 11 years old. 11. Whew, Letecia, oh my word. What on earth were you thinking? He has a smile that just brightens up the room, and that happened at the time he was able to smile. He just had a grace and unbelieving spirit about him. I guess I can explain it as just an old man. He would just sit and have a heart of gold and do anything for anybody, Hyatt said. And you know what's sad? Letecia also said that. She's like, oh, he would do anything for me. Even in her FBI interrogation video. Yeah, she said that, which isn't nice to hear it from her. I'm going to look at your comments in a moment. I just want to finish reading this. Bubba was the nicest person, my only brother and my favorite brother, his little sister said. The parents said his story has taught lessons. Hold your children close and love them, because when it's over and you can't get them back, Stauch said. The family says they are grateful for the overwhelming support of people in Gannon's native South Carolina and in Colorado, where he spent the last months of his life. I'm so glad for events like this and events in Colorado. Almost every single memory of my son was joy and laughter and fun. I just love for everybody that came in contact with him, Stauch said. I mean, Al said one of his favorite memories of all time was driving to Alaska, because he was going to be stationed there, supposed to be for 2 years, until Letecia messed that up too by claiming that his captain and colonel had sexually harassed her. Oh my word. Anyway, so he drove there with Laina and Gannon. It was him and Laina and Gannon in the car. And then he said Letecia and Harley joined them later. So he said that's one of his favorite memories. Yes, Katie Bug says old man equals old soul. Yeah, they were talking about this, like, court may start late tomorrow. We'll have to monitor that just to see what's happening. I'm going to have to listen to the end of that day again. Okay, I'm out of sync. Can't do anything about that right now. Let's see at the time. Okay, I should be good now. So they said Landon said, Gannon is not only my hero, he's your hero, and it means the world to me. I just want to say thank you to everyone that's here, from all the pouring love from everywhere, Hyatt said. He's the greatest person in the whole wide world, his sister added. I can't imagine what they're all going through, and especially his little sister. Gannon's stepmother, Letecia Stauch, was arrested for his murder. Between the pandemic and questions about her competency, her case has been slow going, but is gradually making its way through the legal system. And this was published in September of 2020. So here we are now in April of 2023. That's been a long wait for them. Wow, so much patience these families have to go through this. And it's terribly traumatic, re-traumatizing again. But at the end of the day, yep, they want to see justice for Gannon. So, okay, sorry, let me just finish this. Recently, the Colorado State Hospital found she is mentally competent to stand trial. However, Colorado law allows her attorneys to request a second opinion, and then she got a third opinion as well. So that is what happened there. Okay, so we've seen that. I think that's everything I wanted to show you today. Yes. Okay, thank you. I was wondering, because in my brain, I thought it was, I think Wednesday is going to be like 10 or 10:30. Remember, they wanted to start at 10 to make sure the jury's in. Yeah. So Wednesday. I'm hoping everyone in Colorado is okay. They're talking about bad weather rolling in and all that kind of stuff. So sorry about that. Hope you'll be all right. And, we'll be here. If the stream is happening, of course, we'll be here watching this whole trial together. So that was day 13. Yes. Sherrie says, I didn't realize Gannon was later raised here in South Carolina, in Charleston, 45 hours from me. Yes. Well, that's about it for today. Thank you so much for watching with me. I just want to see this quickly. Gannon was wearing his jacket when, I'm saying Gannon because people call me G as well. And then sometimes I'm like, what? Gannon was wearing his jacket when he died, which means he didn't have time to remove his jacket before she killed him. She killed him as soon as they got home from Petco. Seems so, yes, because they got home at 2:14 p.m. By 3:30, when Laina was back, she was told to go outside because Letecia's obviously busy cleaning. So, yes. Lieutenant Peter Pranzo says, well done, G. Some rest. Yes. So if you missed the morning stream, like as in this was one long stream. If you missed the morning session, let's say, okay. And again, sorry if I'm out of sync. I can just see there's a bit of a lag here. If you missed it, go check it out from the beginning, even at 1.5 speed. All very interesting. I'm going to now do all those timestamps for you and everything. And now, I regret making this huge coffee because I was ready for that home stretch. And now they ended just a little bit early. But I'm going to put all this energy into timestamps. And I'm going to look for those pictures again, like of the storage room and the shoes and all of that we saw, which I think was last week. Yes. Thank you so much all for being here. Thank you, mods. Really appreciate it. Patrons, if you haven't yet seen the post I made earlier for you today, there are some pictures of Gannon and Laina, and it's so sweet. I mean, it's heartbreaking, but they are such nice pictures. So thank you to Grizzly Cat for sourcing that for us. And yeah, and Grizzly Cat got me a whole bunch of really nice pictures. So I've made a nice lunch break montage for you, which you'll hopefully see tomorrow. Today was a very long lunch break, so we re-listened to Al's calls, and we can not calls, sorry, his testimony from day 2, and we can continue with that here and there in between in breaks if we don't have anything like this to break down. But otherwise, go check out day 2 if you haven't heard Al Stauch's testimony yet. I'm glad you like the recaps. MP says, love your recaps, Gisela. Thank you so much to everyone who bought super stickers today, supported the channel, became members. Check out the members only playlist. We'll have another members only stream soon again. I definitely can't do it every time because for me, it's already almost midnight now. So good time to get some rest. But make sure that if you are a member, check out the community tab, members only playlist, and you should get notifications if I do a stream. Also, lastly, thank you for the coffees, the PayPals. Oh my word, you guys are so sweet. Following me on Twitter. Yes, come to Twitter. I'm very active on there usually. Okay, I'm very busy now with the trial, but usually I'm very active there. So I will see you then. I just want to quickly see. Yes. Yeah, so replay on 1.5 speed if you miss things. I love 1.5 speed. Sometimes even 2 times speed. And I will see you again soon. Okay, stay safe, everyone, and make sure you look after yourself. Okay, bye.